Excellent.
Ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming for the last day of the International Conference In From the Margins, sharing footnotes of subaltern knowledge and practices, questioning North-South relations and ethics of international collaboration. My name is Biljana Đorđević. I'm an assistant professor at the Faculty of Political Science, University of Belgrade. I guess I'm here because, among other things, I teach contemporary political theory, but also culture of human rights. And I also spoke before with our keynote speaker, Basma El-Husseini, a little bit about that, and I'm very looking forward to hearing her keynote address this morning. The title of it is Human Rights-Based Approach Through Artistic and Cultural Practices. But before I give floor to Basma, I just want briefly to read you her biography. So Basma El-Husseini is a cultural manager, an activist for social change, and a cultural rights defender. For the past 30 years, she has been involved in supporting independent cultural projects and organizations in the Arab region and Sub-Saharan Africa, bringing together her passion for civil society and community welfare with her expertise. The two main organizations that she founded and led, Al-Mawred Al-Thaqafi, Culture of Resource in English, and Action for Hope, are proof of her commitment to culture and artistic creation as tools that enable people's empowerment and socio-economic improvement and allow a social change in the medium and long term. The first non-governmental regional cultural organization in the Arab region, Al-Mawred Al-Thaqafi, and as understood, the director is here. Hello. Pioneered remarkable projects. For instance, the first cultural management training program in Arabic and the first cultural policy research and development program in the Arab region. While the Action for Hope, that Basma currently leads, protects and promotes the cultural rights of marginalized communities and the countries undergoing or emerging from conflict. Action for Hope pioneered cultural relief programs, new alternative models in art education, and production for refugee and marginalized communities, and is leading the Landscapes of Hope global civil society network, promoting the role of arts and culture in social change. In 2018, Basma won the UCLG Agenda 21 for Culture International Award for her contribution to the relationship between culture and sustainable development. Basma, you'll have some 30 to 45 minutes for your speech, and then I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Elena. Thank you. This is very generous. This is a historical day for me because this is the longest ever speech that I've ever given in my life. And this is why I had to write it down. I usually just stand and improvise, but improvising for half an hour is a bit risky. I'm not that trained. So please bear with me. If you are very bored, think of the questions that you need to ask to attack me at the end. And if you fall asleep, if you didn't have enough coffee, just do this. Then I will notice and change the tone of my voice a little bit. I do this all the time, so sorry about that. First, thank you, the University of the Arts, the colleagues here, and especially, of course, my very good friend and mentor, Milena Dragišić. I hope I pronounced correctly this time. Yeah. Who actually has been helping the work of arts and culture activists in the Arab region since the first time we met in 2005, so a long time ago. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be here with you and to share with you some of these questions, some of these kind of issues. My talk is about the relationship between human rights and culture, broadly. And also trying to understand what it means when we say a human rights-based approach to culture, because this is a term that's now commonly used in many contexts. So I'll try to unpack some of the problems that exist around the human rights-based approach in cultural work, with the understanding that cultural work is the vital field of artistic creativity. My aim is also to stimulate discussion that would make this relationship between human rights and culture more effective in terms of protecting human rights as well as in terms of enhancing artistic creativity and cultural work. Allow me to start by trying to define where we stand now and here. And if you don't agree, please save your disagreement to the end so we can have a good discussion. I think that we all agree that there are serious and continuous violations of international human rights principles everywhere, not just in global South countries where brutal dictatorship is the norm of governance, but also in the democratic global North that legalizes the killing of thousands of civilian immigrants by drowning in the sea every year. And if I don't want to be so dramatic, also by legalizing depriving thousands of artists and cultural workers of their basic right of mobility and thus affecting their basic right to decent and fair work. I think that we might also agree that freedom of expression is restricted, not only in conservative Islamic countries in the global South, where many taboos are imposed on artistic freedom, but also in the open and tolerant societies in the global North, where it is very difficult for an artist to tackle some topics that are regarded to be challenging to dominant values in the North, and where racist artistic practices limit the scope of those coming from the South to certain topics, roles, and audiences. If we agree with this very brief and generalized description of where we stand, then we agree that our challenges are global, full stop, not global North or global South. If you have doubts about this, please allow me to remind you of three peculiar political incidents that happened in the global North in recent years and that were previously perceived as impossible to happen in the North while they are common in the global South. First, there is a storming of the White House by Trump supporters. We all remember the very peculiar and grotesque images, right? Then there is the attempted military coup in Germany, of all countries. Military coup in Germany. We don't add up. And then more recently, a few days ago, of course, the mutiny of the Wagner militia in Russia. I would also like to draw your attention, in particular in the field of arts and culture, to what happened in Documenta 15 in Kassel in Germany last year. And it's the disputes over artistic content that led to confiscating artistic works that were accused of being anti-Semitic and the resignation of the curators, the Indonesian group, the Indonesian collective, Ruang Grupa. These incidents are, of course, totally disconnected and perhaps do not stand in court as evidence on similarities between the North and the South. But I think it is important to consider them as potential indicators that things are not what they seem in the North. I'm not asking you here to ignore the huge disparities that divide the world, but rather to regard these disparities as common challenges that those working in the two fields of human rights and culture everywhere should address, preferably in a coordinated way. The first task at hand is for them, us, those working in culture and human rights. The first task at hand is to look at some of the common conceptions, or rather misconceptions, of the relationship between culture and human rights, and to question the so-called human rights-based approach to cultural work. Many of those working in human rights understand this approach, the human rights-based approach, as simply an endeavor to make artistic work more of a conduit for disseminating human rights principles within society. This understanding focuses on the content of the artistic work, or rather the message that such a work attempts to convey. In some cases, this understanding extends to the relationships of production of some artistic works in terms of their respect for human rights. For example, the now common or popular colorblind casting. This is, I think, an example of how production relationships are affected by human rights principles. According to this understanding, the work of art functions as a bridge between clear, constant, and universal principles of human rights on one side and society on the other side. However, many artists and cultural workers look at this understanding with great skepticism for various reasons. One of these reasons is that they consider the content of a work of art as an important part of artistic creativity. It's at the essence of a work of art. And therefore, it is the territory of the artist. For them, using the work of art to spread the principles of human rights would weaken the agency of the artist on his or her work and would eventually lead to damaging the status of artists and their control over their creative fields. Another reason for not believing in this understanding of the human rights-based approach is that artists believe that artistic creativity is a dynamic process that's full of fluidity and surprise. It's not a static process, and it's not also a structured process in many cases. And therefore, binding this process to fixed universal principles of human rights could lead to stagnation and shallowness, even if the artist believes in these principles. Despite this, there are, of course, some successful examples of cultural experiences that played an important role in disseminating universal human rights principles with reasonably good artistic standards. However, one must admit that these few good experiences, and I can name a few from our region, there are many examples from Palestine in particular, but also from Egypt and Syria, of plays or theater groups or films that try to express human rights principles and maintain a good artistic level. However, these examples cannot hide the hundreds of poor quality artistic works that sought to enhance, for example, the role of women, fight racism, or advocate religious tolerance, etc. And that, in fact, due to their artistic shallowness, failed in increasing the respect for human rights among their societies. It is important to note that this understanding is promoted in particular by funding organizations from the global north that provide a large part of the funding for the arts in global south. So you see how this perception is coming from the global north and kind of imposed on global south countries. On the other hand, artists and cultural workers interpret the human rights-based approach as a means to defending their right for free artistic expression. For them, human rights means that they express themselves freely without restrictions, and also protecting them from political and social oppression, similar to the way journalists and media practitioners are defended. However, it is important to take note of the fact that artistic freedom is not given the same priority by human rights organizations as freedom of the press. And therefore, persecuted artists are less entitled to defense than journalists are. It is possible that some of this neglect is caused by a lack of appreciation of the social impact of cultural work, something that repressive regimes are very aware of. So it is kind of somehow puzzling to see that those who defend human rights are negligent of the social impact of cultural work, and the oppressors are well aware of this value, of this impact. The most substantial problem embedded in this dichotomy is the fixation on the universal principles of human rights as a recommended basis for artistic content. I believe that any positive relationship between cultural work and the field of human rights must go far beyond established principles and written texts. It must explore and question the human need for justice, which is the basis, the foundation of human rights values, of human rights principles. From this perspective, the relationship between culture and human rights becomes a dynamic relationship based on questioning and imagination and not on advocacy and endorsement. In my opinion, a work of art that is most successful in promoting human rights is one that questions the axiom of these rights and their meaning to the individual and society. Because by doing so, it would also explore the impact of the violation of these rights in the past, present, and future, and thus contributes to giving life to texts that are preserved in United Nations conferences. I believe that a work of art is not required to advocate human rights by reproducing them through artistic tools, but rather to give them renewed validity through questioning. The second problem is the relationship between culture and human rights. In the relationship between culture and human rights lies in the prevailing tendency in the field of human rights itself to give priority to individual rights over collective rights, and to political and civil rights over social and economic rights. Some may disagree with me on this and say that economic and social rights are also covered by international human rights laws, and this is true. But it cannot be denied that the liberal concepts that emphasize individual freedoms have a clear supremacy in the agendas of human rights organizations worldwide. On the positive side, this supremacy gives importance to the role of the individual artist and helps protect his or her rights in free artistic expression, as is evident now in the agendas of international human rights organizations that have recently focused on artistic freedom and the protection of artists. And some here might have attended the IFAFA conference in Stockholm in early May, and the whole conference was focused on artistic freedom. And then there was another conference in Norway, it's actually the World Freedom of Expression Forum, and they had this also partial focus on artistic freedom. So apparently this trend, which started maybe a year ago, is on the rise. However, in the literature by the major international organizations that advocate artistic freedom, one hardly finds any reference to the social context where this freedom would be exercised, let alone any mention of collective rights such as access to culture. It appears as if artistic freedom stands alone with an intrinsic value that surpasses social conditions. I think this is very much a global north perspective, where access to culture is not a major concern, and the connection between access to culture and artistic freedom is less clear. In global south countries, the lack of access to culture lies at the root of the society's failure to respect artistic freedom and protect artists. In my opinion, separating artistic freedom from its social, economic, and sometimes even political context would inevitably lead to exposing artists to more danger. Why? Because they become alienated from their society and thus denied the possibility of solidarity and protection within their communities. In the current setup of international human rights systems, we can say that artistic freedom and the protection of artists have become situated within the international system of civil and political rights, and not within the framework of social and economic rights. This results in a significant lack of interest in collective cultural rights on the part of international organizations that's manifested in the scarcity of literature on the subject, as well as in the administrative structures and funding programs that support collective cultural rights. To better understand the importance of recognizing the collective nature of cultural rights, it is important to remember that during the past 4 decades, the world witnessed more than 30 wars in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So this is 30 over 4 decades. So kind of an average of, 9 per decade. These wars resulted in the displacement of more than 90 million people, the destruction of the infrastructure of more than 20 countries, and the imposition of economic sanctions on 14 countries, resulting in the impoverishment of tens, if not hundreds of millions. Add to this the implementation of economic policies designed by the World Bank and other mega economic drivers that increased extreme poverty, and this is even in World Bank statistics. Extreme poverty increased by 1.1% over the past 2 years. So, increased extreme poverty and widened the gap between the rich and the poor in many countries in the global south. The overall impact of war and liberal economic policies that has not just been the loss of lives and livelihoods, but also the loss of the historical and contemporary cultural assets of vast communities and the inability of hundreds of millions to access basic cultural services. In most global south countries today, one could estimate that more than 1/3 of their populations do not have the opportunity during their lifetimes to attend a live theater performance, a music concert in a concert hall, or an exhibition of visual arts. In many cases, they also cannot afford access to their own natural and cultural heritage. In addition to this, most forcibly displaced people are alienated from their original language and not allowed to practice their cultural traditions, and are forced to submit to social integration policies that erase their cultural identities and thus negatively affect their ability to create art. The third problem related to the human rights-based approach to cultural work is the relationship between the UN institutions that are responsible for the protection of human rights on one side and the UN cultural institutions on the other side. There are significant differences between the work modalities of the two types of institutions. The international tools and the institutions concerned with human rights, such as the UN Council for Human Rights in Geneva, for example, appear to be more effective and influential because they rely on quantitative measurement of the implementation of human rights principles. You have these indexes in every human rights field. And they link the protection of human rights with the political and economic privileges that are given to states. You know, every 4 years there is this ritual of presenting reports in Geneva to the UN Council of Human Rights, and then the countries have to face especially global south countries, have to face all these numbers and figures of people arrested, people tortured, people killed, etc. And then this is linked also to trade agreements, even to banking privileges, banking facilitations, etc. On the other hand, the international institutions watching over culture, such as UNESCO, are politically softer and depend on narratives and tools of international cooperation in the monitoring and implementation of the relevant conventions. There is no stick, it's only carrots most of the time. Sometimes not even carrots, it's just the persuasion of carrots. This is the kind of the cultural, the UNESCO side of things. Sorry if anybody from UNESCO is here. I'm kind of vaguely affiliated to UNESCO, but the impact of this difference between the two types of institutions has become more visible recently with the increasing use of the term cultural rights. Since there is no documented description of the position of these rights in the international human rights system, not even of the areas covered by these rights, despite, of course, the important contributions provided by the Freiburg Declaration, an old document now, and the efforts made by Farida Shahid, the first UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights. Still, we operate, those who are operating in cultural rights, without any kind of clear documents that positions cultural rights in the international human rights system, and no kind of definition of what they mean, what they cover. There are many attempts, but nothing officially recognized. Therefore, it's not clear how to measure the violation of these rights, nor the mechanisms for defending them, and whether this is a responsibility of international organizations working in human rights or international organizations working in culture. So cultural rights fall in the darkness of the many cracks that exist between UNESCO conventions and international human rights laws, and especially in the large gaps between the work of civil society organizations working in the field of culture and those concerned with human rights. This brings me to talk about Action for the organization that I am currently leading, because basically part of our work, a great part of our work, is trying to address some of these gaps, or at least find ways to address these gaps. We tried in Action for Hope. Action for Hope was established in 2015 with the premise to address the cultural needs of marginalized communities and to advocate for cultural rights. This is just a very brief description. So we tried to address the three problems that I described before. One, the fixation on human rights principles as the basis for artistic content, and to sacrifice artistic quality in this way, if this is a choice. The second problem is the perception of artistic freedom as an individual right rather than a collective right. And the third problem, or third question, is around the ambiguity of who takes care of cultural rights, who is in charge of cultural rights. For example, labor rights, we all know who takes care of labor rights. There's an organization called ILO. Everybody knows it. Cultural rights are kind of everywhere and nowhere. Now, the first and most difficult question, and this we encountered at the very beginning of our work back in 2015, was about maintaining a good balance, and good is not very good. Good balance between upholding human rights values and the artistic quality of the work we support. And I say good, not very good, because it's continuous work. The starting point of our work was to provide artistically talented youth and children from marginalized and refugee communities with the training and production opportunities that they need to become professional artists. But almost all of them did not receive any prior education in the arts, not even a weekly class at school in the arts. This does not exist. And some of them did not receive any kind of education at all in the arts, or just general education. Consequently, their artistic taste was limited to what they receive in the media. To address this weakness, we encouraged them to search for artistic references in their own cultural heritage that could possibly inspire them and empower their creativity. We did our best to provide them with the technical tools and types of knowledge that they need for creating arts. We also focused on introducing them to contemporary artistic experiences and connecting them to the central cultural scene in the countries they live in. Most of them were refugees, although not all of them are refugees, and they live outside the cities or in the cities but in closed ghettos. There is no interaction at all possible between them and the cultural scene. This just not happen at all. I think this is also the case in many parts of Europe. And finally, we encourage them to apply critical thinking to everything that we provide them with, and everything around them in general, because critical thinking, we believe that it's a very important tool for survival, especially if you have a difficult life ahead of you. The second question, and perhaps the most important one, was about the relationship between our work and the communities that we work with. Most of these communities are socially conservative and are very skeptical towards anything that deviates from the norm and the tradition, especially if it includes a departure from known social roles of women and the relationship with men. We had to earn the trust of certain segments of these communities who could influence others. And we had to do this with honesty, seriousness, and all the time. It's continuous work. This is not easy at all. And the difficulties continue until now. And we succeeded in forming critical masses that are supportive of arts and culture within these communities, especially among women and youth. But of course, every now and then we encounter a problem of somebody or a family or a group of families saying this is all not allowed, it's against our traditions, against our religious beliefs, and then we have to enter into negotiation again. This is a nice photo, but...
Yeah, so you could just please savor.
Okay. Whose presentation is this? Maybe I can use it. Actually, yesterday I prepared a presentation that had all images of war, destruction, refugees, and statistics and stuff. And then I looked at, this is too depressing, too gloomy, and I decided not to use it.
Sorry.
So this is better, thank you. Just keep this. So always we encounter these kind of, I wouldn't call them objections, I would call them expressions of insecurity from communities that we work with, and we deal with them always on the negotiation tables, let's say. So our adoption of cultural rights as collective rights was key in our work. We did our best not to support an individual artist or a work of art in isolation from the cultural rights of the community from which they come, or to whom the work of art is presented. Some may ask, what if a community rejected a particular artist and persecuted and abused him or her? Of course, this is very possible, but the solution we propose is not to isolate the artist from the community, but rather to facilitate and manage negotiations between him or her and the community, while providing temporary protection if necessary. And we had many cases like this. Because at the end of the day, we dream of a day when marginalized people would defend the artistic freedom and not view it as a threat to the value system that they embrace. The third and final question we faced, although we did not really pay attention to it until 4 years ago, is how we can protect cultural rights from an institutional and structural point of view, not just through the work we present or that we do with communities, but as an organization. Firstly, we realized that this is something that we cannot do alone. As a small organization that specializes in arts and culture, a field that's regarded to be always on the periphery of important fields. So our ability to really impact the discourse on cultural rights is limited by this position and by our size. Rather, this would require a collaboration, a broad collaboration among several organizations working in various fields, because cultural rights affect and are affected by many other rights, individual and collective. Somebody showed me yesterday, I think it was Elena, a report that an organization in Lebanon submitted to the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to housing. Some would say, what's this to do with culture? What is it to do with cultural rights? It is right in the heart of cultural rights because, of course, in many countries, the solution to the acute crisis in providing housing, and I don't know if this is a problem here, but it's a problem in most global South countries, is to build these new settlements or compounds or complexes that would be rows and rows of kind of cement buildings, no theaters, no concert halls, no art schools or art training facilities, nothing, and no open air spaces that are equipped to present art to the community, and no tools for people from this community to create art if they are talented and if they want to. And this, so the right to housing is very important when we talk about cultural rights. Just to give a passing example. We also realized that the challenges standing in the way of protecting cultural rights are global in nature. I mentioned war, and poverty. These are the most long-standing ones. And the impact of climate change is a very pertinent one. So we need to learn and share experiences with peers from different parts of the world. So as this tiny organization that has 16 people working and has an office in Beirut and a small office in Amman, what do? We went very ambitious. We created a platform, a network, for collaboration and solidarity among organizations working in various fields that are aware of the importance of cultural arts. This is how our initiative, Landscapes of Hope, and Belena mentioned it at the beginning, started in 2019 as an exploratory process providing tools for cooperation and solidarity among those seeking social justice and attempting to address the impacts of war, poverty, and climate change while enhancing and supporting the role of culture in this endeavor. So it's an unlikely combination. It's not just anybody who's, any organization that is working to alleviate poverty through small credit, for example. No, they should be also aware of the connection between their work and cultural rights. The network now consists of 25 civil society organizations from Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, the Arab region, and even a couple of organizations from Europe, and many organizations from Latin America, as I mentioned. And they work in fields such as gender equality, digital empowerment, environmental rights, freedom of expression, of course, and also in arts and culture. We are aware of the importance, also aware of the importance of dialogue between civil society organizations like us and others in our network, and many organizations may be present here. The dialogue between these civil society organizations from one side and United Nations organizations that lead the fields of human rights and culture on the other side. And we hope that this dialogue would help bridge existing gaps and find ways of joint action towards protecting cultural rights. We also hope that such dialogue would bring about a clearer understanding of cultural rights and a more prominent position of these rights in international agendas. For us, the human rights-based approach to cultural work means a commitment to advocating and protecting cultural rights as part and parcel of humanity's quest for justice. For us, justice means that every human being should have the right to enjoy theater, music, poetry, sculpture, film, dance, etc., and should have an equal opportunity to create art. This is very important. And even if these people are living in a refugee camp or a slum area. I haven't lost it. We also understand that this kind of belief in justice and this understanding of justice implies a responsibility to address the reasons why people end up living in slums or refugee camps. Finally, with modesty, we recognize that our work is a small drop in the ocean and that the value of our work is confirmed only through continuous questioning and through dialogue with people who ask similar questions. After all, questioning is the first function of creativity. Thank you.
Many comments and questions, but I'll first open the floor for your comments and questions. I think we started a little bit late, so maybe we can take a little more of time, but organize it. So I think we have first here and then on the back.
Yeah, thanks very much for this very interesting and insightful talk. I have one kind of practical question and one more theoretical question. So first, I would be very interested to learn more about how you approach the communities you're working with. You talked about marginalized communities, but how do you identify them in the first place? How do you establish contact and trust, as you said? Does this work via people you already know in these communities? You mentioned civil society organizations, or are you just kind of randomly going into those communities and try to establish contacts in these ways? My second question refers more to the kind of recent criticism of human rights-based approaches, especially in philosophy. They have kind of discussed lengthily to what extent these approaches and theories of human rights are embedded in colonial history, right? So I was wondering, why don't you abandon human rights-based approach at all, or do you try to refine it as part of your practice? It sounded to me a bit as if you want to refine this kind of problematic historical definition of human rights through your work. So
why refine it and not discredit it? Is this the question?
Yeah, no, I'm wondering whether you are refining it or kind of to what extent you're changing it, because obviously there's this problematic history, right, of human rights. So, yeah.
Asma, do you want to answer this? Or
Maybe we'll take a few questions and I will.
Okay. So we have one in the back.
Yeah, in connection to the first question, maybe also problematize the term justice.
Can you get up,
Please stand up.
Sorry. Maybe also, thank you very much, because very interesting talk and long also, more than 10 minutes. Maybe also think of problematizing the term justice. Because coming from the Indian context, Amartya Sen has written about the concept of justice as there are actually two words, nidhi and nyaya. And nidhi is the kind of legal concept of justice, and nyaya is the sense of it feeling rightful. So that is an important distinction. I think when you work with communities who may have a different idea of what is right for them, and the kind of bureaucratic organizations who kind of, for definition, have a kind of legal approach to rights.
Hello, thank you, Basma. It's always joy to hear your discernful voice. I'm gonna react to something that was not the focus of your talk, but it feels to me that when we criticize Europe because it's not fair, an European approach to culture when it's not fair, there is part of this idea it is not fair that Europe is colonial, it's extractivist, exploitative, and so on, and I fully agree on that. But then there's still, but you have it in Europe. And I think that by doing that, we are maybe legitimizing a European approach to culture, which we shouldn't. And I know that you have a different stance, but I wanted to react on that because European project on culture is not just unfair, it's a complete failure. We don't have access to culture in Europe. 18% of people visited opera galleries, museums, 20-something% visited theaters, so European culture is a big failure. When we say that European artists have freedom, they have freedom for self-exploitation. They have freedom to earn and not to express, and so on and so forth. So both on the end of the creativity and on consumption, European culture project is a failure. We shouldn't look up to it, and we shouldn't demand that for the global South. I know that you partly agree on that, but I just needed to react.
I do, but I'm very sorry because I am 65, so my memory is going. Can you remind me of your name?
Goran Tomka. We met in many places, including Beirut, but
okay. With the Hillsheim?
It was a Abara project. Program
okay.
of,
Yeah, we should stop for now. Basma.
Okay. Okay. Now about communities, the first question, and about communities. Of course, relationship, starting a relationship with a community that has been subjected to direct violence like that of war, or long-standing violence like impoverishment, alienation from society because they don't look decent enough or whatever, These communities, if they have been living together for a long time, they have certain issues, and if they just happen to emerge as a community, have other issues. So I want to separate a little bit or differentiate a little bit between a very poor village, for example, somewhere, and a refugee camp that existed only 4 or 5 years ago. So these are, now of course, I mean, social workers know all this that I actually learned through experience. Now, how to address them is a learning process. We started learning from Islamists. This was our first lesson. In November 2012, I visited with a group of people, 17 people, a refugee camp in Turkey for Syrian refugees. And we spent some days in this camp, and then we crossed the border into a village in Syria, and we saw in both places how Islamic groups work. And it was really very important to notice the difference between what they do and the tools they use and what the international aid and relief organizations do. For example, the Norwegian Refugee Council or the Danish Refugee Council or whatever Refugee Council will go around with a tablet, smart young people with tablets who would register people and never look at them. They would just say, what's your name, what's your age, where you come from, and they would register all this on the tablet. And they don't even ask them how they are or nothing. And then they disappeared, and then they appear a few days later with crates that have food and shelter, blankets and clothes and stuff like that. And if nobody is at the tent or the home, they leave it there and they go away. So this is a relationship. Okay? Now the Islamists know everybody by name. They know birthdays, know who's married, who's looking for a bride, whose house has been demolished and they need a bit of help to rebuild. They know every little detail. And they spend a lot of time and effort on socializing with people, building personal relationships. And also, actually, in Egypt, I noticed this afterwards, that this is also how they operate in Egypt. They actually have everybody's birth date, and they send them birthday messages over the phone, for example. And sometimes they have collective birthday parties for people who are born on the same day. So these are very different approaches to working with communities. So when I saw what the Islamists did, I decided that this is the right way. Of course, this is the right way. We are, of course, I mean, we would be competing with them in this way, and this is what happened later. And we are preaching art, and they're preaching paradise or whatever. So, so it's not a competition that we are going to win, but we have a good chance. So this was a key thing, and also to understand and respect people's wishes, what they believe, what's right for them. For people living in a village, they have strong traditions, they know exactly what they need, so it would be more difficult to convince them that filmmaking is something that they should have, for example, or even film screenings. And how can we convince them if they have never seen how films are made? So we have to show by example, show, not tell. We have to attract a few young people from the community to do this. In the case of refugee settlements or camps, it's much easier because people are very vulnerable and therefore are more willing to receive new ideas or interact with new people. They are basically very isolated, so any attempt to reach out to them is met with warmth and welcoming. So this is just, and I mean, this is something we can talk about at length. We did something called the Cultural Relief Convoys, which was designed after the Islamic Relief Convoys, basically. But take the word Islamic out and put the word culture, and we did everything. We had a medical clinic with us, we distributed food and medicines and stuff, and we also did theater training, dance training, filmmaking, everything at the same time, same people. So this is whether to refine or discredit human rights, the human rights-based approach. And this perhaps will connect with Gohan's intervention about Europe a little bit and the status of Europe. I'm a pragmatist. I'm not a theoretician. I'm not an academic. I'm a pragmatic cultural worker. I work on the ground. So yeah, okay. I would refine the human rights based cultural approach if I can in certain contexts as much as possible. If it doesn't work, then I would try to discredit it. But right now, I think it's a good basis. It's a good basis because we are facing up to forces that are much stronger and bigger and in numbers and in resources than us. So why do we need to antagonize the human rights people? They might get on my nerves personally, to be honest, sorry. But, but they should be our friends, not our enemies. So I think pragmatically speaking, yes, I would try to refine the human rights-based approach as much as possible. Now, about Europe and the standing of Europe, I think my stance would be the same. Now, sort of discrediting the European model now would be a hopeless thing to do, really. Questioning it, yes, and this is what I do, what you do, what everybody does. But it's not even the European model, it's also US model. We have this all-powerful economic model that's governing our life. It's dominating everything, dominating politics, dominating everything that's coming from the US and by agency and proxy also in Europe. And we just don't have the capacity to say, no, we don't want to have anything to do with you, we'll create our own models. We just don't have our own money. Our own money is there. So, so I think it would be totally hopeless to do this. So I think to continue to question and continue to also build strengths has to continue for generations. There is no near or clear victory. I'm sorry to say that.
There was a question about justice.
I think I did. The justice question is in the context of what a community would need. How would they define justice? Is it having enough food or having a theater class? I think it's both. Adrian, yes, please.
So, thanks as always, Basma. Wonderful to listen to you. So I just wanted to comment on this point you're making about human rights and that it's a global issue, because I think that's fundamental, and I think it goes back to one of the questions about Europe and so on. And I think in the context of our continent in Africa, with the incredible move into the continent of China, in the work that they're doing in culture, building museums, building theaters, building libraries, educating people, taking them to China, lots of scholarships, Confucius Institutes, mushrooming in every university from, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Zambia, you name it. The question of human rights and culture becomes even more needed to be clarified, because I'm fearing that on our continent, governments are so in need of money that if money is offered, it's taken. No questions asked. But when that money comes from Europe, we have some understanding of the human rights principles that are meant to be embedded in that money. The democracy elements, the fact of a kind of appreciation of artistic freedom, even if it's not happening everywhere, we can reference texts, conventions, human rights, sort of declarations, convention 2005, etc. When it comes to China, we've nothing to reference. And so that's what I'm fearing, that the question of human rights that you're raising is becoming even more and more an important thing to clarify. What do we mean by cultural rights? How do we embed cultural rights more firmly into the human rights lexicon that is in the legislations? And how do we make sure that our constitutions, our cultural policies put it in as firmly as we can? So thanks so much for your intervention.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about this after.
There's
You raise your hand as well.
give me the floor.
I think you take the last one.
Yeah, I would just like to shortly reflect on this, what has been said. And I think it's true that we have conventions and declarations and so on about human rights that we can reference in English because we know to read English, we've been soaked in that culture for decades at least and so on, and we know nothing about Chinese culture. So I think this is exactly the expression of colonialism that we are talking about, is hatred towards China and Chinese culture, hatred towards Russia and Russian culture, hatred towards, I don't know, many, many other cultures that are portrayed only in Western media, and our knowledge is mediated only through Western media. So I think in order to be able to know what to reference from these cultures and take some parts that we maybe might like, we need to start speaking those languages, reading their literature, knowing a bit about their history, the same way as we know about kind of European canons and American canons. And I think that's really also our kind of responsibility to do.
Maybe the last one for you. I think then we can continue discussion. It would be great.
First of all, thank you, Basma. That was a great surprise because we've been talking these days with you by chance, and I really enjoyed your very practical approach coming from your experience as an activist and worker in the field. And now you surprised us, or me, because you are giving also some theoretical perspective on the issues of cultural rights, human rights, and how do they affect people's lives, everyday lives. It was interesting for me, a note you made that you prefer collective rights to individual rights approach. In my view, if individually the rights are enabled, it means they are enabled universally, like in the paradise. It is non-existing situation, but the individual rights approach means that you are struggling for all. Collective rights approach means you have in mind certain groups that need a special enabling. It means you will work with quotas and enable quotas, for example, in the education, in the access for education, or in the access for art training and educating people. So, what is your practical answer to this? For quotas or a struggle for all?
Quickly on the China question, thank you, Abdul. Actually, I need to know more about what's happening because China is not that present in North Africa. They are present, but not like I've seen them in Kenya, in Malawi, in Zimbabwe, but I haven't seen that kind of intervention in North Africa. So I think also in response to your question, I think the Chinese are doing exactly the same that all colonial powers did in history. But they're doing it without war, which is, I mean, of course, they fund wars everywhere, but they don't fight themselves. So I don't know which is better, to fund small militias and armies to kill one another, or to fight directly. So they are funding wars, they are appropriating traditional culture everywhere. They take local cultures and traditions and crafts and things, and they reproduce them, massively killing the original crafts. I was saddened recently, I know they do this with every craft on earth. I'm sure also you have here Serbian crafts made in China. But I was very saddened recently in Amman when I saw a small, beautiful Palestinian plate, and Palestinian poetry, which is originally actually Armenian. Poetry is very beautiful, it's all hand-painted, and then I looked at the back and it said, made in China. So this happens everywhere. And also they buy land in Africa. I just read an article about the sale of land to Chinese companies in sub-Saharan African countries, and it's massive. It's really massive. They're selling huge sort of plots of land to companies, to Chinese companies. And the Chinese companies would bring Chinese farmers. This is the most peculiar thing. They're not even creating jobs for Africans, but they're bringing the Chinese farmers. And I think also they do what the US did, what Britain did a long time ago, what every colonial power did. They support dictators everywhere. And they encourage corruption. So, of course, governments need money, so they give them money, and this way they encourage them to be more corrupt and to stay in power forever. So I think China is not unique. And yes, we need to learn Chinese, not me, of course, but I mean, I think younger people should learn Chinese, should read about China, and not stigmatize China in particular as much as we stigmatize every other colonial power. However, human rights practices in China itself are not that great. I'm not saying that human rights abuses do not happen in the US, but of course there is a difference of degree and type. So we need to look into this with a bit of fairness, and fairness is to be sold, not reached, because as you said, we are all influenced by Western things, thinking and philosophy and everything. Now, the question of collective versus individual rights is something that there is a lot of literature on this subject. And I think it's not either or, it's what's after and what's before. I think it's both of them. For me, collective rights, meaning community rights, communities, not certain groups within the society, but a community in society, come first, and then individual rights. So I'm not calling for overlooking individual rights like freedom of expression or the right to vote or whatever. No, but I think we've seen the right to vote abused in so many places in the world because collective rights are not protected. So I think we start with collective rights and bring in individual rights. The right to vote should be there, but should not precede or undermine collective rights. The right to sort of gather, to right to association, the right to education, the right to everything. Sorry, I think I went on for a very long time. Sorry.
Thank you, Basma, and thank you all for questions. I think you set the tone for the entire day, and this will be discussed, not just over this coffee break. Thank you again.
Now a coffee break and then back to the 3 rooms.
Yes.
I will just use
Is it
an
winter
official
or summer,
opportunity to say
Is it
that
winter
in this
time?
very moment
really cold.
in
It's much colder than
very cold and the morning
Yeah.
in between. For example,
Sorry about the mess.
Australian
everybody. I hope you had very good 2 days of conference. My name is Vera Mevorach. I'm a research fellow from the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory and also a member of the Holocaust Study Laboratory at our institute. And I'm very happy that I got invitation to be a chair to this session. I think that the issues surrounding subalternity in this region where this conference is held is not something which is widespread, and this is why I think it's very important that we're talking about this today, and I'm very happy that we have with us our three panelists, Jelena Savic, Rebecca Fish, and Isidora Savic. So all three of our panelists are going to speak about Roma and Sinti peoples in the Western Balkans and how these subaltern narratives illuminate the interplay between history and present that we call remembrance. The title of this panel is Subternity and Remembrance Work, Practice-Based Alternatives for Subaltern Knowledge Production and Sharing. Our first speaker, Jelena Savic. I read on your website that you identify yourself as East European, post-Yugoslav and Serbian Roma feminist. I would also add to that you're a poetess. Jelena Savic holds an MA in philosophy from Central European University and BA and MA in andragogy from the Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade. And her current research and practice focuses on the studies of whiteness and application of this to the Roma issue in Europe. So in her paper, which will be the first one presented in this panel, The Darker Side of East European Coloniality, the Case of the Balkan Roma, she will give us a critical reflection of epistemic colonization of Roma in Europe and in the Balkans in academia, a very important topic. Jelena. The screen is the bane of academics.
Right.
Okay. Because there are lots of, so now I'm just further away from the mic. Okay. Because there are a lot of things to cover, I'm just going to try to focus here on the three things. So these are all my concepts.
Please use the microphone.
I cannot do microphone and look at this.
Look at in the front, you have on the screen.
But it's not the same screen. Okay.
We'll do this one.
Right. It's a bit complicated.
Sorry for putting it there. Now you're good. Everything will go around.
All right. As I was introduced, I identify myself as Roma. So when I'm speaking from this position as a person who has a BA, MA in philosophy, and will have a PhD also soon, I just wanted to say that I am at this moment with this presentation. I am presenting terms and concepts which I invented because I basically do not have on what to rely on when I'm speaking about Roma epistemology. Critical Roma theory is a very new field and very nuanced in all kinds of ways, and especially in epistemological and philosophical terms. So in this presentation I'm going to present three terms that basically I invented, not on my own, they did not drop from the sky, but I rely on certain kind of production which is present and which is basically theory of whiteness, but other also corpuses of theoretical knowledge. So European cultural supremacy, cultural privileges, and cultural epistemicalization will be the three terms which are going to operate in this presentation. When I'm speaking about Gajo, I wanted you to know that Gajo means non-Roma in Roma language. So non-Roma can be also white or non-white people, and so there is this politics of relation with Gajo who are also not white, but I'm not going to deal with it in this presentation. So when I'm referring to Gajo, I'm thinking about usually Eastern Europeans, white people who are non-Roma. Okay. So my work is referenced on Walter Mignola's work, The Darker Side of Western Modernity, and all this production of coloniality modernity group. And what is their basic premise is that coloniality and modernity are the same. They're different sides of a coin. So in my context, when I'm speaking about Roma in Europe, I'm trying to understand how this operates when we apply this concept of coloniality, post-coloniality in Europe. How does it work in the context of Roma? So I'm speaking about Eastern European post-coloniality as in some analogy with modernity. So also I wanted to say that I'm dealing with epistemological terms based on the Flicker's idea about justice. So it's testimonial justice in the context of so there are certain kind of subjects which suffer from testimonial justice, and these are people who cannot really have a deficit of credibility and owing to the operation of prejudice in the hearer's judgment. So that would mean that not just, so a woman can be in this position, that they're not considered as credible witnesses. Also black people or all like non-white people, but definitely Roma in the context of lack of credibility of what they're saying. In academic context, that would mean that Roma as epistemological subjects have this disadvantage, and I want you just to have this in mind. Also, hermeneutical injustice, which refers to marginalized groups, usually who have low access to knowledge production in general. And they suffer from certain kind of lack of concepts and to refer to their experiences, the things that are happening to them. In this context, I would say that different kinds of subjects can find themselves in this position. Eastern Europeans usually think that they find themselves comparing to the Western Europe, and now I'm just thinking about Roma in the context of Eastern Europe also. This is something that I just wanted to say, that I'm not just considering epistemology in the context of philosophical, academical terms, but I'm introducing this sociological aspects and relying on this production of Kotonji, who actually wrote about this feeding the factories of universities and research centers, and speaking about scientific production as economic production. So all this kind of like events, whatever we do here, it has certain kind of economy. Also, I want you to think about it through colonial perspective. So he's talking about the third world countries, and he's speaking about colonialism in parallel with this academic terms, and the draining the material riches goes hand in hand with intellectual and scientific exploitation, the extortion of secrets and another useful information, as it was natural on a different level that they go hand in hand with the extortion of works of art meant to fulfill the museums of the metropolitan areas. So I'm just putting in the parallel, okay, so these kind of, these levels. When we think about this knowledge production, we cannot think without this. Okay. Now, global white supremacy, so as I said, I didn't come to this idea just on my own. I just want to see it in the parallel with how I define it. It's social, cultural, economic, political model of Gajo domination as foundation of European Gajo privileges. I created this term based on the Mills's notion of global white supremacy, who see this idea how to say, through time and space. And race, of course, is not biologically deterministically explained. It's a social construct, but it persists through time and space. So this is how Charles Mills, one of the rare black philosophers, born in London, lived in Jamaica, and now working in New York. Sorry, he's dead. The point being that he did not consider that the supremacy must exist in the legal framework, I don't know, chattel slavery or something, but it persists even though we can have democratic states or whatever, but they come through different fields, this is economic, cultural, cognitive, evaluative, somatic, and in a sense metaphysical spheres. So in that sense, I'm thinking about the domination of non-Roma people in Europe, and I'm claiming that there is such a thing as European supremacy of non-Roma people over Roma. So why I claim this, it's a long story, but it's basically mainly evidence-based, because if you take any kind of report about how Roma live today, you will see where they are and how much they are discriminated against. And so there are no Roma in politics, in economy, in public life, in culture. So it's a very, very underprivileged situation, so I would say, at the least. Other things are that this system of global supremacy, and in European terms, when we translate it to Gajo supremacy, brings up white privileges in the context of how Mekitosh defines it. And she was a white woman who was trying to address her own privileges as a white woman. So she explained it and said that it's like a package of other assets that we are carrying with us. So it's a bag with certain kind of things, maps, passports, code books, visas, clothes, etc. And so there's a very difficult, how you can explain this to people who are Eastern Europeans that they have privilege. It's a very difficult talk, especially Balkan people, especially people from Kosovo. Like, how are they going to think about it? So it is a job to explain how this works. In the context of Roma, I'm just translating this, and I'm saying that there is this package that even though you might be non-Roma from Kosovo, you might still have this privilege. So I'm claiming that there are Gajo privileges. These privileges, just shortly to briefly map it, I would say they are zero sum. So if somebody has these privileges, somebody else does not have them. So it's a zero sum. Different areas of life they appear. They're in public life, in culture, also in academia. They're intersectional, which means that, okay, that's what I said. So you can also be very, very poor, but at the same time you have this privilege that you're non-Roma. And if you take the statistics, you will see that Roma are multiple times poorer than the poorest non-Roma. So there is this, still privileges that you can cash in. These privileges exist through time and space. So since Roma came to European continent, basically, 12 centuries according to some authors, I claim that they were treated in this way as some others, orientalized, racialized, and that they, from that point on, they have this discrepancy, and non-Roma have these privileges based on this otherness. Also that these are transgenerational privileges, so that somebody actually can benefit in the next generation from these privileges of their ancestors in the context of Holocaust or Porajmos, how Roma call it. This is very important because all the systems that Roma actually built until that time were devastated. So academic elite, which was very, mildly appearing, disappeared, economic wealth disappeared, etc., etc. And especially in the context of knowledge production, I would say that this is really important. Because now Roma do not really have their own academics, historians to think about these issues and to remember. And I mean, there are, but there are very few. Okay, and I would say that these privileges are just at least on two accounts, in the sense that they are in the context of meritocracy. Academia is very famous for its idea of meritocracy. Roma and non-Roma academics are not the same, so it cannot be meritocracy. And based, of course, based on past injustices, because it's unearned what non-Roma now have comparing to Roma. Okay, so some examples I put here. I have a paper on this, but I just wanted to point education, for example, that Gajo are more likely to be able to learn from textbooks by Gajo authors, less likely to be exposed to a group othering, presented in negative light. And you can think about this also in academic terms, like who can be actually an academic. So there are very few Roma. I would say it's a 10%, for example, in Serbia, approximately majority population of highly educated people. In Serbia, there is less than 1%. So who is going to actually come to academia? Who is going to get this possibility to produce knowledge? So, you know, especially even if you come to academia, who is going to get a professorship, who is going to get, I don't know, the resources and stuff. So these are privileges that should be considered also in the academic production. Of course, in culture, because Gajo politics, for example, of memory are more likely to be funded and to be supported, especially in context of Serbia. So some remembrance, of course, exist. Serbian victims might be mentioned, but Roma are very rarely mentioned. So, and even the monuments which exist, for example, to Shaban Bajramović, a famous folk singer, are destroyed, and yeah. So, and he could not really actually get a street even in which he lived because people didn't allow. Okay, so. So yes, so in so because these are things that require certain kind of intervention in academic community, because they, so if you want to consider yourself anti-racist, decolonial, I don't know, to deal with these notions, it would require for you as an academic to deal with these issues, to actually be aware of this positionality of Roma, who are actually racialized, orientalized, othered, etc. I'm not introducing this because there are a lot of papers which are talking about this orientalization and racialization of Roma, so I'm just presupposing this. Okay, so I wanted to know how these Eastern Europeans actually prepare, how they work with this notion of race and racialization in Eastern Europe. So I took, so I just searched and tried to find some papers. This was just basic methodology. Some snowball sampling, and I went through the text of the authors who dealt with this, and search for the word Roma or Gypsy, because Gypsy is not really, it should be used, but it's used, but it's a pejorative term, yeah, so it shouldn't be used, but anyway. Yeah, I don't know why I put this okay. Because this is the examined work, you can see some references. This is not all the work that I read, but some of this I included actually. So these are some of the names of people who produced some seminal works dealing with race and racialization on the Balkans especially. And okay, so how did Roma idea appeared there? So first of all, the Roma are not mentioned. So there are very, very scarce, references to Roma. And there is this Gajo washing that racism without race exists. So this is the rhetoric of Balkanization. Because, so Eastern Europeans consider being racialized because all people involved are white. And they completely forget about Roma and their racialization. Bakic Kaiden also speaks about nesting Orientalism, and the Roma are also, in this case, not mentioned. Nesting Orientalism is that all political groups on the Balkan are considering other groups as somebody who is the other. Roma are not appearing in any context, so it's amazing what happens in this world. Roma are not appearing at all. They're mentioned as Nazi victims, but just mentioned. Nothing was really elaborated. Most of the cases are okay in demography, yes, but they appear as a phantasm of Western Europeans who think about Eastern Europeans. So Roma are actually in this context appearing, and there is a certain kind of skepticism if racism actually exists against Roma in Eastern Europe. So this is, for example, Todorova, yes, Imagine in the Balkans. So she says that she's questioning this anti-Roma racism. Yeah, so of course this exceptionalism is with Gržanić also. She's tossing the ball of racism to the Western people, and she's saying, yeah, they're trying to discipline us to being a good, European citizens by this. So racism against Roma doesn't appear at all. And silencing, of course, even when Roma appear, when they do appear, these are folk singers, for example, Esma Recepova, who is cited, but it's of course secondary source, and she says how famously that the best, that Tito was the best statesman in these parts because he liked us. I think it's a spelling mistake. But so when they appear, so this is what I realized from this research. So Roma are not mentioned, that's one point. Roma are mentioned as a phantasm, so somebody is appearing from the West and saying, oh, this Roma exotic, but they consider it actually as a part of Eastern European stereotypization. If you analyze paratext, that means not just what is said, but how it is written and stuff. Roma are mentioned in one sentence in a body of the text or one word. Gypsy is used, which is a pejorative term, small initial red letter. When you speak about Roma, it's like a small capital letter, a small letter. Roma mentioned in footnotes. So this is a practice. More than often you will find them in footnotes. On the right side, I just remembered to put Sarah Ahmed, who was speaking about this policy of putting people in brackets, putting people, in references, which I named actually epistemic slums. So as Roma are living physically in slums, they're in academic terms put in references in epistemic slums. And Roma bodies do not really exist. Roma mentioned by other authors, so it's a delayed signification. They did not remember themselves, but they are citing other authors who are mentioning them. And that is the ontologization. So Roma bodies are not present. When they are present, when they appear, like in the context of this famous folk singer, they are silenced. So there are no Roma speakers. They are not informants. First of all, they are not informants. Somebody is speaking about them, but they are not informing this conversation. It's all between Gajo people, okay? And they're not out authors. So there is certain kind of Roma academic production right now, and they could have used it, but they either don't know about it, they don't consider it relevant. So there is no this epistemic, authorship, nothing. At the end, I came to this idea of devouring. So the Roma communities become what I called post-territorial colonies. So we Roma did not have this, our territory which would be colonized, but we can consider Roma being post-territorial colonies in the context of post-modernity and post-coloniality. Of course, their bodies and lives become bioproperty, in that sense that you can extract from these bodies some kind of value, some kind of information, and this information basically is the meaning of Roma signifier. Their value is in the term that they can empty the signifier, which can then be filled with the suffering and pain of Eastern European Gajo people, who will then complain how they are treated badly by Western Europeans. So yeah, that's basically it. I just wanted to say that this deficit and destabilization of the meaning of white Eastern European subjectivity, this is the purpose why this can be seen as a colonization exploitation, basically, because this empty signifier, because first bodies are disappearing, voice is disappearing, at the end you have this floating phantasm, floating signifier, which then you can fill actually with this, white signification purposes and substitute this deficit destabilization meaning of a white Eastern European subjectivity. And in the word of Kortonji, then you can say that the subjectivities are devoured, disappear, made unreal in terms of industrial production, and I would say these are Gajo academic laboratories. So this is basically a critique of Gajo academia. Yeah, so I would stop there. There are different kind of stuff I wanted to say, but yeah, okay, so.
Thank you, Jana. I would actually suggest, I think that there is a lot to unpack in your, though it's very valuable, but I'm sure that's going to be the case with the rest of the speakers. So I'd like to take 10 minutes now and get into the discussion about what Jelena said. I think it's academia in this sense is a very important topic, and it's not so often that, like most of us are here, we can discuss this. We will have time in the end after all of the panelists to just get into the general discussion, but I would, so please, yes, go.
No.
Thank you, Jelena, very much for your work.
It works, right? So thank you very much. This was a really interesting and thought-provoking lecture. And you mentioned the role of past epistemological injustice. So as far as I know, very little is known about the past of Roma in Europe, Central Eastern Europe, and this idea that knowledge about creating past through history and heritage for Roma, and this entitles them for equal rights or in many fields of life or in our way of thinking. This is already Gajo epistemological approach as far as I understand. So and especially, so now I see that something like this is going on in this European, constructing, the process of constructing a European Roma nation or culture through institutionalization as well, which is happening now. So I'm just curious, what do you think about this? That is this a contradiction or is it not?
Yeah, I would say it's so creating Roma culture. In a way, this memorization, I see them as necessary. Okay, so if the history of non-Roma exists, I mean, Roma history should be researched, put in textbooks, etc. Because people need to know. People need to know about what happened, and if they know, there is always this mantra, okay, it might happen again. I did not go through this, but the epistemic side is one part of this coloniality and big idea about coloniality of power, coloniality of mind. So if you are able to delete this epistemic, this memory included, but knowledge production in general, I would say that you are actually making the path to get genocide. And it's a part of this decolonial thought. I mean, it's not just that it's like a human rights story, okay? But I don't consider this to be the only thing that is making valuable claim for human rights of Roma. So history is not the only segment of it, okay? So there might be other ways to ground this, search for equality or whatever. So yeah. But it is interesting when you're talking about these institutions of culture. In this context, me and Ana Sladovic, we started one school in the Center for Cultural Decontamination here. We had the one process of thinking about the Roma culture also. And I would say that I understand this, how Roma culture can operate in the system which is already, Gajo supremacy. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. And I understand that Roma might also perpetuate the system, being included, mainstreamed, whatever, and they might perpetuate also violence against other Roma who might be othered, not included in the idea of who this perfect Roma is perfect, but you know, so this kind of canonization of Roma culture through institutions might be also, okay, so Roma elites need to be aware of it. But I'm just saying that this is specifically a question from the position of Gaggio. Okay, so this is really not a major issue because there are like 10 people in whole Europe who are making this kind of Roma Cultural Institute, whatever. You know, so the main issue is with Gaggio and how they are going to decolonize themselves by being aware of anything, you know, any kind of production of Roma. I would say, yeah.
I think we had another one. Yeah.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you very much for a very inspiring talk. I can just like to ask a question. So I passed by this morning in my lovely walk in Belgrade, the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts. Now, my question is there any space for those marginalized in the science space? The question I'm asking is because, well, even in academia, creating space, they always say it's so hard. It's not, maybe, it's an effort. So I just wonder if there's anything that you're aware, any effort to make or create or having some discussion of the space is one thing, and also in publication as well. In academia, the bookstore is lovely. How much of the publication have you noticed? The volumes, amount, and the topics.
Yes, yes. Thank you. So, if there is a space in Serbian academia, I don't know. You have to think, to ask people who are not Roma, and who are, working with this racism, decolonization, and whatever. If they will remember to include Roma, it's up to them. But for academic production, I do know some people are starting now. It's an interesting trend because decolonization became popular. It's now on the agenda. It's economically profitable to produce this kind of events, for example. So, and people are trying to survive, I would say. I mean, academia is not very rich. But anyway, so on this trend, I would say, and especially with Black Lives Matter, okay, with this trend, people started to get engaged with this kind of marginalized groups, including Roma. So there is this kind of indigenization, so you have to deal with the indigenous people, but also to indigenize yourself and so on. And it became interesting how Roma became interesting. And suddenly, after 20 years of my existence, for example, in Serbia, in a feminist movement, after 20 years, some feminist who I know 20 years never called me, she calls me to some event she's organizing, and I have no idea why. I mean, I have, but yeah. She's calling me, and then I'm talking with her, etc., etc. And then I'm presenting my paper, and afterwards she writes a paper about my own production, which is mostly on blog, because I didn't really have any kind of production. So now she has this kind of tendency to present my work. Basically, she doesn't add much, to my work, but she put it in her frame. She's repeating actually usual stereotypical way. It's a new way of how to stereotype Roma, how to use. So I would say there is this kind of old way where you treat them as Oriental, other, blah, blah, and there is this new way how academics today do it. Okay, so they're perceiving themselves as they're in a proximity to you and in knowing what you're talking about, but still they're claiming from their Gaggio positionality the right way to read my work, the right way how it's done, how to interpret it, etc. So and recently I just read. Tumbas also wrote one article about Roma artistic and academic production. She is a woman who wrote also a book about Serbian feminist performative arts in Yugoslavia. And there are this kind of interesting ways how they separate this production. Because on the one way there is this Yugoslav, nostalgic, very nice, and Roma are mentioned as being supported by these women. So this is something very interesting. Through performance, for example, Women in Black did some performance in Roma settlement, etc. And so Roma racism in feminist movement is absolutely no question. In Yugoslavia, in socialism, nothing, okay? But on a separate on a separate article, she's dealing like mapping Roma production, very new from Central European University, this cultural institute and so, and she's presenting them as somebody who is really fighting their way, like this Amazon woman, blah blah blah. And I'm just taking from my positionality, but they're all EU fucking women, Roma women, and they all have these higher positions in academia. I mean, they're not really representative in that sense. Okay, so there are different kinds of politics that we can talk about in the modern, production. Sorry.
No, Jana, thank you. I think I think it's good that you're. If you continue to talk, I think that there were so many things that you didn't get a chance to. I want to use my privilege as a moderator to actually ask the last question, and I hope we will come back to this maybe even more self-reflectively in the end of the panel. So I know you said that it's important for academia, for academics to become aware of these issues. But on the other hand, and this is in the title of the conference itself, we can see this inherent criticism in footnoting. So the only thing that we, for now, that we see is happening in some sort of massive level is that kind of gendering. This is the model that we have, like gendering text, gendering research. So do you see, is footnoting for you completely unacceptable? Is this a way that we see already in academia, or just whatever we're writing about, researching, becoming aware, something like the othering of any kind of social research? And if not, what would you say? Do you have any idea in your mind of what would be the right way or a way forward to try to?
Sorry, I didn't understand really. Like when you say that this is the only way. I mean, I'm not really.
No, that's the only way. This is the way that it's. What is being done, it's generally being done, not only in academia, but in the
No, it's
society.
generally not being done that way. Generally, it's done that you reference the author, you put the name, and you put it in the body of the text. You don't put it in a reference. In reference, you put things that are of secondary order value, and not really citing some authors at all. I would say that how you do it with other Gaja authors, then you should do it the same with Roma authors. I mean, there is. I don't know why it's a question at all. I mean.
No, of course. I'm just saying we're not talking about the same issue. I completely
Maybe I
agree with
didn't
you.
understand.
I'm talking about in general research and how the academics. So one thing is when you're dealing with topics like Orientalism in the Balkans, and it's this is a completely different thing. We're just excluding a group where it cannot be excluded. But the other thing, I think my impression from your presentation is that the whole of academia needs to be aware. I mean, that the entire system needs to be aware of this. Everybody, whatever work they're doing. This is why I ask footnoting. Is footnoting in that sense like doing nothing? It's doing only bad things? And what would be the alternative in your mind if you have any? Of course, you don't have to.
I don't know, maybe we still don't understand each other, because I don't know what you mean like footnoting when. Why would Roma be footnoted even if you don't deal with Orientalization, racism, or whatever? Why would they be footnoted? Why wouldn't they be in the body of the text? I just don't get it. Why is this strategy? Why would we talk about this strategy at all? Like it's something that's like so basic that it's like, oh, but it's necessary. We have to do it, but should no. I mean, it's very low standards academics have, like very low standards to make them feel good. That's the same with the feminists. They say, I cannot even say that that Serbian feminism is white. Why? Because a woman who is leading the main donor organization tells me, no, there are some women who are doing something for Roma women. There are no Roma women in any feminist organization in Serbia leading it, being in a board, making decisions, nothing. but you cannot really say that they're not white. I mean, requirement from Gajo people to be in solidarity with Roma needs to be much higher. I mean, now especially with this ontological turn and stuff like that, all subaltern, whatever, marginalized groups, if you want to be in solidarity, you need to put up higher your standards. Okay, so it's not just not putting in notes, in references, but like really not just putting it in a bracket and then like naming some authors and then giving your own interpretation of what they say. No, you have to put their words, you have to quote these words, you have to engage with what they're producing. Okay, and then at the end you have to ask yourself, why am I actually writing about this issue at all? I mean, if it's the name of the, I don't know, if you're dealing with racism and Orientalism and stuff, I keep asking myself, why are these Gajo people producing this kind of knowledge? What is their motivation? How it affects their life? How they are producing this? Is it benefiting them? Like, in which way? I know that in the context of economical production and academia being economical stuff, it's a work which brings you certain kind of benefits now, certainly, okay? So I just want to say that whatever you do, you have to engage with the production of Roma, and you have to maybe move away. Maybe you have to stop producing this knowledge. And let this be, it's not really anymore question, can subalterns speak? Yeah, we fucking speak, but like, can non-subalterns shut up? Okay.
Thank you also for two panelists for this fight change. I really hope that we're going to continue this discussion. I hope Jelena didn't find sense in any of my questions.
No, it's very interesting.
This is why we should communicate. So our next speaker is Rebecca Fish. Rebecca is a project manager at the Central Council for German Sinti and Roma in Heidelberg and in Berlin, Germany, where she focuses on remembrance in the Western Balkans. Her background is in cultural diplomacy, literature and theater, but also as our last speaker on the topic of Roma issues in the context of remembrance, study and practice. Her graduate thesis dealt with the role of survivors' artworks in remembrance of the National Socialist genocide of Sinti and Roma. Rebecca, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Jelena, for, I think, setting the ground for this whole panel perfectly, which is the very basis of what we're trying to talk about. Short introduction, short disclaimer, I'm not Roma, I'm Gajo. I'm still gonna talk now. Lots of figuring out, of course, in like why am I talking in that position and from what perspective, and I still decided to work in this field because for me this is also a question of responsibility. There's actually a very nice term created by an artist living in Germany. She calls it as a response to migration background. She calls a lot of people have actually a Nazi background, and that fits for me perfectly. My family was not in resistance or not in any non-privileged position, so yeah, for me this is a question of responsibility and solidarity. Still, with this presentation now, what I will be doing is not presenting any of my own work. I will present two projects that the Central Council of German Sinti and Roma is running. It's an umbrella organization that is representing the interests of German Sinti and Roma at the level of policy and civil rights. And I would like to share some ideas and approaches of how empowering marginalized positions and knowledge, especially in the field of remembrance, can contribute to advocating human rights and combating discrimination today, especially when it comes to racism against Sinti and Roma minorities, anti-Gypsyism. I will be very brief with a bit of historical background. Samudari pen means the Holocaust on Sinti and Roma is used just as Poraimos at the moment. Then a few words about remembrance, describe the projects very briefly that I just mentioned, and then go a bit into the approaches of remembrance and the combination or the connection to combating anti-Gypsyism. The Nazi genocide perpetrated on the Sinti and Roma is unparalleled in the centuries-old shared history of these minorities and the majority in society. But it is also not without preconditions. Prejudices and resentment towards the Sinti and Roma communities are deeply rooted in European history. In the German Empire and Weimar Republic, the authorities gradually established special legislation directed against so-called gypsies, such as entry and settlement bans, restrictions on trading, and so on, which are leading to marginalization and criminalization. Also, already in 1899, comprehensive monitoring and registration started, which then made it possible for the Nazis to tap right into the body of collected police data. Nazis gradually excluded Sinti and Roma from all areas of public life and deprived them from their rights. For example, on the left side, you see Walter Winter, who was part of the Navy, Army. He later died. Sorry, I'm very sorry. He was sent to Auschwitz-Birkenau, but he survived Auschwitz and several camps. On the right side, you have Johann Trollmann, who was a professional boxer, but all his awards that he won were then taken away from him because he was a Sinti. Like Jewish populations as well, Sinti and Roma were declared to be artfremde Rassen, which literally translates to races of different species or racially foreign, and were therefore excluded from the Volksgemeinschaft, people's community. To define the Sinti and Roma, who that actually is, or that was then from the Nazis called Zigeuner, Nazis established a whole field of racial research, for example at the Racial Hygiene Research Center established in Berlin in late 1936. So you see some racial examination certificates, IDs that clearly state racialization, and also some excerpts from the list of names from Sinti and Roma who were deported from Ludwigshafen, Germany. The map shows the main sites where the Holocaust was perpetrated on Sinti and Roma in occupied Europe, recording of known concentration camps, extermination camps, and other camps where Sinti and Roma prisoners were held. The actual number of camps and execution sites is far higher, because especially in Eastern Europe we have a lot of cases where Sinti and Roma were killed, persecuted, massacred outside of camps. So this is literally just a very small part of the story, and the many mass graves remain undiscovered until today. After 1945, many high-ranking officials continued their work in police, in old and new structures, as well as in racial research. In compensation proceedings, many issued statements about their former victims, referring to the Nazi files in the very process. They tried to cover up their own role within the regime by reinterpreting the deportations of entire families as supposed crime prevention measures. It was not before 1982 that the National Socialist crimes committed against the minority were officially recognized under international law as genocide for reasons of race. Within this ongoing discrimination, German Sinti and Roma organized themselves politically, especially in the German context. That's what I will be focusing on now for this part. The civil rights movement started in the 1970s after Anton Lehmann, a German Sinti, was shot by police officers. That movement also organized the first large-scale international remembrance ceremony for Sinti and Roma victims at the former Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. They also organized to take back a huge pile of documentary materials from the Nazi area of this Racial Hygiene Research Center, which included family trees, measurements, card files, tens and thousands of And all these documents were the very basis of the genocide and its planning, and it was still used after 1945 in universities. So the civil society movement actually managed to take all these documents and make sure that it's not used in academia anymore for the use of, in that tradition. Also what you see on in the right picture is a hunger strike that was staged by 11 Sinti, 3 of them also survivors of the Samudari pen, at the Church of Reconciliation on the grounds of the former Dachau concentration camp during 1980s Easter weekend. They gained widespread coverage in both national and international media, and the strikers, who included, as I said, the survivors as well, received a show of public solidarity on a broad scale, and in the end even the Bavarian Minister of the Interior could not just not talk about it any longer, and he finally relented and acknowledged publicly that any form of discrimination against Sinti and Roma had to be abolished. Today, Sinti and Roma are still the largest, represent the largest minority within Europe. Many of them still, now just repeating, are exposed to discrimination. Minority rights often only exist on paper. And in this context, we also see huge inequalities in remembrance, for example. So even the official memorial in Auschwitz-Birkenau to mark the former so-called Zigeuner Lager was an initiative by individual activists. It was no state initiative, it was formed by activists. On the right you see the National Memorial in Berlin, which was only created after 20 years of civil society struggle in 2012. The official European Memorial Day for Sinti and Roma was only established in 2015 after years of struggles. So I'm going to skip that. Very briefly, as we're in theory talking about the practice-based alternatives, the 2 projects that the Central Council at the moment is running with several partner organizations in the Western Balkans are on the one hand an exhibition project. The exhibition is called Racial Diagnosis Gypsy, the Nazi Genocide of the Sinti and Roma and the Long Struggle for Recognition. The exhibition already existed in German, and it was shown in Germany and in Slovakia before, and now we brought the English version to the Balkans, Western Balkans. So we started Belgrade, Niš, Bitola, Skopje, Pristina, Prizren, Tirana, Podgorica, and we'll continue with Sarajevo and Banja Luka. The idea or the approaches in this exhibition project are, on the one hand, not to have the exhibition itself, but also to have an opening with high-level guests, panel discussions, lectures, visits by school. And through those, we try to reach different groups, different target groups, including the media, mainstream media, the broader public, also especially members of the community minority, but also politicians, representatives, decision-making persons and stakeholders. The second project, very briefly, is also connected to the same topic. It's a cooperation between Germany, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, which basically includes 3 components of training and capacity building, local research and biography, and awareness raising and advocacy activities. So within all these are the main approaches. So we focus on capacity building, self-empowerment, and advocacy and awareness raising. And then you can see that taking up the fight against anti-Gypsyism and for epistemic justice, promoting remembrance of the Holocaust of Sinti and Roma, and strengthening the narrative from the perspective of the Roma community. That's, I mean, it's very key phrases now, but that's the essence, right? So here again, a bit put differently, I'll skip now, and just Jörn Rode, German ambassador to Kosovo at the moment, actually summed it up in very easy words. The exhibition is so important because on the one hand, it recognizes the genocide of the Roma people in the Second World War committed by Nazi Germany. On the other hand, it's also a lesson that we must never forget and raise awareness against anti-Gypsyism and racism. So these are the 3 key points again. And on a half personal but also a bit political note, I would like to end with a quote by Raymond Gourem. You saw him also on the first slide, small memorial to him in his hometown. He's a survivor and fighter in the French resistance, and he said in giving a testimony to young people a few years ago, "My testimony is for young people. Don't leave your future to the hands of bloody fools. You must resist. You must resist the discrimination, racism, violent evictions to which the Roma and travelers are falling victim across all of Europe. We, the old ones, have lit the flame. Now it is up to young people to feed it, make it grow, and so that it becomes stronger. Young people, stand up, stay standing, and never fall to your knees."
Thank you, Rebecca, a lot. Maybe before we continue, I didn't get a chance to move on, but if you wanted to, you started with the reaction to Jana's performance. If you want to make some comments in general, how you see this kind of work. You spoke about this kind of work, and it happens in this kind of non-governmental sector, the civil sector. Do you see it in some way opposed or to what Jana spoke about, or you want to make some comment? No.
A comment, sure, why not, but not to oppose at all. I think it's just very different approaches that need to work together in the end. So I don't think that it makes sense to, for example, say that approaches in academia are more valid or in civil society sectors. It's just there needs to be a change in very different places, basically everywhere. And there is not enough knowledge production, but also not enough sharing of knowledge in so many places, which is again, I think, a question of, okay, on the one hand, it's of course always like figuring out from what side do you actually work on a topic, and also who is speaking. On the other hand, as I said, like it is also not only in academia, but also in civil society, in NGOs, in also non-formal sectors, so important to just hear and to listen. And I think this project is always somewhere in between. So on the one hand, we do have these approaches of including schools and working with students, and also inviting then scholars for the lectures. But still, we're working with politicians as well, right? So we're always trying to find a balance now within this project, but with that also to show that we need to work in all of those directions, because it's not a problem, like anti-Gypsyism is not a problem that is just in, like, I don't know, just the case in one small part of society. It's everywhere, and that's maybe why this was such a very broad walkthrough now.
Okay. We'll go on now and then come back to the...
May I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation, Rebecca. My question is very brief. Could you inform us about the organizational structure of this umbrella organization? What does the staff composition look like? Whether there are any Sinti Roma people working in this, and how do you decide on these projects? I mean, with whom you decide to work on this projects? So it's nice to hear about projects, but I am a bit, curious about the structure, organizational structure.
You want to take two questions?
Yeah, at the time.
No, you finished earlier actually, so we can,
Should be, there should be. Okay. Yeah, my
Thank you for your question.
Also goes in these lines. First of all, thanks to both of you. Sorry, I came a little late for the first paper, but it was wonderful listening to you. As a person of Indian origin, not only, but also because I was a person of Indian origin, the the situation of the Sinti and Roma in Europe especially, but all over the world, also in the Near East, in Anatolia and other parts of the world, is something of concern for me personally, and it is nice to see that it is now of increasing concern for the government of India also. And recently the government of India has been going on and building memorials in Polish jungles, and did something in Romania also. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, this is a question to all of you, but especially to, I think, Rebecca. Thank you so much. That was really very impressive. I just wonder, because the German system of having central councils, Zentralrat der Juden in Deutschland, Zentralrat der Islam und this mechanism for research on Islam and all, it is a very good instrument, of course, but at the same time, this beautiful or not beautiful German word Pauschalisierung, in the sense you separate an issue, you pack it into a certain council, and the work within this council is seen as the only real recognized work. Does this, in your opinion, does this really help with, of course it helps, but could something more be done with a slightly more open structure? This is a question especially to you and in general, and also to you. I really hear you, I really see what you're saying. And as we were just discussing, my colleague here and I, it's time we were as sensitive to the intergenerational insult which was directed at the Sinti and Roma in Belgrade. Also in linguistic, in terms of linguistic registers, for example, the gender Sternchen, the gender star, the gender colon, or for example, what we use for the N-word, right? For example. So these practices are still not as accepted in academia as should be. And is there a debate either in Serbia and the Balkans in general? And certainly I know there's not that much of a debate about the linguistic aspect of doing justice to Sinti. Thank you.
Sorry, Rebecca, just sorry, taking it away before giving Rebecca the answer. Thank you so much for your question. I will just ask Jelena to keep her answer for the end when we finish with all the presentations, and then we'll hopefully get into wider discussion, and I will just give Rebecca the opportunity to shortly answer both. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think the first question I can answer for sure. The Central Council of German Sinti and Roma is an umbrella organization, meaning there are 17 member organizations on a more regional level that are organized in democratic structures. They also again have members which are both individuals and also civil society organizations. And then they form the council. And the council has an office in which both Roma and non-Roma employees work. They have institutional funding as well from a government side, so it's somewhere in between, not completely on project based, so this is actually, it gives a lot more opportunities to actually work on a more structural basis. And then in addition to that, there are projects running on the side. So this is not an organization that runs from project to project and always jumps with the next funding, which is a very good position to also do some technical work. But yeah, again, like this, it is like both Roma and non-Roma and Sinti in the structures and in the office especially. And about what is the right approach, well, if we only knew, then I think we would definitely have a whole different discussion on state as well as on regional level in Germany. Maybe just very briefly, we are not the only organization, we are not the only structure. There is a lot happening. There is a lot happening with very diverse approaches, and also not everybody agrees with everything what the organization is doing. And this is great, right? So we have a discourse, there are discussions of what are the right approaches, and yeah, I'm in that structure at the moment, which does not mean that it's the only one that is working, but maybe also central councils are a thing in Germany, is possible, but yeah, it's for sure not the only one, and not the only right one. That also you cannot speak, that nobody would say that they speak for the whole minority. It's too diverse, too many groups, too many opinions, and that is, no, that's just not happening.
Thank you so much. So we're gonna round up this panel, I think, with the wisdom of the organizers with the topic of art. So we spoke about academia, spoke about the civil sector, and now our last speaker, which is Isidora Savic, who is an art historian and curator at the Belgrade City Museum. And she's currently working on her PhD thesis in the field of art history, specific Italian symbolist painting. So her presentation is titled Visual Representations of the Romani Women in the 19th and early 20th century Serbian Art, from Oriental and Erotic to Ethnographic Subject Matter. I think that this title needs no further explication, and I'm looking forward to hearing about how traditional art seems or not is in recent Serbian history is dealing with this topic. Isidora, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Now we are going to talk about the Romani people, and especially Romani women, from art historical perspective. And as you know, Roma people, and especially Romani women, have been a recurrent subject matter in West European art and visual culture for centuries. Numerous examples of such depictions can be found in works of renowned painters and sculptors throughout Europe. While some portrayals of Romani people can be traced back to the Middle Ages, primarily in the field of religious art, their popularity increased during the Renaissance and Baroque periods. Unlike the Middle Ages, where Romani themes were integrated into major religious paintings, Renaissance and Baroque artists and their patrons popularized what was then called, and is now considered a pejorative term, gypsy themes. These themes became central and often standalone motifs in paintings and sculptures, carved marble or other materials, especially in the field of portraiture. This trend was also evident in Serbian art, which developed its own artistic tradition, largely influenced by European art. Many Serbian artists active in the 19th and early 20th centuries received education abroad, attending prominent artistic centers such as Vienna, Munich, and later Paris after the World War I. By bringing their European experiences back to Serbia, particularly Belgrade, they developed a local version of European art that reflected the social, political, historical, and cultural context. Although certain artistic movements seemingly emerged in Serbia and later Yugoslav art relatively late compared to European art, they are no longer considered manifestations of provincial art after abandoning the traditional art historical concepts of their center and its retrograde provinces. For example, Impressionism, one of the first modern movements in European art, originated in Paris in the late 1870s, but only emerged in Serbian and Yugoslav art in the early 20th century. Stylistic expressions, themes, and motifs were also transferred from the European artistic background to Serbian art. This includes the Roma narrative, which is, as we will discuss next, conceptualized according to the dominant West European cultural model. With these subtle differences in mind, we will delve into our topic, which is the visual representations of the Romani women in the 19th and early 20th century Serbian art. The aim of this presentation is to provide a comprehensive overview of this subject matter and interpret it within the contextual art history methodology, considering not only the aesthetic qualities of the artworks in question, but primarily the intentions of the artist who produced them, influenced by the historical, geographical, political, and social framework, as well as gender relations. It should be noted that much of European and Serbian art production depicting Roma people unfortunately relied on stereotypical images, often portraying the Roma cultural identity with negative connotations. This is evident in the titles of the artworks under examination, which still, as you can see, use the original, now considered pejorative term gypsy. To maintain the authenticity of their sources, we have chosen to retain these titles. While it is plausible that many artists of the time were unaware of such discrimination, thanks to subaltern or postcolonial and feminist studies, these works of art have acquired new meanings.
they can now be decoded through an understanding of the invisible yet pervasive discrimination based on ethnicity and gender resulting from the West European cultural hegemony. When analyzing the paintings and sculptures in questions, it is important to bear in mind that they were predominantly created by white, male, heterosexual individuals from Western Europe. They were often intended for collectors who shared the same origin and perspective. However, as we will see, there were slight differences when Roma themes were depicted by early 20th century women artists who adopted a different point of view, free from social, racial, or gendered exclusion, nurturing a more human approach. Throughout the presentation, we will also explore how Roma people have predominantly been portrayed by Western European artists through the lenses of otherness. Roma women in particular were often depicted as exotic, erotic, or ethnographic subjects in European and Serbian art, as we can see also in these examples, irrespective of the diverse geographical and historical contexts of the artists and art consumers. Sadly, Romani women were unfairly objectified, their bodies fetishized, and they were frequently portrayed as passive victims of patriarchy in need of saving. At times, they were viewed as sexually available objects of fantasy or even depicted as old witches. The cultural identity and femininity of Roma women have been consistently misunderstood and mistreated. Through critical exploration and analysis of such artworks, our aim is to reclaim the importance of a conscious gaze among contemporary art consumers and shed light on the multiple hidden layers beneath these aesthetically refined and academically successful paintings and sculptures. To begin our presentation, we will showcase representative examples of high art from the Western European production of the early modern and modern ages. Notably, renowned painters like Caravaggio, a Milan-born artist who was active predominantly in the late 16th and 17th century, frequently featured genre paintings depicting Roma people. In one of his most famous work, Fortune Teller, Caravaggio portrayed one of the commonly stereotypical visualizations of Romani women. During that time, Romani women were unfortunately often associated with vice, trickery, and theft. During that time, in the painting, a young woman on the left, referred to as Egyptian at that time, interacts with a gentleman on the right wearing a hat, gloves, and a sword. She holds his hand to read his fortune. The position of her fingers, with the index finger on the young man's ring finger, which displays a visible ring, suggests that she may have intentions to steal his jewelry. Her ethnic origins are easily recognizable through her hairstyle, a long turban, and a cape, which is a thick fabric attached to the shoulder. The neutral background, devoid of ornamentation or details, draws the viewers into the scene, symbolically making a witness. Inspired by Caravaggio, his followers, known as Caravaggists, reproduced similar thematic variations, contributing to the recurrence of such stereotypical images frequently encountered in Western European art production. Another common association attributed to Romani women in the past was their preserved inclinations towards a sense of freedom. An example of this can be seen in one of the most famous portraits by Frans Hals, a renowned painter of the Dutch Golden Age, who lived and worked in 17th century Haarlem. The portrait depicts a laughing Romani woman in a bust format. Her face is nearly full frontal, with her gaze directed downwards on the right. Her brown hair cascades over her shoulders, and she wears a red bodice over a white chemise, revealing her cleavage in a sensual way. Although this portrait is often regarded as a generalized study of facial expression and unconventional attire, rather than a commissioned portrait, it presents an image of a woman who appears liberated from social norms. Her pose, hairstyle, and clothing seem so spontaneous that they contradict the social codes of the time. The natural setting further reinforces the notion of a woman detached from material constraints. The young woman seduces the viewer with her sensuality and her natural attitude, but she also embodies vice and immorality. Apart from the stereotypical depictions of the Roma population in the Western European imagination, there are also some atypical and isolated examples of representation of Romani women in early modernism. An unconventional visual representation of a Roma model can be found in Camille Corot's painting from 1865. Known for his ethereal portraits, Corot captured the essence of the Romani woman in his painting titled Zingara, meaning gypsy in Italian, evoking a mode of poetic melancholy. In this portrait, Corot presents a unique perspective on Romani women. While the presence of a musical instrument symbolizes the traditional association of the Romani people with a joyful spirit in music, Corot orchestrates the scene with his model in a quite natural setting, recapturing the image of a Romani figure deeply intertwined with nature. As a representation of Romani women can be found in the works of Petar Ubavkic, the first academically trained Serbian sculptor. During his study stay in Rome in 1885, he sculpted the bust of an unidentified Romani woman in white Carrara marble. This sculpture stands out within his body work due to its veristic details and the influence of renowned Italian sculptor Canola. Ubavkic carved the face of the Romani woman as envisioned stereotypically in Western art, presenting her as a lady wearing a headscarf adorned with coins and heavily ornamented with rich jewelry. She embodies the Romani women as an oriental figure, simultaneously exotic and sensual. Romani women as a subject matter also appeared in the works of Nadezhda Petrovic, the most prominent Serbian female painter and one of the pioneers of Serbian Impressionism and modern art in general. Despite her relatively short life of 42 years, Petrovic was an incredible prolific artist who extensively experimented with different styles, incorporating Impressionist, Fauvist, and Expressionistic tendencies. During her Serbian phase, which followed her time in Munich, Petrovic began painting various themes and motifs, including those related to the Roma community. These works were part of her broader interest in Serbian folklore and were created during her numerous travels across Serbian territory. Inspired by the diverse and ornate traditional clothing, Petrovic depicted various female figures in local costumes. Her aim was not solely to depict their facial features in a realistic manner, highlighting their ethnic origins, but also to use their folk national costumes, reinventing a form of Orientalism or an urban perception of an undiscovered rural world, encompassing both documentary and ideological meaning. When approaching Romani women, Petrovic treated them like any other women she encountered in the southern parts of Serbia, including towns and rural areas along the Nisova river basin and the vicinity of Pirot. She painted them with the intention of expressing the vibrant colors of their costumes, focusing almost exclusively on their portrait representation rather than on possible genre scenes. From her paintings, we can gather that she approached them with curiosity and respect, avoiding the portrayal of Romani women as exotic or oriental others. Instead, she depicted them as ordinary women who could be found throughout Serbian territory at the beginning of the 20th century. The portrayal of women in everyday traditional national clothing, especially those worn for festive occasions, also inspired Petrovic's female colleagues, who belonged to the first generation of Serbian modern painters in the early 20th century. Among them was Danica Jovanovic, one of the lesser known but highly influential Serbian female painters of the time. Jovanovic began her art studies at the Belgrade School of Arts and Crafts and continued them at the Munich Damen Academy in 1910. In her body of work, we can also find motifs featuring Romani women, characterized by their beauty and veristic, almost authentic details. While it is uncertain whether these paintings were created en plein air or in the studio, with models posing in front of the painter's easel, they possess a distinct blend of Orientalistic tendencies and realistic academic art. In fact, the artistic legacy of Danica Jovanovic, created between 1909 and 1914, includes a pair of representations of Romani women. These figures were primarily painted on smaller pieces of cardboard with a sketch-like and dynamic style, suggesting the use of live models. However, there are also instances that suggest the use of postcards as references. The themes explored in these paintings position them within the Serbian national emancipation movement, aligning with the concept of women's emancipation in Serbia and Serbian art. Unlike Nadezhda Petrovic, Danica Jovanovic focused on capturing delicate details, carefully studying people and their facial features, which is evident in her motifs featuring Romani women as well. We conclude our presentation with the remarkable opus of Beta Vukanovic, a Serbian painter of German origin. Born as Babette Bachmeier in Bamberg in 1872, she chose to spend an impressive 74 years in Belgrade after marrying her colleague Risto Vukanovic. Despite her German background, Beta Vukanovic embraced her husband's surname and the Cyrillic alphabet, signing her paintings in Serbian after her arrival in Belgrade from Munich in 1898. Vukanović found herself captivated by the oriental atmosphere of Belgrade and quickly became inspired by the local people, particularly by the members of Roma and Jewish communities, who soon became her favorite models. According to her own accounts, she formed friendships with some of them during their modeling sessions. Additionally, Vukanović developed such close relationships with the Romani women residing in Čugora and Jalija that she even attended their feasts and wedding ceremony. These intimate interactions are revealed throughout Beta Vukanović's interviews conducted in the latter half of the previous century. As a visual chronicle of what Linda Nochlin termed the spaces of femininity, Beta Vukanović was not only a dear friend to the Romani women in Belgrade, but also their benevolent co-citizen and portraitist. Her art beautifully captures the essence and spirit of these women, providing a unique glimpse into their private lives and experiences. During this synthetic overview of the portrayal of Romani women in Serbian art of the 19th and early 20th century, we have highlighted the influences of Western European styles and themes on the painters and sculptors active in Belgrade. The artworks present a diverse range of motifs featuring Romani women depicted in erotic, exotic, and ethnographic settings. While male artists often portray them as objects of sexual desire, viewing them through the lens of the erotic other, due to the dominant male roles in the patriarchal society, female painters took a more realistic approach. They sought to capture the authenticity of Romani women's facial features and the richness of their ornamental costumes. As women and artists who had to fight for their own rights and independence as creators in a predominantly male sphere of art, female artists seem to have a deeper understanding of and empathy for Romani women. They considered them as equal co-citizens, striving not only to exclude them from the diverse tapestry of ethnic and cultural groups present throughout Serbia. Through their benevolent approach and often close relationships with the Romani women, exemplified by the case of Beta Vukanović, these artists not only visualized them as equals alongside any other potential models, but also gave them a voice that had been unjustly taken away in previous epochs when Romani women were treated as the ethnic other and objectified within a patriarchal system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Isidora. So we're going to have at least half an hour to start a discussion. I will maybe start with asking you, Isidora, do you know in the Belgrade City Museum or in the National Museum how many works that represent Romani people are actually exhibited? Do you know have this kind of information?
Yes, for example, the bust sculpture of a gypsy made by Petar Vukic is the part of the permanent exhibition at the National Museum in Belgrade. So there are some examples. Yes, we showed it at the beginning of the presentation. Not too many, but in some cases, yes, there are exhibited.
Do you have some comment on the way it's presented or contextualized, or do you have
I think it is placed in a good manner, and it shows also the ability of the artist, because he was the first academically trained sculptor in Belgrade, but it also shows this interest in ethnographic motifs such as those of Romani women. So I think it is highlighted in their permanent exhibition.
Okay, I would first ask Jelena and Rebecca if they want to maybe offer some comments on Isidora, and then we can go back to the questions from the audience and start from the one that we didn't. If you have any comments, of course. No.
Well, I do, but I'm not really sure that I'm gonna...
You should speak. Don't not speak.
I'm just trying to see how this interpretation of Eastern European artists fits into the story that I just told. And I'm afraid that it does. Okay. In a context in which, but it's your interpretation. So, so I just, I always have this difficulty, you know, like how Eastern Europeans usually have this tendency to instrumentalize mentioning of Roma to claim certain kind of claims. In my presentation, it was often this discrimination of Roma is used to claim discrimination of Eastern Europeans. And Eastern Europeans suffering was actually like interchangeably used. Okay, so this idea of Eastern Europeans is white, it's Gadro. And in this context, it reminded me on some of the examples that I read. Somehow they're here also used to claim how Eastern Europeans are actually presented in a positive light. And the interpretation which you give is that these women were presenting Roma in some kind of more humane way. Okay, so they're not exotic, but and that they were friends, they were beneficiaries, or no, benevolent, and so on. And it just, I don't know if that's true. I really don't know in which way they participated in their life, in which way they actually treated them as equals. I really doubt that they treated them as equals. And the situation in which they present private elements from their lives, I mean, that's like really, I don't know, so giving yourself the right to do that, it's really voyeuristic in a way, it's really intrusive for me. And when I see these pictures, I'm not really seeing much difference between this presentation and the Western European presentation. These are pictures of poverty, of Orientalism, of stereotypical presentations. And for me, as a Roma, they don't really make that much of a difference if it's Western European or Eastern European, really. I have to deal with all of these stereotypes, and that's the legacy that I have to deal. So yeah, and this solidarity of Roma women, for me, it reminds me of my own positionality in Serbian feminism, when they say that they're in solidarity with me, through this like model of how to say that they are taking care of my needs. They're like a Christian saving mothers who are, you know, like my patrons, who are going to do something nice for me in my life. And they never question their positionality. They don't question where do they get this power, and if I want it. And there is no Roma, I would say, Roma art criticism. Yeah. So there is only to be decolonial thinking about these pictures of Eastern Europeans. Yeah. So So I don't know. I mean.
Yeah. Is it okay to go ahead if you want to after Professor?
I would just like to add one comment, which means that, of course, there is not a big difference between Western European and Eastern European, as she started her presentation, but not using the word. We, Eastern Europeans, we were self-colonized culturally. It was all, and she presented quite well, Impressionism 30 years later, we were following Matisse, we were following, etc., etc. So the point of view that was developed here, not only in visual arts, but in literature, in film, and everything, is European, Western European point of view. We embedded Western European culture. And as Rebecca said, why we, Gajo, why we are doing with such issues? But because we also at the same time feel guilty, because we are also colonizing, or throughout the history, even socialist Yugoslavia that you presented through a research of Yugo-nostalgic persons that is always presented very positively. We, the Roma and Vlachs, were only two groups of people, or to people that didn't have a right to be named national minority. They'd be named ethnic groups. And that meant they didn't have a right to their self-owned cultural institutions paid by state and public money and so on, while Ruthenians, Slovak, and all other Hungarians, Bulgarians, and many other national minority far less numbered than Roma had this right and had more chances to develop their own intellectuals, have their own journals, first of all, later on even TV programs. The Roma programs came much, much later, afterwards. So why I'm telling that is, yes, even I had a lot of doubts, should I invite, for example, Meti Kamberi or Dragan Ristic, our former student, Roma, artist, music, literature and so on, to this conference, or not to invite, or how they will accept exactly listening, others theoretizing and philosophizing, etc., while cultural policies and research policies, Hiroko asked a precise question. What I can say that since I remember, and that starts with 80s, the papers like this, colloquia like this, has been organized in Serbian Academy of Art and Sciences. They have, and they still have, kind of a, it's not department, but it's a kind of a unity for research on Roma culture, as they have also unity to research of rural, whatever, traditions and so on. And yes, the accent is on ethnography, and accent is on something that it was so usual in Western point of view to be research. Anthropology started by Westerners researching indigenous people. So it was just this, so you might find a lot of books, collected work about representation of Roma in Serbian movies, etc., etc. I mean, in theater and so on. So to finish the story, yes, these are totally different standpoints, but they are both extremely important, because this culture could see itself totally. I have to say that for the first time I understand that we have a racial problem in our society was the fact when we, coming back from Hungary, there was a guy hitchhiking and we accepted him in our car. It was early 80s. And the guy presented himself and said, I'm from South Africa. In that moment we were frozen. Someone we took in our car, white person from South Africa, apartheid country, so we felt terribly guilty. But then throughout our drive from Subotica to Belgrade, we get friendly, so he came next day to visit us in our apartment. And then he asked a very nice and small question. Who are those people that are cleaning shoes on the streets of Belgrade? And in that moment, we realized that we also are kind of apartheid society. We were never thinking prior to that because there was no discussion about that. So to start discussing and self-recognizing, we have to have many presentation of Roma and non-Roma, and our responsibility is to integrate as much as possible of Roma contributions in our own culture. But it's so long process, and I have to stop here. But it has to be done.
Thank you. Professor Šašić, Isidora, would you like to reflect a little bit? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some other questions, maybe
Yeah.
later.
Please, go ahead.
So both Rebecca and Isadora were talking about canons of
like how we commemorate or canons of museums, and so I don't write about Roma along the lines of Jelena's last comment of like non-subaltern should shut up, but I work with Roma students from the CE Roma Studies program who are searching for answers that so whether Roma are represented in museums, whether Roma artists are presented in museums, or whether they are represented or present in committees deciding about memorials, or whether they should search for different types of commemoration with Roma communities, and whether different types of presentation of Roma art. So I'm curious about your opinion. I don't have really good answer, maybe both, but I'm curious about your opinion in this respect, that which direction to search for the answers.
So this is for Jelena, right?
I think it's for all three of you, yeah. But I'm specifically interested in Anna's opinion.
So is it art related?
No.
Okay, then we'll just finish this round and I'm sorry. Let's start with Isidora. No.
So really,
In general, if you want to.
yes. I'm not sure about your question, because I think in our museums, mostly this topic is not considered as a separate topic. You know what I mean? So it's not included like Roma art. We show what we have in our collections, and I don't know, maybe Ellen knows better, but I'm not aware of this kind of practice, that Roma art or artifacts have some particular specific consideration. So maybe someone else can share your own experience.
Only in ethnographic museums.
Do you think it's a problem? So should it be, or should it be a different form of representation of Roma art? So should it be embedded in this canon, or should it be different? Yeah, so my question is, should it be embedded into the canon, which exists, memorials, arts, or should, for example, my Roma students search for different forms of representation with the Roma communities, this diversity of communities?
Just maybe very briefly, I think it's a very different question whether we talk about art and art institutions or remembrance, memorials, and so on. That's, for me, it's two very different topics when it comes to representation and to either to work in these structures that are existing or not. I think in both you can for sure agree and disagree what is the better approach again. But when it comes, for example, to commemoration and to memorials and all that, it is very often a question of also having a way of reference and what to build up on. So for example, the moment we have an European Remembrance Day, which is like, it's EU based, right? So we can argue like, is that something that we need? Do we even want that? And why? But so much activities on and in fighting discrimination and also addressing it as something needs words, needs vocabulary, and needs references. So sometimes it is a tool that gives us possibilities in those systems that we are arguing anyway. But then when we go to art, I think like for me the first question was when you say okay, we have paintings where the motive is maybe a Roma woman, are there maybe in the same room, somewhere close to it, or in the museum, Romani painters with their artwork, because that again is a very different topic, right? So you mentioned Roma art. Well, Roma as motive is not the same as Roma art. It's a completely different discussion.
Especially in the field of the contemporary art.
Okay, Jelena, I would just ask you to keep it a little bit briefer so we can actually try to catch all the topics for the last 10 minutes of debate.
Yeah, so I don't know, I'm just having difficulties thinking about this institutionalization. I mean, as a human rights activist, I would say yes, it's important that we have a lot of educated Roma artists who can actually take these positions in whichever institutions and be represented as curators, as artists, I don't know. But on the other hand, I'm just also not just human rights activist, so I'm just dealing also with conceptual and academic, and for me, I spoke with Anna a lot about this, and maybe Anna can say also something about this idea about Roma museums and Roma, putting their art in the museum or whatever. Museum as such is an institution which is very problematic in its sense, so it perpetuates violence by its own existence, how to say. It's canonizing, it's selecting, it's saying this is part of the canon, this is not. So if you consider this institutional theory of culture, then it would be, I don't know, I kind of always think about this like oppression. But at the same time, I'm aware that there are no Roma, people, there is no Roma art there, so you need to these representations are always a struggle, so I don't know, maybe Anna can say more on this.
I would like to make just a word.
Okay.
I will be super brief, but yeah,
so
okay.
I'm gonna have to be very hard. I saw there are 3 hands. I'm loving this, and I really encourage you to continue having this conversation. I know. I'm sorry, Anna, but I did promise first to go back to the question which is not art related, and also please, if you want to repeat the previous question that I didn't allow Yana to answer about the structure, please do, and then just to try to widen the discussion. And if there's time, I will give to you the floor.
Very brief, so that Goran and Europa has the chance. Just very briefly, the first question was about linguistic phasing out using different kinds of linguistic methodologies of the words. The G word, which is deeply pejorative in all times. The question I now wanted to ask is about cultural policy. I find from what Milena also said and the discussion here that it is the case of the Sinti and Roma in Eastern Europe in general and the Balkans in particular is not it can be looked at from the perspective of nesting Orientalisms, or how Eastern European countries in general and the Balkans also frame themselves in terms of concepts like quote-unquote modernity, concepts like quote-unquote civilization and so on. So there is this orientalizing tendency for everyone east or south of oneself, and I think this probably also plays a role in debates concerning the Roma. I was wondering what you think about it. Thank you.
Maybe take another one.
Yeah, I would like to maybe expand a bit more, because I think we are dealing here with 2 very different approaches to the problem of privileges and power. One dominant way is I have power, and because in our cultural moment, due to many resistances, I feel bad with my power, and then I feel, okay, I have privilege, so what I'm going to do with my privilege, I'm going to keep my privilege, but use it to write a paper on Roma people, or to engage with these issues which I think are important and so on. But what I'm doing like that is retaining my privilege, and as Jelena said, it is a zero-sum game. So I'm just changing the topic in some institutions, and okay, that might be interesting, but in long term nothing changes. And the term that we also saw in Jana's presentation, like re-indigenizing, and this is what many indigenous communities are calling for, is actually lose your privilege and your power if you feel bad about it. And this is not a cultural thing only. This is not a different exhibition in the museum. It goes to the question of who cleans our homes, and who takes care of our waste, and who produces our clothing, and who produces our food, and so on and so forth. And only then we can actually speak about leaving room for other people with less power to actually gain some kind of territory, gain some kind of resource, gain some kind of time, and as a consequence of that, gain also some kind of respect and dignity in this society. And precisely because as academics we are not ready to do that, we I would say colonize the topics of the colonized people. And I'm wondering if this resonates with any of you. Thank you.
Let's give an answer to the language, and then I would open the floor to anybody who wants to comment on line of this and just have a general.
Yeah, so politics of language. Yeah, I mean it's important, but you know, for me it's not really about politics of language. So you can call me whatever. I mean, if you treat me in a certain way, I mean that's you know. And what I'm afraid of is that it's going to be reduced for the politics of language, and that's the problem with the political correctness. Also, that it was reduced to the language. It's not so much about language. I mean, of course, language is politics, and all this, like, you know, performativity of language is important. It's a world which you create with your words and stuff like that. And words do things and stuff. But I just wanted to say that I'm not really considering this without really like having this multi-structural, you know, fight with you know, racism. So that's one about. The language, and I don't want this discussion to be reduced to the language. I'm just not interested so much in that. Regarding nested Orientalism, I would say that this whole idea would just drop because Roma are the other for everybody. So it's not if you're East, if you're Eastern, and the most Eastern, how does it? You know, so for me, nested Orientalism is not a really useful so much. As a Roma person, Roma live all across Europe and everywhere is the same. So it's not really, I mean, it's not completely the same for German Roma, Sinti, and, you know, people in Kosovo, but still. Yeah, so that was,
Yeah, please, so anybody.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the very interesting interventions as well. Just one remark, and also the question I'd like to ask everyone. It's about art, information, research. I mean, they all travels, right? And when we're looking at these arts, in Japanese context, we call them fine arts. And now, those fine arts, I'm quite intrigued by looking at Caravaggio too, because there was actually one piece of Caravaggio, and also Georges Latour, I think, if I remember correctly, from 17th centuries, were actually the highlighted pieces in the what we call the Metropolitan Musical Art exhibition at the National Gallery just last year. And in it, of course, there was fortune teller, the piece with the same images that we're looking at, and the titles and also the descriptions in Japanese didn't quite portray or convey the messages that we are talking about here, of course, in Japanese, if not in English. So there's also we're talking about the linguistic barriers, but also about this how information travels in different contexts in the languages, in different cultures as well, and also linking to what you mentioned about how academic science and art are markets, the marketing activities too. Now, can we imagine those pieces of art, wonderful ones, being treated as sorceries, like 80 million US dollars, like under motifs, from the same centuries, of 1905, and that kind of things. So I just wanted to ask and just raise a question about how we can go about, the reinforcement of image of stigmas and impressions and representations, and also as a subject treatment. So, thank you.
So I would also invite if anybody else from that side of the tables has a comment, and then I will give just the final word to all the panelists, and they will address also the questions. So please feel free if anybody wants to give any kind of comment.
I would like to comment on Goran's comment, that I think there is a connection, because so these museums and cultural institutions, they are spaces where certain people feel comfortable and certain people don't feel comfortable, and how you are supposed to look, how you are supposed to behave there, we, as academics, we have influence on how we cooperate with Roma, let's say, in our projects. Do we use them to tick the diversity box in an EU project? So what questions we ask? I think these are, at least in my everyday life, these questions are there. And then when we talk about cities, I work in heritage studies, so my concept of a city, that it's a historical city center. But then when I started to work with my Roma student from Lithuania, and he wrote about the destruction of a Roma settlement, which is, it doesn't have history and it doesn't have permanent, like, stone architecture, what is my concept of city. And this is why that part of the city was not considered as a city. And it could be destroyed and people could be chased away. So I know this from my student. So I think this type of, so these are concepts which are cultural and connected to our institutions. So I think that we are not in the ivory tower at all in this respect. We have things to do.
Anybody else? Okay, so thank you to the audience, thank you for the great opening of good questions. I will, starting with Jelena, who was also our first speaker, and just a final comment.
Right, okay, so I just want to say that in my experience I have good practices also. So there is this, at the University of Novi Sad, there is program, Romology program with Svenka Savic, who is an academic linguist. And she actually nurtured the generations of Roma students into academia. And she had, unfortunately, like, these people just atomized, they just spread through the world, and there is nothing now at this point. But I just want to say that there are some kind of experience on which people can rely, and but they're really, like, how to say, very, very few, very limited, and not really recognized. In my cooperation also, I worked with the Center for Cultural Studies, Center for Cultural Determination, and they provided us, like, with many, me and Ana Sladovic. We wanted to open up these issues about, you know, Roma culture, racism in our, you know, surrounding, and we got really good inputs, okay, from people there, and it was like a really friendly atmosphere. But it's very, very rare. It's very difficult to speak about these issues, okay? And in the Museum of African Art also we had her program. So there are some places of culture which can be good places to open up about these, you know, issues. But I just want to say that it's like a big, big struggle, and everywhere when you want to speak about these issues, you get really a lot of defensiveness. People trying to point out that somebody else has bigger privileges than mine. It's not my obligation, so exceptionalism. And Eastern Europeans, especially Balkan Yugoslav people who are nostalgic, have this, you know, remembrance of them being in solidarity with their countries, and it's just a very, very heavy burden, I would say, and I recognize this, like, in our context. I think that it's a very heavy burden, but I think it's also a very big opportunity, because there is this kind of, you know, legacy, which is, you know, some practices were there, you know, practices of solidarity. So they should be criticized, you know, the whole idea of Yugoslavia, and Roma lived in slums in Yugoslavia also, so let me just be clear. But I want to say that there are some good practices and good historical memory which we can work on that, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just some last thoughts that came to my mind during the discussion as well. When we talk about remembrance, when we talk about memory, especially remembering Samudari Pen, it is not only about recognition and about putting something on the table and on the agenda. It's also the very big question of how do we remember, what and how did we select that. So it's not only about one specific topic that we try to settle somewhere, but also question this whole dynamic of who is actually stating what is part of remembrance, what is also like politics of remembrance as well. And then we go in a very fundamental critique of all those institutions and days and all of that. So I think you cannot separate it or like just narrow it down on this is only about Sinti Roma Holocaust, and it's a nice small bubble and a very specific topic, but it is part of all these discussions. And that also, for example, goes to education. So I work in Holocaust memorial education as well. And there, we don't stop at, hey, we had, like, I don't know, like opening this discussion of, there were also other people deported to concentration camps, then Jewish people, and then we stop. No, it's about, hey, human rights education, about activism. I showed you this quote of Raymond Guérin, right? Like, this is the motivation. We go from there. We have these very strong voices, and especially so many survivors of the Roma Sinti Holocaust, they have this narrative of resistance and of fighting then actively from what we learned and what we now remember towards a very general picture of what we actually imagine. Full stop.
As Jelena said, I think that all these works of art that we have shown in this presentation can be considered as orientalistic ones, but I wanted to show that there were some slight differences in the relationship with the Roma people, and I think that we can find some subtle changes and a kind of a progress which was maybe humble but present, especially in the works of female artists that we have shown here at the beginning of the 20th century, who as female artists had to struggle for their own place and to find their own studio and to be present in the art scene. And I think that that also helped reinterrogate our relationship with also Roma people. And I think that they were sensitive to that topic, and that in those years we can find some humble beginnings of our new relationship and reconsideration of our relationship with Roma people.
So I want to thank again our three speakers, Jelena, Rebecca, Isidora. Thank you everybody for participating in this fruitful discussion, and thank you for the conference committee. There is, I think, lunch break now. Thank you.
Какая садится кривится. Padli tako pomislim, gnjavi tako ljude i tako.
Ja sam samo htjela
Mislim da su ti ono stvarno naopako.
Ja sam čula svašta. Ja ne znam, traže mentor, svašta.
Počeli smo. Ali, da.
Kratko vam zato.
Good afternoon. We theatrically close the doors, so our session begin. My name is Milan Popadic, and I'm professor of art history at Department of Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade, and I'm very happy to be here to participate in this conference with a very specific theme. This is, as you know, this is so-called after lunch session or nap session. So please stay focused. But I think that we have a very intriguing theme. We are talking today about archiving and musealizing subaltern experiences. And in these 5 words that there is in the title of our conference, I think that 4 of them could be very problematic. Archiving, musealizing subaltern experience, word, and seems okay. But let that be teaser for future discussion. After 4 presentations and 5 participants. But when I came here, our panelists, in the spirit of former Yugoslavia, make self-management agreements. So we have different role of different way of which how it is going to be. So in this list that you have in program, we first had colleague Nebojša Đorđević. He will be the last. But not to take too much of your time, I have great honor to speak, actually, to get a little bit serious about it. We have very interesting topics and very interesting geography. You will see, I sneak peeked a little bit in presentation and in the abstracts. So we will first have colleague Jasmina Gavrenka-Petanović-Getić, then Aleksandar Momčilović, Jovanović, then Emilia Epstein and Ana Knežević, and at the end, colleague Nebojša Đorđević. And first, please, Jasmina Gavrenka-Petanović-Getić will talk to us about cultural heritage and identity politics, the case of Shuri Castle and its dragon pillars. So, floor is yours. We will keep that 15 minutes, and we will have discussion after all panelists give their talks. So please give support to our dear Jasmina.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today at this time, especially as my colleague Jasmina said, it's a nap session, so I hope I will be able to keep you awake during the presentation.
Maybe you use microphone.
No, microphone is only for streaming. You must talk loud.
Is it better like this? Can you hear me any better?
I hear you.
No?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. So if you are wondering, I will try to talk louder. So if you are wondering where is Shuri Castle and why are the dragon pillars an important topic, I will try to explain it as briefly as possible. So I completed my undergraduate degree in Sarajevo and my master's degree in Okinawa. in painting. When I completed my master's degree, I returned to Bosnia, from where I'm from. I was from Sarajevo, and I enrolled in a PhD program at the Belgrade University of Arts here, where I defended my thesis 9 years ago, and Professor Šešić was my PhD director, thesis advisor. And 2 years ago, when I was able to, when I was hoping to do some research on Okinawan contemporary art, I couldn't travel to Japan. I received a grant from Japan Foundation, Ishibashi Foundation, for research on Japanese art. And I wanted to conduct research on Okinawan contemporary art, but due to the pandemic, as you know, Japan closed its borders and I couldn't travel. And so basically I was able to travel only this year, in the end of January and February, where I spent some time in Okinawa visiting artists and seeing their work in their studios and talking to curators and cultural workers there. And during that time, I was made aware of one issue that seemed very interesting from the point of view of what I was doing. Namely, I'm looking at how artists of different generations deal with the legacy of the Second World War. So just to give you a brief information, Okinawa was the only site of battle, ground battle which took place between the Japanese and the US forces. Of course, we have the cases of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, who were bombed, but Okinawa was the only place where really the Japanese and the US Army met violently, of course, during the Operation Iceberg from April to June 1945. And to this day, Okinawa is 74.3% of all US military forces are based in, of the total that is based in Japan, 74.3% are based in Okinawa itself. And very often you would say it's not a problem that Okinawa has a lot of military base. The problem is that Okinawa is on a military basis, which means that there are many different issues that occur because of this concentration of US military facilities on the daily life of the population. So just to give you an example, to make you understand a little bit more about the history of the Ryukyu Kingdom. So Okinawa, what is known today as Okinawa Prefecture, actually is referred to in the past as the Ryukyu Kingdom, which was a tributary, which held a tributary relation to both China and Japan, especially after the invasion in the 17th century by the Satsuma domain, which made Okinawa a vassal in this asymmetric power relation. In 1879, Ryukyu was incorporated. It's called this decision by the Meiji government of Japan it's called the Ryukyu Shogun, or the Ryukyu disposition, by which Ryukyu lost its status of semi-independent kingdom and became integrated into the prefecture, into this modern Japanese nation state as one of the prefectures or administrative units of Japan. With Japan losing the Second World War from 1945 to 1950, and I think this is one of the perhaps only example, I don't know of any other example in the world where you had military government governing civil population to that scale. So from 1945 to 1950, Okinawa was under US military government, and from 1950 to 1972, something called the US Civil Administration of the Ryukyu Island was established, but it was, it was nominally civil administration, but it was ruled by the militaries. And in 1972, after many many protests, demonstrations, and a lot of civil unrest, in 1972, Okinawa was reversed to Japan and to a civil Japanese state administration. Shuri Castle is interesting because today, when we look at how, so in 2019, Shuri burned. There was an electric shortcut and a short circuit, sorry, and
And
Možda ga držite to, lagano.
okay, can you any better now? Okay, so Shuri Castle is really mostly known as a site of as a tourist destination. Okay, because Okinawa relies heavily on tourism, on the economy, on the finances generated by the military bases and by public work. So these are three pillars of Okinawan economy. And Shuri Castle was one of these important sites of tourist destination predilection. But today, when restoration works are taking place on the site of the former castle because it burned, there have been a lot of heated debates between different factions. And very simply put, one faction is for the dragon pillars that are the topic of this presentation, among other things, that they are turned, you cannot really see it very well here, that they are turned on their side, or should they be facing forward? And so it may look like a very strange reason for why this is such a heated debate about this question, but actually it raises very, very much various problems that arise when we talk about cultural heritage and identity politics. So Shuri Castle, and what I will be talking about now is actually I'm referring to the Seiden, which is the main hall, which was the site, which was the siege of the Ryukyu king. So the symbol of political Ryukyu power and independence, which is while Shuri Castle is actually a very large area that you can, I don't know how much it's really visible here, but so the red square on top is really the Seiden is located in there. And so Shuri was, I will try to keep it brief, I don't know how much time I have lost already. So it was built in the 14th century. After the Ryukyu disposition, the building became it wasn't used. The prefecture didn't have the money to keep it working, and it was supposed to be demolished in the 1920s. And then this famous Japanese architect Ito Chuta came to Okinawa, and he made an appeal for the preservation of Shuri Castle, and it worked. But he did it based on one very important law that was used as an argument to preserve the castle is the Old Shrines and Temple Preservation Law that date from these early days of Japanese nation-state building. And so Shuri Castle became Okinawa Temple, so it became Japanized in the sense that it was redefined as a Japanese temple, and therefore and since then, and you can see it even until today, there's really a very strange relation between the valorization of Okinawan and Ryukyuan heritage and a sense of appropriation on the side from the Japanese state. In 1993, Shuri was restored, but during Second World War, the Japanese 32nd Army headquarters were stationed in the castle, and they dig tunnels underneath, so it became a military target, and it was completely razed. There was nothing left from Shuri. And the site was after that used to open, I don't have time to discuss it now, but it's the first national university, which was created with the help from the US militaries and the Michigan mission, which was a Ryukyu university. And it's interesting that the US military chose to give the name Ryukyu University rather than Okinawa University, making this the reference to the past of the independent state of the Kingdom of Ryukyu rather than the current Okinawa name, which was considered a little bit more Japanized. So I would like just to quote here Dr. Tsemeyu, who says, "There was an irony to how Okinawa's cooperation to Japanese nation state, so with the Ryukyu disposition, should have been sealed by the expulsion of the Ryukyuan king from Shuri Castle, a symmetry of movement marking the beginning of a new phase of asymmetrical relations of Okinawa's subordination to the Japanese nation state."
So while Okinawans are very eager to complain and about the presence of the US military on the island in the prefecture, there is also, it must be understood that the difference with cultural, linguistic, and physical difference between mainlanders, Japanese, and Okinawans is also a source of several problems in the history of relation between Okinawa and Japan. So there is a asymmetrical power relation not only between the US and Japan or the US and Okinawa, but also between Okinawa and mainland Japan, namely Tokyo. But yeah, that's it. So in the 1980s, so my colleague Yamashiro Morio-san took this picture when he was a student. They were doing this reconstruction work in the 80s. The Shuri would be open to the public in 92, and from I think 95 it was nominated a UNESCO Heritage Site, which helped, of course, attract tourists, which is one of the reasons why cultural heritage sites are nominated for the UNESCO list. After the fire erupted in 2019, already in 2020, in 2021 works started, and here we have some kind of, this is a picture I took in February, really, we are somehow in the loop, okay, so things are repeating itself. So what burned in 2019 was actually a replica. And so if we discuss, I mean, we are very sensitive to cultural heritage. Being from former Yugoslavia, we understand that it has very significant political, and it's problematic because once you start erasing cultural heritage sites, it completely changes the context of power relations between different groups. But so when this burned, when Shuri-jo burned and disappeared, I mean, say then it opened up the question of who will be restoring, how it will be reconstructed, who is in charge. So there are different groups who are involved in the process of reconstruction and restoration. But one of the main issues is the question of who is responsible for what. So the part around Shuri is under prefectural administration, but Seidan itself, the Shuri castle itself is under the state jurisdiction. So you have different jurisdictions that overlap, which creates, of course, a problem of who is in charge of what and who is paying for what. So because the Japanese state is funding these works, and it takes a lot of money, it has, of course, raised the public opinions, the public's attention, and several problems have emerged since then, and this is what I would like to talk about. And this is the Shureimon, which was one of the first. So the US military didn't have the funding, of course, to do reconstruction work of Shuri, but one of the things that was reconstructed after 45 in the 50s was Shureimon, which was a symbol of, which is this entrance. So the visitors, diplomats, the ambassador who would come to pay their respect to the Ryukyu king, they would have to go through this door, through this gate. And it was also on the 2,000 yen bills in the 2000, I think, during the G8. Yes, right. So because of these issues of who is entitled to restore, how it is restored, why it is restored this way, that way, these are all political decisions, we can say. These are not merely cultural or artistic decisions. One association was established, and I was 5 minutes, okay. One association was established, and what is interesting is actually that they are what they are producing, and namely they are producing new kinds of knowledge. Actually, they are more interested, especially on Ryukyu history and art and culture. So Ryukyu is an association that was established in 2021. They were established as a response to what they saw as a problematic way of attributing the funds. They are made of mostly retired professors. We can see that they are not, they have nothing to lose anymore, so they are very vocal. But they are also artists, and among them, of course, different generation of people. But what is important is they say in the statement when they created the association, say we are doing this because we think that what is going on with the restoration of Shuri Castle is problematic, and we have to do something about this. Is taxpayers' money, and we have to be aware of all that these decisions have a long-term impact on how Ryukyuan culture is valorized or not in the present context. So this gave room to some very nasty common opinion writing in the main newspapers in Okinawa, namely Ryukyu Shimpo and Okinawa Times. There were even some possibility of people suing each other for defamation, so it got pretty ugly at some point. But the issue of so just to keep it short, the question of how the dragon pillars are oriented is really the key. It's really the top of the iceberg, really, because if they are turned facing the population, which is supposed, so if the Seiden is on the back and the king is sitting on the throne, the position, direction of the dragons, of the pillars, is in relation with the whole architecture of the building, of the Seiden, of the main hall. And this is one of the arguments of Professor Nishimura Sadao, who was working on these dragon pillars. He's a sculptor, he's a professor emeritus of Ryukyu University, and he worked on these so in the 90s he worked on these dragon pillars, and he's saying now what is being done today, that having these dragon pillars turned on their side, is actually the manner that you do it in Shinto shrine, and not in Okinawa shrine. So if you make a comparison, for example, with southern Chinese temples, and if you look at other temples, for example, I don't know, in Laos or Vietnam, what you have, these are different situations than the ones that are trying to, what they are saying basically is you are trying to restore cultural heritage from Ryukyu Kingdom in a Japanized way, and so this is a problem. And of course, in all this situation, one photography emerged. Somebody found in the archives a photograph from 1877 by a French soldier who took this temple of the court of the King Shotai, which was the last king, the one that was expulsed. I mean, he was not expulsed officially, he was taken kindly to Tokyo. And they said, okay, now we have proof. Look, this is a document. It was taken in 1877. You have to move it back how it was initially. But and in the course of these disputes and these debates, Ryukyu members produced several documents which are very interesting analysis, and this is this creation of knowledge. And I think in this asymmetrical power relations is very interesting how what they're producing is these arguments they make sense, okay, but somehow they are very much ignored. And what members of the association tell me is they cannot ignore us so much. I mean, they will ignore us as much as they can, but at one point they will have to acknowledge that our arguments are solid. And so Professor Nishimura, he is showing here, for example, not only the direction of the dragon pillars was changed by the Japanese, the Kumamoto garrison that was stationed there when they expelled the king, but there was also change that the dragon pillar got cut, so it got shorter, and in the course of the restoration in the 80s, in the reconstruction, they changed some significantly some stairs and some entrance. So there were some what they see as a problematic intervention on the building itself and on the surrounding infrastructure. Last year was the 50th anniversary of the reversion to Japan. There were a lot of different events that were taking place in the prefecture, but also in Japan. And what I found very interesting was that, for example, the Tokyo National Museum organized a big exhibition commemorating this the 50th anniversary of reversion to Japan, but it was concentrated on Ryukyuan heritage, which is kind of interesting. So if you look at what is mostly researched on Okinawa is the period, when we talk about arts and culture, is the period from from the Ryukyu disposition. So by the end of the 19th century to today, what is most well known in art and culture is probably the period after the Second World War, when it's of course it's closer in time, you have more documents and etc. But what happened with this, with the disappearance of the Seidan is really a regain of interest of scholars and students in the history of Ryukyu Kingdom. So namely of a period that is not only not so well, it's documented, but a lot of these artifacts were lost during the Second World War, and now as well, because in the fire that erupted in Shurijo, they say that more than 400 artifacts were lost due to the fire. So these are, I mean, the castle can be rebuilt, but you cannot rebuild the artifacts that are lost. I mean, you can have photographs and replica, but you don't have them anymore there. So while Tokyo National Museum was interested in Ryukyuan culture, the Okinawa Prefectural Museum of Art did a very interesting art exhibition of modern contemporary art with Okinawan artists and Japanese artists who dealt with Okinawa, and you can really see how this image of Okinawa, of this exotic place, of these beautiful blue beaches, these beautiful women, this tropical climate resonates with Japanese artists, especially in between these two wars. Of course, highly problematic, we could say now. So, yes, I will stop it here, and this is, of course, it's a work in progress, so I'll continue researching the production of the Ryukyu weekend, and feel free to ask if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And okay, thank you very much, and thank you for a very precise presentation. And I promised you that we will have dynamic themes here. So we go from dragon pillars to lion people. So here is Alexander Momčilović Jovanović from Museum of Yugoslavia here in Belgrade with the topic Lion People, Gastarbeiter in the Museum of Yugoslavia. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Jel neophodan mikrofon?
Pa bolje će se čuti, ima dosta ljudi, bolje ga koristiti.
Dobar dan. Hello, and thank you for inviting me here. This project is something that I work on in even maybe a past decade, but I'm not alone in it. And it's just a matter of, I don't know, some circumstances, some funny circumstances that only me am here today to present it, because I know that many voices that participated in it would sound quite different, but maybe we could, I don't know, agree on some platforms, and I would try to define them in short. So, I'll speak about the project initiated by the Museum of Yugoslavia that deals with guest workers. And this process was a part of a new paradigm that had been introduced, which implies distancing from macro narratives and political history oriented towards events and historical figures. So, being in the Museum of Yugoslavia, in this monumental place and space with such a high symbolics, it's really challenging to deal with topics that are not part of this micro-historical, as I said, stories. So this tendency is also part of a long process And if it's up to me, it's a never-ending process of self-reflection of an institution which is seen by many, as I mentioned, as a place of power, though everything it represented or represents collapsed. As you know, the country, the buildings, I mean, the policy, the whole discourse has quite a different legacy to deal with than the heritage it was meant to cherish when it was built and established. So addressing to people inclusively from such a place is quite a challenge, and it also implies the question, why micronarratives? Is it just an easy way out, or is it just, or is it maybe an answer to maybe a way of seeing things, a Yugoslav experience in a more nuanced way? So the answer is not simple, but as I said, many responses could be to these questions. So we choose micronarratives because they bear the potential of a stronger contribution to realizing the Yugoslav experience as quite hot, still hot, while even in everyday lives of people. This potential much lies in the capacity of identification which museums are based on. The logic, nature of communication depends on recognizing cognitively or sensing in any effective way things that we experience in the museum that can relate to our own experience. So this identification phenomena is something that we should never forget working in a museum and dealing with the communication from such a place. So micronarratives then lead us to participation, which was also much talked about in many years before. Maybe in the sense that I used it, they could sound like a pure, so participation could sound like a museographical tool only. But cooperation in interpreting micronarratives, in including them in a museum exposition and other museum media makes all the difference. So mutual awareness of the position of each person cooperating is really something that we should always look upon to and check on while cooperating and participating in each other's project. And why I'm saying that participation was mutual, I'll tell you later. Yeah, so this was the exhibition, the outcome of a research. A couple of years we researched it and we continued the research after we opened this exhibition. And why I'm showing you this is that an ongoing debate in a museum about this impressum, I don't know the English word, so the people who participated in a project is something that is also very always a discussion. So should we all be like signed like a team of the Museum of Yugoslavia, or should each person be signed as a participant? So you see who won in the debate, because this impressum is so long, and it shows that more than 100 people participated in this project that was opened in 2016. And as I said, we continued working on it. So, another term, I mean the crucial term, Gastarbeiter, or guest workers. A worker is something that we played with and not directly, but interpreted in different ways in the exhibition. Just so you know, some of the economic causes of for creating these social, recognizable social groups lie in the agrarian reform that socialist Yugoslavia introduced. So a large amount of people from rural and agricultural communities were transferred to industry, and at some point industry couldn't receive more employees, and then again turned to a market economy had led to this massive growth of unemployment. And the temporary solution was to just export, as they say, to land workers, to temporarily land workers to North and West European countries. So socialist Yugoslavia had made a couple of agreements, state treaties between some of the mid 60s, by the end of 60s. So it was legal to go abroad to work, and as many people thought, it should be temporary, but it just marked the lives of many people, and some of them never returned, some of them formed their families there and continued lives living here and there, and it's a story that's common for this South European poor countries that lend their workers to more developed economies. So it was a historical precedent, and it was the precondition for forming Gastarbeiter as a recognizable social group. Perception of this social group is highly biased. People who are crossing borders are messing with the system, whether politically, culturally, socially. So it was another challenge that museum as an institution, a cultural institution, had to face, how to represent the past, the stories about people who don't actually fit into what might have been understood as a conventional cultural topic or historical topic. Yeah, another thing about the term is that it's used colloquially much wider. So anyone who goes abroad, as some of you are aware of, to work or to study is also colloquially named Gastarbeiter. It was our responsibility, let's say, as a historical institution, on the other hand, to deal with the term when it actually was, or where it originated. So that's why these Gastarbeiters that were the subject of the treaties were our main topic. So how did we, as a museum, start to research this? We went searching for Gastarbeiter, both in archives and in the field. And field work, field research was something that was not familiar in our museum, at least in Museum of Yugoslavia practice. So this was also, let's say, a turning point and the start of cooperation that I'm speaking about. It was also the first small step outside our comfort zone, because it was safe to deal with Tito's presence in a conventional way, or to deal with some historical topics. I mean, it's never safe speaking about it from the position that I'm telling you about from the position of the Museum of Yugoslavia, but we strongly believed that including people's stories would make the difference. So yeah, we wanted to have also a diverse team of experts. Besides anthropologists, there were historians, activists, philosophers, cultural workers of any kind. And in time, there were 3 of us that continued as a core team. A crucial member also was activist, a philosopher, Ljubomir Bratic from Wien, who's also, whose parents are Gastarbeiter in Austria, and who went there to study, who lived with his grandparents while his parents were working in Austria, and then went to study in Wien. And he also is very active in historizing Gastarbeiter experience. And he has many organizations and many projects that he introduced in Austrian, publicly in Austria. So his view was really something that made this exhibition, let's say, more relevant. And why is that? It's not only him, but we also found in the field many of workers who came back home or still live in the relation of somewhere in the West and here, who by themselves made their private archives or in any way were self-reflecting on their experience. Some of them systematically collected and even digitalized what they have, making their own exhibitions or archives or even artistic projects that articulate this experience. So this was crucial, and this is something that we insist on showing in cooperation with them, and that's why I mentioned that the participation was mutual, that something that was their initiative and intention we imported in the museum as a part of exhibition. So you had parts of the exhibition that described a life of luxury. That is something that Gastarbeiter could afford, and this luxury that is often mocked is also a consequence of a large social jump, let's say, that happened in only one generation. And we didn't want to avoid these stereotypes and biases. We wanted to make people understand by the impressions they got on the exhibition that this is something that's historically unknown till this generation, that such large number of people in such a short time, just a couple of decades, could afford a castle even to build and to live in. And the irony and the tragedy of it, it's that, as you know, these castles are mostly empty. Yes, so this segment of the exhibition shows that these stories are curated in a way we do it. So we had interviews, we had parts of people's homes, which we, what is important to emphasize, which we together with them tried to choose. But many different responses we got in the field. Some people were, or most of the people were, like telling us, okay, this is my story, but you do your job, you do what you think with it. I don't want to interfere. But in other cases, like this one, you have so-called second generation member of Gastarbeiter, but an artist whose parents were working in Göppingen in Germany, and he's now an artist, a photographer and designer in Berlin, and he articulated his experience as a child, where he freezed these videos of folk divas and pop divas from Yugoslavia, which he saw as sirens from the past, which really complex experience that he had. He visualized that they and depicted them as like sirens and demons from the past, but then again beautiful and seducing, and so on. So this segment leads us to this one, and this was the segment of the exhibition which is called self-historization or self-articulation, where we imported parts of ready-made exhibitions. And this one that you see is quite important, made by Slobodan Jovanovic, a gastarbeiter from Vienna, who really thoroughly selects and collects and even puts in a frame history of sport activities, of societies, of Yugoslav societies, of Yugoslav clubs in Vienna, and this is just a small part that we could exhibit in our large museum, but really something that was important for us to show. Another one, maybe you are familiar with him, it's Dragutin Trumbetaš. His collection is a part of Contemporary Art Museum in Zagreb, and we borrowed for the exhibition a gastarbeiter room, which is an installation that used to be on permanent exhibition in Zagreb in Contemporary Art Museum, and also his graphics that he started drawing while he was a graphic worker in Frankfurt, and this experience that he articulated is recognized by an institution that's not ours only. So many institutions that deal with culture and collections do have his drawings. Yes. Oh yeah. This is. These are some just memories that people shared with us, and that choose that they want to exhibit in a museum. This shows sand from many different continents that a couple who worked in Germany visited, and that's how they spend their money. They don't have a castle in their village, they just traveled, and they wanted to show this to the public. So, yeah, we have, because this topic was Yugoslav, yeah? It's not only Serbian, but for this project we could only research in Serbia. We continued doing this with our colleagues from the Historian Museum in Sarajevo. So a new exhibition was opened after this is the old one, yeah. This is some of the fieldwork, yeah, and my colleague Ljubica Vlahovic, who will be helping if needed. Yeah, this is something that we opened just 2 weeks ago in Sarajevo, so the story continues. We were limited by space and by time, and everything was much more complex to organize from Belgrade. Even we had our partners from Sarajevo, but fieldwork was shrinked, and it wasn't that participative. But another effort was made, another kind of effort was made to show it to this public, although fieldwork was much more conventional, and we just borrowed, it was much less collaborative, but yeah, only the concept of the exhibition was compressed. So we had a home, we had parts of the ambience that we had also here in Belgrade, but we imported for the exhibition, let's say, from some people from Bosnia who were willing to cooperate, and we just made a new one. And the concept of dialogue between macro and micro narratives is still present with this chronology, with this timeline that is intervened by private photos, private stuff, artifacts, and this golden line that shows like a life story, which has artifacts that are of importance of our collaborators that I started with.
Thank you very much, Alexander. This is something like musical chairs. We find a place to sit there. So thank you very much again. And now we had Asia, we had Europe and Yugoslavia, now we have Africa. Not as Africa, but as Museum of African Art. And from them we have Emilia Epstein and Anna Knežević talking about counter-archiving from artifacts to object to people as subjects of history. Floor is yours. Give them your support, please.
Thank you very much to our moderator and host, and also to the University of Art for the invitation to present to you here today. My name is Emilia Epstein. I've worked in the Museum of African Art for quite a long time, so I consider myself to be a practicing curator who reads theory, not the other way around. So I'm not directly an academic, we were talking about that, but I'll also let Anna introduce herself.
Okay, hello, I'm Anna Knežević. I'm an art historian, curator associate of the Museum of African Art, and PhD candidate of museology and curatoriology at the Faculty of Philosophy here in Belgrade. So maybe we can start with our subject.
So, thank you for being with us here today. As you see, our title is Counter-Archiving from Artifacts as Objects to People as Subjects of History. We do see quite a lot of our friends and colleagues, and both friends and colleagues at the same time here today. But we will take some time to give a brief history of the Museum of African Art for those who haven't had the opportunity to come and see it or who are hearing about it for the first time, because we encounter this situation very often. Before I actually go into the topic of the brief history of the museum, I do want to just read a bit of our abstract, because this is like the main focus of what we will be talking about today. And maybe if you want, just to wake you up a little bit, you can imagine Anna and I sitting in our office at the Museum of African Art. You knocked at our door and you just caught us, literally. What are you doing now? So we'll try and explain to you what we're doing at this moment. We don't have any final, definitions, and we haven't closed any doors yet. But this is what we are trying to sort of work around and do at the moment. So over the course of our curating exhibitions at the Museum of African Art, and specifically we've been working together for the last 4 or 5 years together on different projects, from curating contemporary African art to constantly going back to this non-aligned resources and sources that we have at our museum. So in the course of our working on exhibitions, on numerous occasions we have encountered so-called side archives or counter archives, which are personal home-based collections of photographs, paper documents, newspaper clippings, and orally transmitted memories related to the Yugoslav African experience at the prime of the non-aligned movement from the 1960s onwards. Counter-archiving as a project under development from within the Museum of African Art by the two of us involves actually the introduction of so-called unofficial resources, materials, and knowledge about actual relations between Yugoslavia and the non-aligned and the widest in the wider sense, the non-aligned world, but specifically because of this institution's history, we are of course focused on the African world. So phases involve mapping of our work, the recognition, dissemination, and most crucially, the introduction of different formats of archival materials and counter-knowledge into mainstream research. So this is what we're going to try and talk about today, and also give you work around certain notions and, let's say, terms that we are working. So because before I turn to Anna and ask her to give this brief history, we will just refer to our title, and of course a favorite part of work, which is word etymology. But counter-archiving, coming across it, and if you do the research, you will, let's say the first impression is of something in even almost guerrilla style. You know, there is a whole field of research, for instance, about counter-archiving regarding different partisan collections and referring to the Yugoslav and post-war Second World War period. But we wanted to actually widen the idea of the countering that we're speaking about. So it is, in a sense, speaking in opposition to. It is sort of a reaction. So there's a response. There's a response to hostile speech or action. And specifically to us, which we found very interesting, it refers to boxing, and it's the term refers to boxing, and it's when you give a return blow. But you give a return blow in the sense that you have to preserve yourself. You have to preserve your position. You cannot be wounded in the process because you have, let's say, a wider picture in front of you, which you are supposedly working to. So just to go back to some of these ideas, opposition to what? When Anna gives you a brief history of the museum, you will see how it developed around two disparate, to say the least, notions. And as a response, which is our sort of responsibility as curators to continually reassess the place that we are working in as Serbs, ultimately even as white people, but also we are working as people dealing with local memory and memorizing. So we also have to have this at hand and at thought at every moment. And of course, before I give the microphone to Anna, just to mention that if you had an opportunity to listen to Anna Sladojevic's presentation on the first day, I think you will find it very important to maybe use it as a framework for what we're trying to express here, because she really did like critical and groundbreaking work in 2017 by literally for the first time separating these two very, let's say, disparate ideas that you will find in the Museum of African Art, one of which is the non-aligned movement and the second of which is representations of African art.
Okay, here you can see a permanent exhibition of the Museum of African Art. As you saw, the full name of the museum is Museum of African Art, the Veda and Dr. Zdravko Pečer collection. And as Emilia already mentioned, of course, the work of Ana Sladojevic and the presentation we had the opportunity to hear a few days ago. But of course, as you can see also, this permanent exhibition and actually its interpretation and understanding of this ambivalent position of these objects you can see. Because here you are of course seeing West African objects, which are mostly gifts for Zdravko Pečer, who was ambassador of Yugoslavia in Mali and Ghana. And he, and of course, as he said on his wife's Veda's idea, actually they decided to make a legacy and to open the Museum of African Art in 1977, so 46 years ago. This is a photo from 1977, but if you visit Museum of African Art today, you will encounter the same permanent exhibition. So we are starting with this description and with the situation with objects in our museum. On this slide you can see here, these are the founders, Zdravko Pečar and Peda Zagorac, in the building of the museum during its construction during 1976 and 1977. And of course what is important, but Emilio already mentioned, that ambivalency of our permanent exhibition, but also the whole collection, is on this, how to say, tension between ethnographic objects and objects represented in ethnographic way on our permanent exhibition, but also on this anti-colonial discourse and politics of non-aligned movement. Having in mind that, and having in mind all the projects and all previous actually interpretations and problematizations of our institution, we are trying in this moment currently to realize this idea of counter-archiving.
So again, this idea of counter-archiving is in a sense an activity which refers both to us as curators. So it's a curatorial, this is how we perceive it. We perceive it as a curatorial practice, but also as a public practice. It is a practice by people who have already created certain collections, which Alessandra also referred to in her Gastarbeiter talk, because they also worked with these different very versatile and sometimes interesting, sometimes very strange collections that can be found in homes of people. But this is important to us also because this is why Sladevich's work is very important, because if we do talk about the Museum of African Art and it being an anti-colonial museum, which it often claims to be, there has to be a lot of awareness in the actual methodology that you're applying. So, to be very blunt and direct, collecting African art as such, even though, let's say we can go into that at another point, we don't per se have a problem with repatriation and restitution, but the collection of art itself in a museum, as we have heard, can and is perceived and should be perceived as simply entering a space of hostility. So when we talk about counter-archiving, Anna and I specifically are thinking about an activity that doesn't necessarily mean that these private collections have to end up at the museum, and this of course depends on different persons who are involved, or families in some cases. Sometimes they want to do this and often they don't, but mostly the attitude is very ambivalent. They do but they don't really, they don't but they do. So we also try to bear this in mind, this sort of a lack of trust in museums. Of course, probably also the Museum of African Art, but I dare say towards museums in a country in general. So now Anna can start maybe with our first example of a counter-archive and what it included. So we'll give you some illustrations of what we've been talking about here.
So we will show you just 2 case studies and something which is work in progress and going on. Here you can see just some photos from our, how to say, curatorial adventure to one private house. And this is Juverovic archive, and here on this photo you can see Vesna Juverovic. She is the sister of Olja Juverovic, whose life and work we actually researched in a way, because Olja Juverovic was an employee in Yugoslav embassy in South African Republic, but later she worked in the Ministry for Gender Questions in Namibia. And we found out about her rich archive. Of course, she has similar objects, you know, like West African or in general traditional African art objects, but we were interested in something different, mostly, as you can see, a lot of books, pamphlets related to SWAPO, which is a liberation movement in Namibia, contemporary art of that moment, pop culture, and similar. And we are already in a working group with Vesna Đuverović's daughter, but Olja Đuverović's niece, Alina Đuverović, who is an art theorist and critic, and we are participating in this working group in how to understand and classify and interpret and communicate these documents, newspapers, and the different objects Đuverović archive has. So here you can see this lady, Olja Đuverović, on one photo, which we colloquially call Olja in a sea of men, because she's the only woman on this picture. And of course, this is a cover paper of draft document written by her sister, Vesna Đuverović, where you can see these are just private notes on Olja's life. So I will now give to Emma.
So also we have to bear in mind this counter-archiving is very specific in our surroundings. So let's just add a bit of context also. Working in the Museum of African Art, we have also been involved in projects that directly work with materials that are related to the non-aligned movement. But as most researchers in this topic will tell you, in the past 15 years, even let's say 20 years, dealing with this topic from more and more gradually arising historical distance, it is very scattered, it is very incoherent, and often, as we have noticed, subjected to nostalization, for instance, and also a sort of non-sufficient even criticism to the different sources and resources you deal with. So therefore we try to position this museum, the Museum of African Art, as a potential platform for collecting all these absolutely disparate sources and resources in order to just widen the picture. And in our final conclusion, we'll say something about this difference between institutional and private as we understand it. But before we do so, here's another illustration we would like to talk about. We closed an exhibition just recently in May. In May? In June? Okay. Well, I don't know. Okay. Okay. 5 minutes, okay. So we closed it in June. Just in short, here we have Jelena Duduković Plavšić. She is the daughter of a woman in the black and white photos. The woman in the black and white photos is Maja Plavšić, who was very active during the Algerian War of Independence. She worked as a Red Cross worker. We found amazing materials in her home, and we included them in this exhibition, which you see. So this is what we closed in June. But we included her materials completely on par and equally, on an equal level, of course, with all the other materials we borrowed from the official archive of Yugoslavia and partly from the Museum of African Art. And just quickly, I will say this now because we have 5 minutes, and it might be a good moment to do so. There were two important aspects and things that we learned from working like this. First of all, here you see some of the people from the Red Cross whom we collaborated with. And also you see one of their publications, and actually they were absolutely amazed by this personal and family and home material that we found, specifically because they're having serious institutional problems with their archive. And so this was very important for us and them. Just sort of, because we have 5 minutes and we'll stick to our time, 3 now. We won't do this any longer, we'll just conclude, but we really look forward to any questions and discussions afterwards. The main idea of our venturing into all these private spaces is actually to, among other things, to show this, we often are, all of us have this tendency, probably more or less, to, work towards a straight line. And when we noticed the collection of Đuverović and Pavlić, we noticed believe us, they were literally in a very similar format, in a very similar shape, visual style, etc., to what Anna Sladojevic actually discovered in her big project in 2017, unpacking the Veda Zagorac and Zdravko Pečar collection. Why is this important? This Veda Zagorac and Zdravko Pečar collection was completely invisible within the premises of our museum building. These are also invisible, but we have to, make these delineations between private and public, soften them, not even soften them, I would say wipe them out. We don't need to look at them like that anymore. And the main idea, or the focus of, and our idea of this project is that information as knowledge has to be available. So even if we are able to map this material, etc., we do not necessarily need to have it at the museum. We do wish, as curators, why not? We can be a platform for something. So digitization of this material we find important. Why? Specifically because only then we can make something that is an anti-colonial archive within an anti-colonial museum, with or without these. And an anti-colonial archive would be one that is constantly available, that you do not pay to engage with, and that is actually open to all researchers or all interested parties. And we will finish with... Okay, yes, we wanted to finish with one of our colleagues in 2022. Anna and I went to Angola. We met Toshi Moyes, and this is his rendition of Muhammad Ali and the paring we were telling you about. So don't give up. Don't give up on institutions. You can always find somebody to help you there. Hopefully in the Museum of African Art we'll help you out. See,
we will be there.
These are our emails, so you can contact us. So don't give up, and keep on paring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And I must say, as we prepare for our last speaker, when we talked before this session, all of them said we have 15 minutes or so. They all could speak a lot of more, and it's, I think, very intriguing. This lots of topics that we heard, and we end with something that we have some kind of introduction. We will talk now, or better say, our colleague Nebojša Đorđević, who is PhD student of sociology, effective philosophy, will speak about life histories as decolonized, non-aligned memories. Those is yours, and yours is to give support.
So thank you very much. Sorry for me being late, and thank you for not removing my chair.
Well, it's never too late.
So I'm somehow like, I see myself after all these stories as a good concluding point, because I would like to talk about this topic of mine. Life history as decolonized non-allied memories, because I have a life history that I would like to share with you, and I will somehow try to explain you why I think it's somehow relevant for my research and how it's connected with all these stories. So I was born in Yugoslavia, socialist Yugoslavia. I was the first generation not to be pioneer, so now you can Google when was that. And then when I was like 4, I moved with my family to Libya. So I was like a Gastarbeiter that people are not mentioning as Gastarbeiters, because like when we are saying that all people who are working abroad are called Gastarbeiters, usually people who are working in non-West/North countries are called Gastarbeiters, while the people who are working in Libya are called Libyans, in Iraq are called Iraqis, in Syria Syrians, and something like that. So my family were Libyans, so we were living there, and then in my memory we returned to Yugoslavia, but then ended up in I don't know, like super strange version of Yugoslavia, because Yugoslavia was done and we couldn't go back to Libya because this country was under embargo and the flights were closed. So my father joined us after after some time. And then I always was really proud in my elementary school because everybody had a country that was falling apart when we were talking about where we are born, and in geography or history classes we were always changing maps of our territories or something like that. But I was always really proud because I have my backup country, I have my territory that is really stable. But then I guess you all know 10 years or so what happened to Libya. So I also lost my second country because if you don't know, Libya is in ruins and it's not really functioning country. I have still some friends from there, so it's I'm saying what are they saying to me. So if I'm lying to you, they lie to me. Or so and then when I finished my BA in tourism studies, I was really looking forward also somehow to preach all these experiences and to show to that Europe that we are all mentioning, that we here have a specific knowledge, that we were also living in some strange countries and everything. And then first I got some scholarship to Austria. Then I learned this hard lesson of East Europeans, how we are labeled as other and how we are subaltern and how no one is taking us seriously. We are all bloodthirsty animals and something like that. So yeah, it wasn't really nice revelation. But then I decided to keep on moving. So I went also to US, and then there I recognized, yeah, here people don't know about Serbia. They always mix it with Siberia. So I'm cool because I'm white. So over there you have how I divided 3 worlds. You have white world, black world, and you have Latino world. And then yeah, you have these natives, Asian, but they are really smaller minority. So over there, after 1 month, all my fellow Serbs were yeah, these stupid Americans, they don't know anything. But then after 1 month, they were all yeah, these lazy African Americans, they don't do. So it was really for me interesting, this shift of first having this a Balkan kind of seeing the world, but then after 1 month, we are already part of the white world. And then I decided to go to Asia. So I did my master in Indonesia, and that was really funny. I applied to continue with my tourism studies, but then I ended up doing cultural studies, and I'm sure that majority of you know cultural studies are quite neo-Marxist way of thinking about the culture. But in Indonesia, Marxism is forbidden word. So you can just imagine how it was studying cultural studies that are neo-Marxist in a country that you cannot mention Marx or neo-Marxism. But it was really really empowering experience. And also there I get to know there was something fishy about this Yugoslavia, because I was always saying to the people, I come from non-allied world, and they were yeah, well, what's that? They were not really aware. And then they were telling me they know, they are calling it non-bloc countries. And then I was also trying to research more. So then I found out about the Bandung conference that was preceding the non-allied conference in Belgrade. And then someone mentioned here in the panel, they also went on their separate direction. So they were also somehow far from this non-allied movement. So I was really losing my ground. So where should I now go? How should I orient myself? So after some also break, when I returned here in Serbia, I decided to go back to academia. I don't know if it's the smartest move. So I have an option either to continue in sociology or in faculty of political science, and because of some pragmatic reason, I decided to go with the sociology, and I'm grateful that I learned there about like biography method or biographical approach. That's what I wanted to share you. So that's part of my research for my thesis, but also for some like side counter archiving research. So like I will just be brief like how I see this biography method. It's like open interview, so you are meeting people and then you are just giving them the space to give you their narrative from the very early age, and then you let them speak. And for me that was really like a revealing moment, because I really didn't want to put people in some kind of frames. So to tell them, I don't know, that Yugoslavia is the best project ever, or that Yugoslavia is the worst project ever, I really like let them speak. And yeah, I don't know if I said that, but I'm interviewing the people who had experience like in Indonesia. So because I find that close to me, and I would like also to see how they see themselves also. So I'm not researching like the people, I don't know, should I name them like Orientalists, or like the one who know about Bayang or like about all the Indonesian traditional art. I'm like trying to research people who are like my parents, who were maybe just workers there, who were also working like in embassies. So it's like I really try to somehow decentralize it, because like also lately I would like to mention just this movie as an example. It's like Mila Turajlić movie. She made two documentary movies about the non-Allied movement, and for me like those two movies are a little bit problematic, because they are not dealing with any kind of ideology. So she is really like depicting non-Allied movement as like a brave new world where we were like going somewhere and exploring someone, and we had like the best intentions. So I'm trying like to problematize this, how like this non-Allied movement was a little bit like Yugocentric, and also like what I gained from my friends, like this racial also input. Like I'm trying to see how with this non-Allied we really also try to be white, or to position ourselves in this hierarchy and to say like, yeah, we are better than this third world. And I'm also like surprised how many people nowadays are using this third world, and we were once third world, so what happened? So it's also like interesting when we talk about the theories, like about unlearning and relearning. I think like here, like people from ex-Yugoslavia, we are also a good example, because we learn to be Yugoslavs, but then we unlearn or relearn to be Serbs, and like there are so like many level that can be investigated. And I know that I totally lost track, because I was trying to tell you about how great biographical method in sociology is. So I will maybe try like to go a little bit to that. So like 100 years ago, like two sociologists, they made a really great study about the Polish peasants in Europe and America, and that was like really groundbreaking. But then like this biographical method lost its touch, because then people discovered that the numbers are more sexy. So like they were doing like statistics and everything. So and recently, like I like the German school of biographical method. Gabrielle Rosenthal, she's like making this distinction between like life history that was experienced and life story that was narrated. And if you were listening to me carefully, I told you that we were like stuck in a new form of Yugoslavia, but then my mom told me we were not. she really hated, not she, like both of my parents really hated Libya, and they didn't really want to go back there. And then when my father was back, because he was like under some contract, so he couldn't just go back when he wanted. But that's like this difference between like how we see our narration and how actually like happened. And then like when I was mentioning like this 100-year-old sociology approach, in that time they were really trying to find like objective truth and to say like they were like when they made this groundbreaking theory, they were like collecting so many materials like letters, the Catholic books, like books from Catholic Church. Then even one guy wrote his own autobiography. It was like imperative to have like this objective truth. But then like I like again this new approach because it's also like playing with this what is our version of like how we see ourselves and how we see these political changes and like ideologies and everything that was happening to us. So that's why I'm trying to use this newer version. And just to conclude, I would like to show you like some photos from my research. So I'm trying to do like this really deep biographical method with two ladies that are like in their best years, or I don't know how to, that sounds ageist, but they are really old. But they are really the one who first interact with like Indonesians. So for me, it's really like interesting to know because I'm not so old, but I already told you like what was in my back. But then I can imagine like the people who are like 50 years older than me. So it's really like a gift to hear them and hear their stories. So like I'm just interviewing like two ladies in this deeper method, or like talking about their childhood and everything. Like also this new version of like biography method is influenced by Gestalt psychology therapy. So it's also like you need to be a good therapist and yeah, like a listener, I would say. And then the second one that I'm doing is like there is a society called Nusantara. They are like Indonesian Serbian friendship society, and this year they are celebrating like 20th anniversary. So they are basically like new. So they really try somehow to write this non-allied heritage and somehow to bridge like these two nations. So I'm trying like to do shorter versions. Like I'm also coming to the people and just ask them, can you tell me like, okay, you have this Indonesian experience, can you tell me more about it? And these are like the photos that I would just like to show you. So for me, this is really like a cool example of like acculturation, or so this is like a tapestry or a gobelin. I'm not also like sure. I Google it, and so it's like tapestry that was like super great hobby in like 70s, 80s in Yugoslavia. And this lady who, yeah, maybe it's not really the best picture, but she was in Indonesia and she ordered from wood carving manufacturers there to make her this frame for her goblet. And that's for me really funny, because usually they're this goldish and everything, but she really wanted like to show off and to say how she is different. So she had it with Indonesian like, frame. And this is also interesting story. Like the guys who were working in embassy, in the moment when Tito died, like one Indonesian approached them and he said, can you just let this guy dead? Like, can you just leave them? Can you just leave him die? Because they were speaking all about Tito. So like after 2 months, 3 months, like all Indonesian press, they were really mobilizing all the forces to tell the people that Tito died and that they cannot really accept it and everything. So like one Indonesian approached them and told them like, just, yeah, he's dead, acknowledge it. So for me it's also really like interesting because again we are talking like 40 or maybe even more years later and the guy is still not done. So like we are still not sure like what to do again with his heritage, about his persona, and I think it's good to discuss it, but I would really like to broaden this discussion, like not just about the one-man show or like again what I told you, like these two models of either glorifying or like vilifying Yugoslavia. We really need to see what we did wrong also with this non-allied movement, because if no one remembers it, yeah, I'm concluding. So like this is one of the lady that I'm interviewing, like back in the days, and this is her now. These are like photos of Indonesia that they are showing me, and I really like how they also see this like modernization processes and how Indonesia changed and how we changed, and like how they are somehow also sad that once they were something and we were something else, and now it's somehow like opposite, and what did we do wrong? And so it's really, I think, really cool to talk with the ordinary people, because they are out of this academia, like they are out of these interests, calculations, like how you should deal with Yugoslavia, why you should deal with Yugoslavia, because Yugoslavia is part of them, and they have really like also critical approach to Yugoslavia when you talk with them in this like a dedicated way, when you just let them speak, don't like frame them, don't put them. And I'm really like grateful that you send invitation for a help, because I'm here. So I'm definitely going also like to ask you for a help, because this was all a little bit like unstructured, but I hope you get what I wanted to say, and I'm also like looking forward for more questions, because then you will also help me to figure out like how to clarify my ideas. So these are, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for this very charming presentation, and also very substantial, I think. Thank you again for all the papers. We made the agreement at the beginning. We will take questions first, questions for all panelists, and they will answer it all at once after all questions are given, because of technology, so to say, to make it easier for the online or what. We have questions down. Oh, we have lots of questions. So just start for the bottom line and go from line to line. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have two questions, one broad but also directly addressed to the last speaker, and the other addressed primarily to the first speaker, paper on Shuri Castle. I'll come to the first question first because it's slightly provocative. So I've been talking to a lot of people here, and I see the argued and reasoned skepticism about Yugo nostalgia, which I also totally understand, especially for people who are outsiders, like I am, to Yugoslavia, not necessarily to non-alignment. I realize how easy it is to romanticize a country that no longer exists, as Peter Korchnak's podcast describes it. Love Peter's podcast. Anyway, to come to the point, while I see it's absolutely right and scientific to be cautious and even skeptical about Yugo nostalgia, I'd like to sort of invite you to reconsider the fact that nobody remembers about Yugoslavia. Nobody remembers about anything. Like, nobody remembers about people would gladly even forget horrible things in the 20th century if they were allowed to forget them. So a project only exists in memory so long as there is a space for it in current geopolitical time and space. And I think the current world situation creates a renewed momentum and a possible third space or even fourth space, to murder Vaba's terms, for a non-alignment project. And I think actively as we speak, in the geopolitical realm, in the cultural political realm, countries like India, countries like Serbia, not necessarily maybe Croatia, but certainly Serbia, are trying to recalibrate themselves to the Yugoslav legacy, because to the non-alignment legacy, because non-alignment is a very powerful weapon in the world that is going to arrive in the 2030s from now. It's not for nothing that various governments are jumping onto the bandwagon again. This is a very powerful tool that will emerge in the next few years. So I was wondering how you react to that vis-a-vis your Indonesian experience. Question about Shuri Kasa. Now I was wondering, like, this is a very fascinating space, right? As you also demonstrated in your talk. Now, one of the two things I was wondering how you see them in terms of the reconstruction and the renovation strategies is the fact that it has always been a site of imperial colonial contestations between the imperial Japanese government and the Ryukyu kingdom, but also the Americans. We know that Commodore Perry invaded the place twice and sort of audience with the king, but failed. And also later on it was bombarded by an American battleship for 3 entire days because it was the site of the strongest Japanese defense of a Japanese military imperial. So I was wondering if that history somehow was reflected or not in the reconstruction strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, do you want answers now? Or?
If you want now, if you want later.
I think it's better to have answers now because questions are fresh, so to say. So, would you go first? You got the first one.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, I think it's important to talk about this legacy, but I was just mentioning that we need to have like a critical lens to it, and that's it. Like, I don't want to throw it away or not to like talk about it. It's just that we need also to talk about the mistakes of this movement in order maybe like to create a new like movement that would be better. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. This is like this is yeah, because in Yugoslavia there was a tradition you passing over the.
Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed. The issue of this war legacy in tourism is something that is not very popular in Okinawa, because tourists who are mainly nowadays they have more tourists from China, from Taiwan, but the largest group of tourists is from mainland Japan, and people come to Okinawa because it's beautiful, really. I mean, you have this turquoise sea, emerald sea, you have these beautiful beaches, and you can eat locally grown pineapples and mango. So, it's kind of, after a cold winter in Tokyo, you really need some sunlight. So I understand that people need, to separate themselves from the reality of their harsh daily lives. But tourists usually, if I can say, consume the culture that is proposed to them by the different organizations that are administering the cultural property assets on Okinawa. But the problem is, how is the image of Okinawa as an exotic place perpetuated instead of being... so there is a difficult balance between showing the legacy of Second World War, for example, and that of exoticizing Okinawa. So yes, of course, it's well known that Shuri was bombed. I mean, the city in whole and the southern part, especially of the island, was heavily bombed because there were more. There were a lot of Japanese military there, but at the same time, how the reconstruction is going to take place afterwards is also, as I have tried to very briefly explain, is problematic on several levels. So what are the decisions of the architects, of the painters, of the lacquer where it will be used? From where is it important? Who is paying for it? How is it? How it will be set up? Each and every decision can be problematized. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure if I have answered. Is that correct? Thank you.
Just pass the bar. Thank you very much. So, okay.
Yeah, it's over here. Thank you a lot for really inspiring presentations. Actually, for me, it was very personal and touching, and it touched on the part of my personal history that I don't often think about, but it's very crucial to me. So my parents also, or I had a very similar story as you, but just kind of changed Libya with Ghana. And then coming back to Yugoslavia, they just started falling apart as if we were there to kind of be together in witnessing that destruction. And I was I think it's great what you're doing with counter-archiving, but I was wondering how this position of kind of my parents and kind of the objects that we have and the photos and video materials that we have and how they aren't archived. They are kind of part of our kind of family intimate space, but no one took time and no one thought that it's kind of something worth archiving. And I think that has to do both with the class, but also with kind of the time spent there and the reason for going there and so on. And I was just wondering how much you could go to the people that have not been working in the embassies or some kind of very important institutions, which very resemble kind of what Zdravko and Veda have been doing. So in a way, it's not so much counter-archiving. So for me, kind of counter-archiving would be kind of how to see this way of living with history and experiences of Africa while not archiving them in kind of any way, maybe. But also how to establish this kind of two-way, this relationality between going to Africa, but also Africans coming here and kind of studying and living and so on, and how to collect these stories of kind of Yugoslav experience of Africans. So, yeah, that's just
thank you. We have another question here. So, to make two of questions and then to give two answers. This is for you. First one, and please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for this really interesting panel. I was especially relating, and that's also a bit biographical, to the Gastarbeiter, to Alexandra's talk, because I'm living in Vienna, and so I know Ljubomir Bratic from really the other side, so from Austrian cultural scene. And I just moved in a neighborhood where there's a lot of Yugoslav pubs and cafes and restaurants and people and shops and everything. So I think this is also really important to see that it has also shaped the receiving countries or the receiving big cities, probably the most. But so I think it's also very interesting to combine these two views, and I know that there is quite a lot being done in this sense of archiving Gastarbeiters' experiences, either from Yugoslavia or from Turkey, especially in Austria. But so yeah, it's really nice that you can go there from both sides, and maybe, yeah, it would make, I think it would also make a lot of sense to cooperate and to maybe show your exhibition also somewhere in Austria. Or, yeah. That's just what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Here you are.
Okay,
For the vicious question.
Yes, for vicious question. Thank you. Okay, so I think, well, as far as I understand it, maybe I can touch upon the subject that we didn't have time to discuss, but I'll do this briefly. And this is this problem of the private and the public. So, of course, there is a huge problem in your approach to any sort of archive. So, let's imagine this position. I'm a curator at the Museum of African Art. We come across the public archive of Veda Zagorac and Zdravko Pečar within it. There are a lot of very private diaries, private materials, besides all of this that we have been showing you, and that actually a lot of you haven't, and it is a question at what point it would be even ethical to disclose such information. So here we have a public institution with very private material, and I think it has to be handled with care. The same is, of course, vice versa. So with the private collections, it's just also like an experience when you work in a museum. You mostly have to rely on the interest of the people who do approach you. This doesn't mean that curators are lazy, that we don't go out. It's just that no, it just means that you have to, you have to create that space where you are approached, and then you sort of work with the people, and you never know where it will go. Like we mentioned with Lina and her family and her mother Vesna Dvojevic, the problem is very complex because we have this very alive communication with them. We have been using some of the materials, but there is and we don't even want to force it. We haven't even asked for their archive, but there is this constant like, do you want this? Okay, we'll give it. I'm not sure. This is not the right moment. So we constantly come across this situation. And also, I have to add just a small personal note, and Anna's also opinion is important. I completely understand this because personally I have a very strong feeling towards keeping things private. I mean, I personally, but specifically speaking about even my heritage, my parents met as a result of Yugoslavia existing. So my father was a child of diplomats, my mother is British, but I have always lived in Serbia and Yugoslavia, and I'm from Belgrade. When a person wrote to me recently to the Museum of African Art, he said he's researching people from Zambia because that's where they met and got married. He said he's researching and said, oh well, blah, blah, I know people actually in my family. And there is no way, my father doesn't want to talk about it. Not because he has any problem, they love their life there. It was short, it was brief, they met there and they came to Yugoslavia, but they do not want to share it. And I completely understand this. So actually they do have me as the protective person between this situation. So I think you always have, I don't have any prescription of how to approach these things. But you are completely right. This is what we were having a problem with this term counter-archiving. And I'll just try, it is counter specifically to the Museum of African Art at this moment because we don't think that there is enough, not even support, just knowledge and information and sensitivity towards the fact that relations between Yugoslavia and Africa are not what you see on the permanent display. They're not even what you see on many of the programs of the museum. But also, I guess there is a space to further talk about this. So it's counter within itself, not so much that it's a problem even outwardly, So, but it is a problem, and we only use the term which we came across and that we tried to actually use as something we thought would be good, but we're not happy with it so much.
I would just add that it's an experimental project, and it's, how can we say, non-aligned archive or anti-colonial archive or counter-archive, which will not try to complete its collection or everything we can find, So Emma is right, curators are not lazy, but we will just, respond to the needs we have in our community, how to say.
Yes, thank you for the comment. I know we spoke about it, but it should be it shouldn't be like visiting exhibition. It should be made together again, you know, like with Bosnia, like anywhere else. It should be a version that is completed together with the people from the Vienna or, you know, anyone who's interested, something like that.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 more questions, and I think that is the time that we have. We have third and second row. Okay, third and fourth, third and second row.
Who is the first?
I late in one.
Okay, thank you for your presentations. First, I have a comment for the last speaker. The methodology of qualitative research did not cease to exist. It migrated to anthropology. We've been using it for the whole period of time. And my personal experience is that I've learned more about non-aligned movement in 1 month in Ethiopia than I did in 27 years in Serbia. So I wouldn't say it is like unknown worldwide. And the other one is for Alexandra, which I worked with on the last exhibition in Sarajevo. And I think you should tell us why is it important to talk about experiences of migrant workers from Yugoslavia, a country which does not exist anymore, in a museum dedicated to a country which doesn't exist anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we take questions and give answer.
Yeah, so as usual, I'm going to ask maybe a popular question. Yeah, we were speaking about Ana Miljanić, and then she has this idea about applied Yugoslavia, right? And then I'm just thinking how Yugoslavia is applied and how today we are applying this idea. And I'm just thinking in your work, I could not understand really, did you work with the notion of ethnicity, or how did you manage to work on between these lines like Yugoslav identity and national identities, and how Roma identity maybe comes into that? So did you have maybe some Roma people who participated in it? Was there some specificity or not?
Okay, and for the call in blue shirt, please. And I think that's all the questions that we have.
Don't off. One other candidates.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Sorry, but my last lecture is actually not for the panelists. It's for everybody here in the crowd.
Maybe we can then leave it for the end.
Yes, that's why I wanted to be the last question.
So we know that, so we will skip to the answers, and it
Okay.
was for Alexandra, both of them. Here.
Why is it important from the spot that we are working? Yeah, well, I think, horizontally speaking, it's important because it's our common heritage. It's a heritage that we shouldn't neglect and forget. And I mean, if you are saying you are implying the country that doesn't exist anymore, I suppose that you're implying to such an answer. That and that's why it was important for us to not have it only in Belgrade and not have only collected or worked with experiences from Serbia. And I have to mention, and it's related to another question, that ethnicities were not only Serbians. And also vertically it's important because I think I mentioned it in a way. It's important that these people should be not only political factor but recognized in any way by, you know, historians, institutions, society in larger scale, whether these are political rights or culturally, because they are in between the zones and they are viewed upon with prejudices and this stuff that I mentioned. But you, because we work together, you can, of course, give your own answer. And another one, yes, we did cooperate with the Roma Center. I'm not sure which was the organization, with Dan Markovic and Rada Kristanovic. But we didn't have any special kind of treatment for any ethnicity. We had a frame, a questionnaire, which was a frame, but we kept it quite open. I mean, the talks, the research was quite open, but the frame was universal, and is still universal abroad. I mean, not only in Serbia. So, but we, as good anthropologists and students from philosophical faculty, tried always to have not only ethnical key, as it was in Yugoslavia and coming from Yugoslavian Museum, but to have diverse stories, whether they were gender, ethnic, or politically or ideologically. We really tried to make them all, and the ones that were focused on, we always try to have like this pattern of diversities and different stories, whether age, gender, ethnicity, politically, as I said, ideologically.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what did they say? I don't know, I didn't see the exhibition, so I don't know. Did they all say, like, oh, Yugoslavia was great?
Well, this wasn't a question, was Yugoslavia right? We didn't get that question. Oh, well, they also were not that homogeneous. I mean, not Vlachs or Croats or, Bosnians or Roma. I mean, we can speak later. We have a report that they done, people from Roma Center, so it's a different report, but it was an organizational thing, not some, like, I don't know, segregational thing.
Thank you. So, before formal conclusion, please, you have your surprise question for the audience.
Well, it's not really a surprise question, it's a technical question.
Okay.
For anybody here in the crowd who hasn't signed a participation, I'm required to ask if there's anybody who hasn't signed. So just raise your hand if there is anybody. Okay,
Thank you. So, once more, thank you very much for presentation, for questions. I think that we had a good time here. Time flew away. We are at the finish of second hour, and I just like to say just two final things that I had in mind. The stories that we heard, actually, I'm professor of museology and heritology, and it's full of theories of different kinds. But in deepest, before every of that theory, before every of concepts of modernity, before institutions, and I must say I jumped in because Emma said that there's curators who are not lazy. Actually, they are not. I'm partly proud to be here because I'm hosting this session with the crew that I knew that doing good job. So I think that you can trust institutions, but you must find people in institutions that you can work with. But before that, there is actually, before all of these things that we heard about, there is very deep connection, which is rooted in the concept of museums and heritage and all these relations. It is relation between space or place, objects, and humans. And when we have all of those three things connected, we have full results. We could hear that now, how people, spaces, and objects interact and give us their stories. And that, I think, it's main key for all of this presentation in some abstract level. Second thing, it's very formal, and it is a very specific day today. It's actually Vidovdan, Saint Vita's Day here in Serbia, but also it's Kurban Bayram. So I want to say congratulations to everybody who celebrates today, and have the best rest of this conference. Thank you very much. We were on time. I'm very proud of panelists and I'm proud of your questions. Thank you.
That's good. Možemo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today. My name is Jasna Zrnović. I'm a Secretary General of Serbian National Commission for UNESCO. Professionally, I'm a French teacher, so French is in my heart, so don't take me wrong if I say some word in French. This is just that I'm Francophone as well as Anglophone. I would like to introduce a little bit my job. You know that in every country, UNESCO National Commission is in a different ministry, since UNESCO is an organization that is about culture, education, and science. Of course, there are arts as well, as a part of culture. And you know as well that sometimes the National Commission is at the Ministry of Culture or at the Ministry of Education, but in our case it's at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we are responsible for the programs of UNESCO here in our country. And what is interesting for UNESCO, which is different from other multilateral organizations in the world, and that is that this unit, that is National Commission, exists and is functioning in the local level. So this is the only organization that has actually locally is applying locally the programs and ideas of UNESCO, and you know that UNESCO was made to maintain the peace in this world after the Second World War. So the idea of they say the laboratory of ideas, laboratoire des idées, that laboratory after the Second World War was actually meant to create a peace. And that's maybe a little bit because I was invited here today. It means that we have to see how can we compare, how can we enhance South comparing to North. And UNESCO, not since recently, but the last 20 years, has a department that is called Department for Priority Africa and External Relations. So all external relations in UNESCO are Africa as well. So this is giving priority to Africa. This is not only a task that is UNESCO task, but I think it's a world task in this moment to give the highlight, to give possibility to the African continent and to get to know better what are actually their real needs, what are their real thoughts, and what are their real creativity that is always éblouissante, that is always like fascinating us. Is that the preservation of languages, preservation of intangible heritage that is very, very rich with the songs, with the crafts, with everything that we can imagine that can be made, and with a cultural heritage that is immovable, that is, and we know that we have a extremely important natural and cultural heritage that is now inscribed on the list of World Heritage. And this is a little bit about what we are doing. Serbia is taking care very much about the Priority Africa, and as we are trying to get another mandate in UNESCO Executive Board, we made a brochure with the Priority Africa saying about our museum that you just heard, how it's functioning. That's the only African Museum of African Arts in Southeast Europe, and it's very important point for our what I can say education. And another thing is that I know, because I lived in Zimbabwe for 6 years and I lived in Tunisia for 6 years as well, I had a mandate there. I know that Africa is very close to us, and then that African people are feeling very well in our country. So thank you very much for this attention. And I would like to introduce our panelists today. Our team is, as I said, South and North and the South. This relation, decolonizing cultural policies and cultural management teaching, reconsidering the North-South relations. I would like to introduce our panelists today. That's Mr. Munyaradzi Chatikobo from Wits University in South Africa, specialist in cultural policy and management. He will introduce a kind of project, actually ideas, that all the countries, Mr. Lassina Yeo from the Université Global with Félix Houphouët-Boigny, but professor of German civilization and studies. He is from the Côte d'Ivoire, so he's coming from Ivory Coast. Then Mr. Kwasim Gesam Fulgens, I don't know if he is online. Yeah, if he is online, he will be third speaker. We will give to each speaker 5 minutes. He is a teacher researcher at the École Normale Supérieure Abidjan, Department of Foreign Languages, German section as well. And we have our, excuse me, where are you? I don't have your name.
Helena?
No, Helena Nassif, j'ai. Helena Nassif, multidisciplinary researcher of culture. He's currently director of cultural resource, Al Mawred Al Thaqafi, non-profit organization working on supporting arts and culture center in the Arab region and diaspora. And our Zimbabwean friend, I don't have here on the list. I have in the program, although should be nine. So she's going to speak about the situation in Zimbabwe, in my country. Okay, I will give a first floor. I would like you to talk about this topic for 5 minutes, if you don't mind, and then we will exchange and then have a second round, if you agree. So at this point, I will give the floor to Mr. Munyaradzi, and I adore sculpture and Munyaradzi. I just asked him if he's some relationship with that, but not. Here, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction, and good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to begin by briefly talking about what brings us together, what binds this panel together. And that thing which binds the panel together is a collaboration which is in its formation stage, where we are looking at possibilities of putting into practice some of the things which we discussed in this conference about the Global North, Global South collaborations. And the project is spearheaded by our colleagues in Germany, Hildesheim University. And the project is titled Culture, the Arts, Cultural Spaces for Democratic Participation and Political Expression. And as I mentioned, the project is in formation stage. And what we are here to discuss about, or what we will discuss about outside, perhaps outside this panel, is some of the issues which we need to address together so that we go into this partnership as equals. Whether that's going to, we are going to succeed, it's another question, but our idea is to go into the partnership as equals. That's not the focus of our conversation though, but it is very important because this conference has given us some of the ideas which we consider and some of the things which we should not do. But talking about the focus of our discussion here, which is decolonizing cultural policy and cultural management teaching, I was saying to colleagues before we started that I don't think I'm the right person to be part of this panel, because my colleague Avril and Milena, who is the convener of this conference, co-authored an article which was published early this year specifically about decolonizing cultural policy management curriculum. So but the good thing is they are in the house, and if we miss the point, we will call upon the two of you to jump on board and help us clarify some of the points. Having said that, I will talk about the cultural policy curriculum in the South African context, with particularly looking at what the curriculum looks like, why we are doing it, and how we are doing it. And what I would like to do to begin by doing is borrowing from the article which I've just articulated. We know the background, the history of Africa in terms of cultural policy and management, as well as education system. And it is one of deeply colonized landscape. And the pretext to this conversation, or rather the background to this topic, one would like to go back to the 1976 Soweto uprising, where the young people of South Africa took to the streets, and sadly it led to the Soweto massacre, to protest against particularly apartheid, but in the bigger scope of things, it was a protest against subjugation of local languages and subjugation of ways of knowing. And this was followed by the 2016 Fees Must Fall, which then was coupled with what became popularly known as Roads Must Fall. And I was fascinated this morning to be part of conversations around memorialization and how the monuments must fall and how they are falling all over the world. But this context clearly demonstrates to us that we are operating, we are teaching cultural policy and management in a space which is really confined and confining. And what does that mean for us? So what we need to begin to reflect on, firstly, is to what extent are cultural policies in South Africa decolonized? And I want to begin by saying the first policy white paper was the 1996 white paper on arts, culture, and heritage, which was recently revised, and I'm honored to have Avril amongst us, who was part of the team that revised the white paper. Where am I going with this? It means the cultural policy in South Africa is decolonized. But I want to hasten to say it is decolonized, but it is being implemented in a space which is not decolonized. The sector, the cultural and creative economy or creative industries in South Africa has still serious structures of Western canons and Western practices. So when you apply the policy in that landscape, it's a challenge. This takes me to the next stage about what then do we teach in cultural policy and management? What should the cultural policy management curriculum look like? So you will see that the cultural policy and management curriculum is grappling with discrepancies in some pieces of the sector which are decolonized and others which are not. And hence, the outcome of that is it's lots of tensions and contradictions. So our curriculum is designed as cultural policy and management in the Vic School of Arts is designed to deal with some of those tensions and discrepancies. So we take through our students, we want them to understand the process, the history of cultural policy, what is included, and how that the implications of that policy within the cultural space. Why are we doing this? Because we want to produce graduates who are able to deal with those contradictions. And our hope is that some of our graduates will be will have the capabilities and abilities to take further the process of decolonizing the curriculum. Because while least it is decolonized, I mean our curriculum is decolonized, it has to respond to the context which is not decolonized. So I hope I'm making sense when I say we want to groom students or graduates who are able to to take the decolonization project further. How do we do this in the South African context? Apart from the traditional confinements of curriculum structures in the universities, most of the things which we've been talking about during the past 2 days. What we are doing as Cultural Policy and Management Department is to create situations where our students go into the space, the undecolonized space or the untransformed space, experience them through experiential learning. We have excursions where we take them to, for instance, the Fort Trekker Monument, which is one of the apartheid legacies, which is juxtaposed to Freedom Park Monument, which is a construction of the democratic South Africa. We take them to those spaces and we get them to experience them. So apart from that experiential learning, we have we encourage our students to actively participate in major conferences which are organized by our sister universities, but also by government. And through those engagements, they are able to articulate some of the contradictions which we identify, which we hope to continue to engage with. Are we succeeding in the strides we are making? I am very confident that we are making positive strides, and we are introducing methods of teaching which are emulated by sister departments, for instance, within the Vic School of Arts. Yesterday I was talking about the traineeship program where we place our students within the different institutions in and around Johannesburg. Those are some of the things which are not done by other departments. And I want to come back to the fact that we are implementing this curriculum in a context which is not completely transformed. Whilst we are very conscious about decolonizing, the rest of the university, we have pockets which have good practices of decolonization. But our students are not only taking cultural policy and management, they are taking other courses. So we make strides in our courses, there is retrogression in other spaces. So we are doing this back and forth. It's a process which we are working on, and we hope one day we will come right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munyaraz. This was a fantastic insight. We have, according to your personal experience, and this I liked very much, this physical moving, actually taking students to physical spaces where where they can experience physically, but as well psychologically, the moment of history. And then they have maybe questions, maybe they go with these questions home and then come back tomorrow to see what is actually new for them from those perspectives. Thank you very much. I will give the floor now to Mr. Lassina Yeo. He will continue the presentation to see how is in Côte d'Ivoire. À vous, monsieur. Je vous donne la parole.
Merci beaucoup, madame. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me here in Belgrade. I studied in Germany at the Free University of Berlin. I was a long time in Germany, but so it's the second. So I was first of all in Eastern Europe in Bucharest. So Bucharest was my first country in Eastern Europe, and now this is the second. Now yes, the second one to me, and I am very happy. Thank you. And Africans have prejudice against people of Eastern Europe. So, yes, that's why by landing I made too much photos. Belgrade was so beautiful. I made photos to show them, but that Eastern Europe is also developed as Western Europe. This is very important. And then we have. I think Elena gave me a book about cultural diplomacy. It's very important, so we have also to work in this sense, cultural diplomacy with Eastern Europe. This is very important. What I want to say, I think the decolonization, I don't like this question of decolonization, but it doesn't matter, I must speak about it. When I was in Germany, it was always so, if you meet people, private or what, always we should speak about colonization. And sometimes I say, oh, we have another history. Colonization, I know we speak today for post-colonial discourse, etc., etc. This is right. So there are some new forms of colonization, but I think our relation mustn't be always apprehended from the viewpoint of our past colonization. We have some new relations. I've just spoken from cultural diplomacy, for example, but it doesn't matter. I think in my country, what I notice, you will show after in 1 minute, I will show something. I think the work of decolonization is an intern work, intern African work, because I think it's very important that we trust on our own culture. I have a friend of me, a colleague. He was teaching African religions, and somebody said, "You are defeated in the name of Jesus Christ. You are defeated." It means when you speak today from African religions, Africans themselves, they don't trust on it. Because in their heart, the best religions are Islam and Christianity. And that's why I think the first fight must be done by Africans themselves. And it is complex. You know, most of the projects in my country are initiated by European organizations, institutions. Goethe Institute, Institut Français, and what else? Or British Council, etc., etc. And we have a Minister of Culture, of course, but you don't have much money there to finance such projects. So that's why even if you told to an Ivorian people, Europeans are bad or they are colonial, they don't trust you because they know they have their money, the possibility to finance their project, they find it by Europeans. That's why I think this is very important that when speaking from decolonization, we try also to apprehend this question in its complexity. And can you show what I want to show?
We haven't received it. Can you send it again to the...
I show it by WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Do you have it? And you will see, it is balafon. Balafon is a kind of music instrument. It is, since how many years? It is now a heritage of UNESCO, balafon, because it belongs to...
Intangible.
Yes.
Intangible heritage.
Yes.
Immaterial.
Yes, immaterial. And I was, my village, where I was born, my village, there was someone, he went to Mali to convert in Islam, and when he came back to our village, he said, balafon is not good. It is, c'est pour le démon. How do you say le démon? Devil.
Devil.
Yeah, devil, belong to devil because the player of balafon, they go in the bush and they make some rituals. So he says it's not good for Islam. So it's not good. And you see the contradiction. It is heritage, immaterial heritage from UNESCO, and in the mentality of the people, they say it's not good because they are now Islam, they are Muslim and Christian. So the first, I think the fight, that's why I say our fight is internal. So we have to fight not against Islam or Christianity, but to explain that culture, African original cultures are not contradictory, are not a contradiction with Christianity and Islam. And this is very important. But who should do this work? Even the intellectuals, they are either Christian or Muslim. Politicians, it is the same thing, or they don't have this will because they need some people to vote. So they don't have to have the discourse who will make that somebody say you are against Muslim or you are against religion. And that's why I say it is very, very complicated. Oh, I don't know, but anyway, it's not good, but I can send it again. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
Merci, Monsieur Yeo. I think we should proceed. I would like to comment. We had a recently a month and a half ago a meeting of European National Commission. It was an informal meeting, and we had as well North-South conversation about culture of peace, and there was a National Commission of Angola representing Africa, and we had a very, very interesting discussion. And I made an observation, and it is along with what you just said, both of you honorable guests. Without development, crucial development, economic development, we cannot actually implement culture of peace. We cannot implement this independent African internal fight, putting aside decolonization, not talking about it, but going forward. So we actually need to do everything we can, what is in our power, to develop our countries, to be able to be independent in our culture policies and not to have a segments, of course, to take everything that is very good from those that are already developed and to apply them and to adapt all the knowledge for our people and our cultures, so that we can be visible in the world, because we are, I can say, not developed country, and we can understand as well what is the problem in the developing world of the South. I would like to apologize to Madame Shumira Inyota because I didn't have her CV here in front of me. She's a lecturer at the Professor of Linguistics at the Open Zimbabwe University, and she will talk about the same topic in Zimbabwean context. And we are looking forward to hear Madame. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, like it has been pointed out, I'm going to talk about Zimbabwe. Yes, so before we come to decolonizing of cultural policies, it was colonization of cultures first. Aspects of culture were colonized, and some of these include languages were colonized, religion was colonized, livelihoods also colonized, because people were uprooted from the rural areas into mines, into farms, into homes of the colonizers as garden boys and as housemaids. So their livelihoods were also colonized. Medicine was colonized, dressing was colonized. So as they were being colonized, their cultures were denigrated, cultures of the people in the south, or the Zimbabweans. It was denigrated, and the impact or effect of that denigration was self-denial on the part of Zimbabweans. Yes, some denied they were Africans. Yes, and in other words, they became a lost race. Yes, having said that, with the time moving, we see the government coming in to decolonize these cultural aspects of Zimbabwe. But that decolonization, some of it was done with Western thinking in mind. There was an attempt to look at the issue of languages way back in 1987 after independence, and but they just brought back what colonization is sort of done, because English was made the official language. Then Shona and Ndebele, which are spoken by the majority, were made into national languages, and the other 14 languages of Zimbabwe were just described as minority languages, and they were not even recognized. That was around 1987. But later on, as we went by, then government comes in, and we see a new constitution of 2023 that sort of decolonized the cultures that were colonized. People were given cultural rights by that constitution, and we also see a national policy on culture and heritage. And right, but then the two were decolonized, but legal instruments that were supposed to back these two were not as decolonized as one would want. Take, for instance, the Museum and Monuments Act. Yes, nowhere in that act does the act mention, for instance, intangible heritage when in fact museums by their nature are custodians of culture, but we don't see them, we don't see that being mentioned in the Museums Act. And so the impact of this is that intangible heritage is not recognized in the Act, and yet intangible heritage to Zimbabweans or indigenous Zimbabweans is something very, very critical, and it was not recognized. So we see that mismatch between the constitution, the policy on culture, and then the National Museums and the Monument Act. So what we see in the museums are just artifacts, and to indigenous Zimbabweans, if intangible heritage is not attached to artifacts in the museums, then the artifacts in the museums do not mean a lot. They are just objects. They can be vandalized. For instance, the Zimbabwe bed, which carries a lot of spirituality and is an intangible heritage attached to it, was once stolen, and several artifacts were vandalized. So what we see happening again in these attempts by government and the researchers, they are happening in the wrong environment. For instance, not being baked, like I have said. Now when we come to the second part of the topic, that is rethinking North and South relations, we find that it's a welcome development, for instance, in Zimbabwe, because the thinking is that now the North has realized the injustice that was done to the indigenous Zimbabweans, especially through denigrating their cultures. And for us, we see there is potential, for instance, in multi-country collaboration, so that, for instance, we can bring together, or we can, for instance, deal with that mismatch that we see between the constitution, the policy on culture, and then the legal instruments governing it. So for us, that multi-country or North and South relations being rethought, it is something for us. And what we envisage is collaboration between North and South, for instance, on working on the culture policy, and also all the other cultures that were denigrated, and research methodologies, for instance, to build on the process. For instance, the North maybe can understand research frameworks to be used, for instance, when dealing with the indigenous participants and research communities which are also indigenous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shumira Ignato. I would point out what you just said, that cultural rights and cultural policies and national policies did not correspond to some parts of the culture, so that the intangible heritage was not recognized, which is very important. We had last week here a conference about intangible heritage in Southeast Europe, and all of our countries is just to say that it is not just a South problem. We didn't, until a few years ago, we did not recognize intangible heritage in our cultural framework, legal framework. About what we talk about, education and cultural heritage, intangible heritage. Why? Because if we teach our people that intangible heritage can bring them development and that can bring them visibility for what you said, you would need culture policies to be taught from north or saying financed laws that are applicable to our national policies. We need help, definitely. We all need help. Is it not a key in the education? So this is the right thing to speak about. Thank you very much. I would give the floor to Elena Nassif. And we expect now to hear what is in Arab world now, what is happening there in decolonization and cultural policies. Thank you very much. Helena, if you have.
Thank you so much. I had a few ideas to share with you and maybe like a small story of a case that we've worked on, but before I start, I have to engage with my colleagues who were saying, and I think the Arab region complicates a little bit what we were discussing, because colonialism in the Arab region is not in the past. We still have it very active in Palestine, so it's in the present, it's our present. And in the context of Palestine and the Arab world, we have the whole spectrum of people embracing Western ideas, ideologies, worldviews, etc., and the extreme opposite of Salafism, nativism, and certain reactionary claims of authenticity, which end up to be the coin, the same, like the other coin of the same coin, the other side of the same coin. And while like the Arab region, or where I come from the Arab region might be the other of Europe. We were talking about the Balkan being the other, but we may be like another other. It's also where Christianity and Islam emerged from, which makes a lot of the origins of Europe coming from the region where I come from, which complicates a little bit.
And Judaism.
And Judaism, which and a lot of the philosophy of Greek philosophy had its origins in the region, which complicates origins and the whole idea of, you know, puritanical, or the purity of certain, or authenticity of certain origins that are pre-colonial. I think he was waiting to speak before me. So in this context, can we mute or? Yeah? Yeah. In this context, we had a project I will speak a little bit about, because it shows you that sometimes the colonial or decolonial agenda is not the highest on the agenda, because the first thing we were aiming at while building this master's program is to make sure that there is a new generation of young researchers, graduates of cultural policy and management, who are able to kind of look and research and write about a very growing field of arts and culture in the region. And the field is growing, the sector is growing, but at the same time there is no accompaniment in the research world, in the academic world. We built a partnership with Hildesheim University and UNESCO chair at Belgrade University with Professor Milena, and ourselves and Hassan II University in Morocco, which is a public university. And we built a program that worked between 2018 and 2022 on the graduation of 2 cohorts of 27 students, now MA graduates of Cultural Management and Policy. It's a success at multiple levels, but I found today the article that was published about decolonization of the curriculum, and there's a lot to reflect upon while thinking about how the curriculum, what is needed to make sure that when we build a program there is a kind of a decolonial curriculum, content, and how it's linked to the practice, how it's bridged to the practice in the context of where it's existing. Maybe another, maybe here it's important to look at these absences of references. If we look at the challenges that the students had to face, if you look at the curriculum, the official curriculum, professors were able to add a lot of references as we went through, but if we look at the official curriculum, only 3 courses out of 18 had references by authors who have Arabic names. So most of the authors had non-Arabic names. Gladly, we had many from the Balkans, many literature from professors and academics from the Balkans, but very, very few professors from the region who had written about the subject. If you look at the master's thesis of the students who graduated, and you look at the references of all their theses, or you look at their literature review section, all of them, if we can say most, but most is like almost all, had an issue with references. It's an MA, it's not a PhD, and most of them were walking through uncharted territories. They had really few references in Arabic or written by Arab scholars or scholars from the region, if not Arabs themselves. And I don't have the answer at the moment, but if we understand colonialism as power and violence, some kind of power and violence that we experience physically, tangibly, and intangibly, and as a war child myself who had survived the war in Lebanon for many years, and it comes back in different waves and different forms, it's clear for us that we still don't understand, or it's clear for many people in the Arab region that we still don't understand colonialism very well. We don't understand the impact of its violence. And the absences of these references or of this knowledge is not a mere absence, it's a real violence. Real violence of having your view or your way of looking and seeing the world, or your standard, not part of the reference. So it's not referenced. It's outside the reference. It doesn't, and that creates a lot of anxieties. It creates a lot of regression, and it creates these extremes of reactions and reactionaries we are discussing as part of way to deal with this extreme violence that we have to live through. We continue with the conversation.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Are we going to hear Mr. Kwasi get something else? Is he ready?
Yeah.
Then no,
just let him know that he must
Mr. Kwasi, can we hear you? I would like to introduce Mr. Kwasi. He's a PhD teacher researcher in the École Normale Supérieure Abidjan. Do you hear us, Mr. Kwasi? Allow me to give you floor, please.
I hear you. Do you catch me?
You can go on. We are very impatient to hear from you. Excuse me?
Okay, so thank you very much. So I am very happy to have the floor in order to take part in this important panel. I would like to be with you, but in the process, in the organization of the travel, I didn't get a visa, so I communicate since Abidjan in Ivory Coast in Côte d'Ivoire. I want to thank, first of all the organizers, our partner in the University of Idesheim, the University of Art, and all panelists. So I want to focus my communication about the current challenges of cultural sensitivities in the North-South dialogue. So I hear very well what all the panelists said about the importance of decolonizing the culture. So I want to put my attention about the current challenges. So what I have noticed is the following one. Today, in the framework of the North-South dialogue, we must integrate the question of minorities in the cultural project, for example, in African regions. It is a challenge today in the dialogue. We have also the feeling that culture is being standardized around the world without taking account some local realities. So this question is sometimes discussed during the design of some projects. We also know that the gender mainstreaming in projects, for example, in some localities, meetings are not held with men and women together. For example, in some African regions. In the north of Côte d'Ivoire, it is an example. If you want to organize a cultural event or project, you must separate men and women because of the question of culture and traditions. We also have the question of control of what is forbidden, for example, in the villages. Days when people do not work, when there are, for example, funerals or major cultural festivals. In this context, if you have a cultural, what can I say, a cultural event or a cultural project, you can organize it because of funerals, falls, of tradition, etc., and so on. We must also take into account of religious sensitivity. For example, at home on Fridays we have a Muslim, we must go to the mosque. So if you have a cultural event, you can organize on that day. And on Sunday we have Christians, we should go to the church. So these sensitivities are very important to integrate in the question of cultural policies in the framework of the North-South relations. Another thing I want to put my attention is sometimes the question of financial dependence. This financial dependence creates an imbalance in the culture with the partner. So when, for example, you want to organize an event and both partners didn't have the same, what can I say, power in terms of financial means, it is sometimes a challenge. So I think that we can analyze this question. And today we have also the question of governance. This question of governance, I think that is a question which touches all the sectors of activities concerning North-South relations, concerning all the sectors of activities. So I want to thank you. It is my small contribution. I am very, very happy to take part in this interesting debate. I have noticed some local policies in terms of culture. So if you permit me, in 1 or 2 minutes, I want to give you some the list of Ivorian cultural policies. We have, for example, a Ministry of Culture and Francophonie. So this ministry tries to do the promotion of the cultural events. We have, for example, in Ivory Coast, the Vazon Festival. It is in the east of Côte d'Ivoire. We have, for example, the Savannah Secret Art Festival. This festival has the aim to promote the sacred aspect of our culture. We have also the Abissa Festival of Grand Bassam. Grand Bassam is an historical city of UNESCO, a World Heritage Site. We have, for example, the Fokufo Carnival of Bonoa. And during that festival, we try to do the promotion of the cultural aspect concerning our tradition. We have, for example, the Massa. Massa is Abidjan African Performing Art Market. In French, Marché Africain du Spectacle d'Abidjan. And we organize this important international event every 2 years. And finally, we have FEMIA. FEMIA is an Umambo Urban Music Festival. So along these festivals, we have some international tourists. So the question of North and South dialogue is also discussed during this kind of festival. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. I am very happy to take part in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwasi. We enjoyed your presentation, and we will now see a contribution from our colleague Yo. Can we see it on the big screen? Thank you very much.
Merci. Je vous donne la parole.
Juste pour faire un petit commentaire, I would like just to make a short comment. You see, I've just spoken about it. This instrument, the name is balafon. I think the name in English is xylophone or something like that. Balafon. It has been as a UNESCO heritage.
Intangible.
Yes, intangible. For a few years, and that's what I'm saying. Somebody said, somebody is somebody of the village. He went and converted in Islam, and when he come back, he said, "This is devil." C'est ça mon devil. Right there. And so we should abandon it. But you say there is a discourse about modernity. There are many people who say that the crisis of the modernity can find its responses in indigenous cultures. So even I am from the Senufo people, because these balafon belong to the Senufo. Senufo, they are in Mali, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Guinea also. And you see, the old man who is speaking, he's giving some pieces of advices, but I can't hear it because Senufo, there are many variants.
Different kinds.
Different, kinds of Senufo, so I can. But what is sure, he's giving some pieces of advice, how young people have to live, how they have to deal with their environment, etc., etc. That's why this discourse that perhaps the whole world can find its responses, or the crisis of the modernity can find its answers in indigenous cultures. I think it's a very interesting discourse, and that's why European Union or what, or Belgrade, I don't know, you have also interest to finance indigenous cultures in Africa, because this culture can find some global answers to our problem. That's recognition. That's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Leo. I would like to, if you agree, we would give a second thought to Mr. Mnieradzi. And he had idea to invite some of you to tell us something about more our topic today, because there are some published works that are interesting for us today. Give the floor to Mr. Mnieradzi.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add one or two comments to reiterate points which were raised by Shumirai and Helena, particularly around publications, that our curriculum is based on mostly or predominantly Western literature. And I want to underscore what we are doing, what we have begun to do as a response to that. And that is the idea of encouraging publication of local case studies by academics within our department, within our school, but also encourage our postgraduate students to begin to publish a lot on local case studies. What this does is it allows future generations of scholars in cultural policy and management to depend and be able to use local examples which are contextualized, or rather local case studies which sort of look at the different models, let's say, of policies, of governance, of management, administrative models, which are suitable for our local context, and the local context which is characterized by contradictions, which I mentioned earlier on. I also want to highlight the question of language, that in our university, the university has a language policy which was put in place in 2015, and it recognizes Sesotho and isiZulu as rather official local languages for the University of Witwatersrand, and this is a higher education policy where each university is required to focus on, teach one, at least their local language, depending on where they are located. Is this working? So each student, when they enroll first years, they are supposed to learn either Sesotho or isiZulu. But the question is, does this translate into local ways of knowing in the different curriculum offered in different faculties within the university? To what extent does that translate to local canons of knowing? I'm not too sure. It's an exercise which requires further thinking. But in our own spaces, we allow students, when they do their projects in communities, to feedback and report in local languages. And that begins to shift the narratives and the way our students are thinking. You will all agree with me that when you think in your own language, there are certain meanings which come to the fore, which you bring to the fore. And what we are hoping to do is to begin to surface knowledges which for a long time have been subjugated. Chair, excuse me, has given me the permission to invite. I said to her, I feel that will do injustice to the recent publication which Milena and Avril and team have worked on. And I want to co-opt Avril and Milena, if you don't mind, to make a brief comment in addition to this conversation. I don't think it will be fair to bring you as respondents, but rather make a comment to what we are talking about here.
Sure.
I give you a floor.
Thank
Please.
Thank you very much.
So I won't take long, but I think one of the key issues for me is that there's a big distinction between decolonizing a curriculum and Africanizing it. They're not the same thing. So on the one hand, yes, we first have to think about local context, and that is to Africanize the curriculum and to make sure that students are learning about things that are their lived reality, their everyday lived reality. So as Chati has said, students present their work in their local language. The only obligation they have is to give me the narrative in English before. Some of my examiners don't actually speak that language. We have 11 official languages, so those become quite important. But our students have written a lot over the years, and we are now also starting a new journal on African creative economy. And that is also really important, to make sure that we start writing for one another, not writing messaging for the North. Because when you write an article for the International Cultural Policy Journal or the Cultural Trends or any of those journals, you are always having to think in the references and the texts that you are writing for. And it changes what you say and because who you're saying it to is different. We want to talk to one another on the continent, right? So that's really important to have a local journal. And that journal will have to be able to cope with multiple languages. Because if you think about the continent, I don't know how many languages we have, but it's going to have to think of the colonial languages primarily, because that is the lingua franca of everybody. So that's number one. The second thing I want to say is that when we talk about decolonizing, we are saying every concept we use that comes from the global north has to be problematized. I've written substantially around the problematic notion of creative industries and how it's completely distorting how we think about culture on the African continent. When you talk about the culture, the creative industries, you are destroying the understanding of culture. You are saying it's about creativity. And people on the ground do not make the distinction between culture, heritage, tradition, ceremony, etc. So it's about problematizing every single concept that's coming from the global north. That is the act of decolonizing. As I said the other day, it's an activist concept. You have to constantly do it. You never finish doing it. And our students are part of it. So at the end of every semester that I run in the master's program, the students present how they would further decolonize the program. They are invited to reflect on what they've been taught, all the modules they've had, all the studies they've read, and they're invited to say what would they have liked to have learned that they didn't learn. And then we reflect on it, and we're constantly thinking about redesigning the curriculum. So we're currently going through, I've just gone through, it's my end of my 10 years at university, I'm leaving end of the year. So we've gone through a 10-year study of looking at what we've been teaching, how students have learned from it, and what they want to put into place. And we've asked the sector that employs our students, because our students all get employment, which is amazing. We've asked them, what do you want our students to know and be able to do and think about? In other words, what are the graduate attributes that are going to make a worthwhile cultural manager or cultural professional? And not that we want to be focused on what the sector wants, but it helps inform us a little bit about what are some of the things we have got blind spots about too. So yeah, it's a very big process, and what we've done now with it is we're doing a complete review of our curriculum from third year, fourth year, honors, masters, PhD level. And you know, the work is ongoing, and it needs to take place on the continent. So we're also developing a Centre of Excellence with ARUA, which is the African Research Universities Alliance. There are many universities across the continent that are members of that alliance. And we're developing a Centre of Excellence on arts, culture, and the cultural sector. Why do we want to do that? Because we have to start talking to one another. There's such a divide between Anglophone, Francophone Africa. It doesn't help any of us. And that's a colonial heritage that we sit with. So as you said, Elena, colonialism never ends. And it hasn't ended because it sits in our heads. It's the heads of everybody. And so yeah, that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all and to ask you if you have any further question. I would really appreciate if all African languages are recognized, and then maybe in some next our gathering we speak Shona or Zulu or Ndebele together, and that would be very nice. I think Helena wants to make a point. You have a floor, madam.
Yeah, maybe the point I would like to add relates also to the problematizing each concept, but also the theoretical lenses we use. And one of the strongest underpinning of all theories is the state. And all the approaches we use to understand reality and to talk about cultural policy and management come from a certain understanding and a certain existence of a state. In the Arab region and in post-colonial states, the state has a different history, has a different function, has a different power, has a different makeup, which makes us reconsider this lens and this concept and the way we use it to analyze and to speak and to think of cultural management and policy, which is really difficult because then we're standing on a new, totally shifting ground of that re-questions everything. And then yeah, and then we need each other to start having answers and not just questioning everything.
Madame Sumirai, you would like to have a floor as well?
Thank you. I just want to add one more thing. Recently, our government embarked on a heritage-based curriculum. Yes, but the curriculum is meeting with some challenges. Government who has no resources to begin to do that. And then we see people with money will embark on it. And then they have these private schools, and the private schools have examinations set in Cambridge. Yes, and that has nothing again to do with heritage-based. So what that does is to divide the population into the elites who can go to the private schools, and then those who do not have, they go to the government schools, which are heritage-based. And as a result, that heritage-based is not taken on board as we would like to have it. Yes.
Then it's some kind of new colonization, this kind of division that is happening, and we don't want that. We did not meet. And we should resume today's session and now give some kind of conclusion, give the place some kind of conclusion, and I would like to thank all our participants for this fruitful conversation we had today, and for our instruments balafon that we heard as an intangible heritage. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. This was quite interesting. I have some kind of a question, but it's not a direct question. It's about the point that Elena raised about the shortage or deficiency in the production of knowledge in cultural studies, and especially around cultural policy and cultural management. So the question is, if you see, especially Elena and yourself from South Africa, there is a connection between this deficiency in the production of knowledge and the problem with access to information, because it's a major issue for researchers. And also if you see a relationship between this and problems in the undergraduate education at university level and also arts education in schools. I'm facing this issue recently that basically the cultural studies at universities, and most public universities in Arab countries are minimal, unless of course it's within, for example, certain disciplines like history, but other cultural studies are almost non-existent. So when you come to the MA and PhD level, you are at a loss. So I just wanted to learn from you if you have a reflection on this.
Shall I continue? Or okay. So first of all, I would like really to thank Professor Munyarati, Professor Lassina, Professor Nyota, Professor Nassif, Professor Kwasi. I think I didn't miss anyone. Thank you so much for participating. But I have to say that I'm a little bit shocked by some kind of role reversal in this conversation. I think we're lacking a wider context of who has to decolonize. If we are bearing in mind that decolonization of mind, as Frantz Fanon called it, or decolonial theory, as Arthur Mignon has established, means that we all need to decolonize. I'm actually appalled by the lack of mentioning of contributions of all the African authors
theorists, philosophers, artists who for centuries contributed from Africa, from African diaspora, from the Caribbean, etc. So I would hate to see this panel finishing without actually getting this kind of ball to our field and saying that Africanizing knowledge is not the matter of only African countries. It is a matter of all of us. It is a matter of acknowledging the work and the effort. Sorry, I'm very emotional about this because I'm kind of appalled, by the mention of development and modernity in this context, when we know that modernity and development brought about the destruction of worlds. So I very much appreciated what you said, Professor Monyeradzi, to go into partnership as equals. Well, I think we need first to decolonize institutions such as UNESCO in order to talk as equals. So thank you very much. This was not a really concrete question to any of you.
I would like to thank you, whatever your name is. I had to wait this whole conference to hear Frans Fanon's name, unless I missed something. Maybe I'm crazy, but I appreciate that. And thank you all for the discussion. And yeah, I would like to just to appreciate that, and also to signal Helena, I appreciate you saying we might not really know what colonialism is. I would extend that and say we might not really know what decolonialism is. And I would like to offer a quote, actually, if I could, not from Fanon, but from Audre Lorde, a brilliant poet, feminist woman, black woman, brilliant artist, who said, some of you probably will know, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house.
Thank you. If that's all, we can conclude.
If some of the panelists would like to
Would you like to have a floor, Mr. Bajin?
Thank you for the comments and for the questions. The complexity we are dealing with is quite wide. Perhaps let me begin by responding to the question of a reference to scholars and acknowledging scholars who spearheaded the project of decolonization. And of course, in the African context, we cannot talk about decolonizing without making reference to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who championed or who talks about decolonizing the mind, how we need to decolonize the mind. And I must, without defending my position, articulate that the idea was to share practical experiences rather than theory. Well, theories about decolonizing are theories which we engage with in our universities. But just to highlight the idea of, which is articulated by Ngugi, which is not just about decolonizing the mind, but about moving the center and the challenges which we are struggling with, where universities are ivory towers of knowledge and are centers in themselves when we look at the center-periphery dynamic at local level. We have serious challenges where everyone looks up to the university at the expense of knowledges which are sitting in communities. And if I were given space to talk about, you remember the chair said 5 minutes, and if I were given a space to talk about how as a university or as a department we are moving the center, I would talk about how we are moving our teaching from the ivory towers in line with Ngugi's concept of moving the center, to acknowledge the multiple centers which are around us, where different knowledges are stored and are generated and stored. So I would say the projects which we are embarking on, which we are documenting and which we are using as case studies are examples of how we are embedding the philosophy of education and all that decolonization process. to respond to the comment about the education system, perhaps in my rushed process, I mentioned how our efforts as a department or as a university are faced with challenges of dealing with a bigger system which is problematic. So the absence of arts and culture in the curriculum at basic education level is offered in the CAPS curriculum in South Africa to a certain grade, and then it is discontinued. So when a child enters the university, they don't have the basic knowledge that you need to take them forward. So we are dealing with those deficiencies and those gaps which we need to fill at postgraduate level, for instance, because we as a cultural policy and management, we are predominantly a postgraduate department. And we, every time when we are doing our curriculum reviews, we are talking about how do we fill these gaps in order for us to take our students to the level that we expect. But the challenges are so difficult, so complex that this platform may not allow us to articulate all of them, but we do acknowledge them, and we thought let's share some of the very practical experiences which we have. And those are very few examples which we have just shared with you. Helena.
I was about to mention Hannah. I should have. I don't know if, it's really difficult to answer the issues that were raised. From the context of the Arab region, I will explain why. But I want to acknowledge that this conversation brings a lot of pain to many people. So it is not an easy conversation, and it requires a long conversation beyond our meeting today. And the context of the Arab region requires really in-depth studies that are not being done to understand the history of the post-colonial state and its adoption of an anti-colonial stance and rhetoric. We were talking about the non-aligned movement and their positioning there. And then the failure of this project of state building, which came with it the failure of the university project, which was linked to the state building project. So we are now in a position where the university is weakened, is almost like it doesn't have a project of liberation or of thought or of it's not linked to the people's project, and there's no clarity of a people's project that created a people's university, like maybe we can find in Brazil or elsewhere or South Africa. So what we have is that we have the official mainstream public university, which is still serving a lot of service, like I don't want to speak badly of it, but it has limited role. And it's being weakened every day because of lack of resources, etc., which links to the question of BESMA, which linked also to the question of access to knowledge, who has, the problem of open access. There are hundreds and thousands of very important research that being produced, but it's locked behind paywalls. And the usual kind of like the Arab thought, or what the Arab intellectuals engaged a lot with in the 70s and afterwards, with the questions of liberation, with the question of decolonialism, and this project is not very much is not seep to the different disciplines within the university. So it's not this necessarily existent in departments of culture management or culture theory. It is in certain pockets again, so that is not it's not dominant yet, and to understand why not, it's a whole different story that requires really depth in discussing it.
Thank you very much. I think we are today we can assume our session, and thank you very much. We have our okay.
Just if the people are waiting outside,
Just a minute. Yeah, I just wanted to tell thank you to Secretary General Jasna Zanovic. I'm Alper Kalai. The mentioned project with all our partners, panelists, and friends also here. And I would like to greet on behalf of UNESCO Chair Hildesheim, Dr. Daniel Gerd and Professor Julius Eininger. They weren't here, but we will continue this decolonizing and sustainable cultural policy project tomorrow and Friday together. And most importantly, I would like to thank Serbian hospitality, Professor Dr. Milena Dragicevic-Sesic. Please invite others, and thank you very much.
thank you. So thank you all the panelists. Now we are going to have our final session. I invite Professor Dr. Goran Milošinović, President of the UNESCO National Commission for Serbia. And we should invite all the people, so please do open the door so that the people can enter. Please, Helena, sit in the first row. Sit here. Sit here. Please do, Professor. Mole da ih slikate ovde sa... Elena, please.
They were referencing your
The panel. Eva, prvi red je slobodno još uvek. Please do take a seat. There are still some seats free here and here in the second row.
Thank you. So I have the honor to start. So we're going to give the floor to Mr. Goran Milošinović, sorry, and Milena Dragicevic-Sesic and I will just say a few words to conclude officially this conference. And we also thought that it might be a good idea to have a moment, maybe to have a debrief with you, and to collect maybe feedbacks from those who would like to say something about this conference, these 3 very intense days. So yes, we will have a moment for that. So maybe just one word to say that it's not very easy to conclude, because it has been 3 very, very important and crucial days. It's not a nice and pretty conference. It's not an easy conference. It's quite crucial and quite complex issues and topics we dealt with during these 3 days. And I want to thank you very much for that, because because it's not easy sometimes to talk about all of that. And thank you very much first for coming. Thank you very much for sharing all the research, the concerns, sometimes also intimate thoughts and position. Thank you very much for conforming with the format of the conference, which is not easy all the time. It's 20 minutes, you cannot talk much than 20 minutes. Thank you very much for conforming with the English language. And some of us are not so at ease also with the language. Sometimes we are frustrated also. Thank you very much for sharing different approaches and show that going and coming are possible between them. Being a researcher, being a protester, being questioning, being also an advocating. It's not the same position, and there is going and coming between these positions, and I think it's not only promoted by our institution to circulate between these different positions, but I, during these 3 days, show that it was possible, and I think it's very important to keep this plasticity in the way we live and we want to fight and protest. Thank you also for reminding that we need to fight for higher standards in solidarity. I'm going to keep that sentence. We should never give up with this in comfort zone and lucidity that we can always learn more about different points of view. And this morning we had kind of talk about that. I mean, we constantly dismantle barriers and symbolic frontiers between paradigms, between knowledges, between what should be wrong and not wrong, etc., etc. And I think before letting this barrier and these hierarchies dismantled again and again, just try to learn more before. So thank you very much for a reminder, and that would be my last word, the word of positionality and reflexivity. And maybe after a real lucidity, maybe we will, as Goran said before, leave space for other people, other position and other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Camille. In fact, I think we'll just continue with a few words, and then we will give the word to Professor Dr. Goran Milosinovic, and we will have official closure of the conference, but then we will invite all of you who would like to stay and to discuss and to wrap up and to reflect to stay. But those that are having other obligations or have to catch a plane and so on, they can go in hurry because the conference will be officially closed. In fact, we discussed for 3 days, and I'm thankful to all of you, to our keynote speakers, Basma El-Husseini, but also Gerti Damburi, who was very energetic from her Zoom and entering very difficult points of view, and to our artist, Tanja Ostojic, who really opened up artistic activism, broad importance of artistic activism in discussing all these issues, because yes, we opened questions of darker sides of cultural relations. What does it mean decolonizing art? But how through decolonizing art we have to go through decolonizing universities, but also all social structures and life. So white privilege, white hegemony, white supremacy, and all these talks, we're going to stay and to resonate because of all layers of epistemological injustices and epistemic slums where we are very often putting, as one of our speakers said, the knowledge about others, the knowledge about subalterns, and not really giving opportunities and situations where the voices of subalterns can be heard in a self-produced knowledge and so on. How to help fairness in cultural relations, in international relations. Even in the last session, we heard a professor that couldn't come to Belgrade just because our embassy was not quick enough in making all necessary procedures, and all of others who came, there was a lot of lobbying and a lot of work of our staff to secure their visas to come. Not to speak that for people who are not that established and on the position in Africa, in Caribbean, for example, we had yesterday Caribbean professor also on Zoom, because she is coming from a country with whom we do not have relations, embassies, and so on, and she's living in Ireland, which is a European country where we do not have Serbian embassy, neither there is embassy of Ireland here. So just to see, I have to wait 3 months usually to get Irish visa to go to Ireland, but I get it. For example, my student from Côte d'Ivoire this year wouldn't be able to go to Ireland for European Diploma in Cultural Project Management, so he had to assist to this program on Zoom. So there is a lot more needs that should be expressed, and there is a lot more work to be done in international relations to change university as a hierarchical place and lobby toward university as a place of emancipation, to integrate tacit knowledge and all other forms of experiential knowledge that we were debating today. And yes, context is not decolonized, but we have to make all possible efforts to decolonize our cultural organization, artistic collective, universities, and all other agents in world in development in so-called global south, so that one day we do not make any more such a kind of distinctions. So I will also say, yes, we have to elaborate the ways of teaching to transgress education as a practice of freedom, but also education of knowledge sharing, of decolonizing knowledge, and so what. And I would like specifically to thank artists that participated in this conference with their walks, audio walks, site-specific walks, responsible drawings, dialogical paintings, theatrical performance lectures, etc., because there were many different contributions, and they were so, I would say, contributive to this conference, and I invite all of you and all of artists and teachers, workshops leaders, to contribute to our post-conference textbook, because I hope it's going to be as interesting as this conference was. So finally, I am giving a word to President of our National Commission for UNESCO as our UNESCO chair that is organizing all this conference, is very grateful for a permanent support.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and privilege to address you in a few sentences at the end of this great conference, a very important conference. I can express my personal gratitude and gratitude of the Serbian Commission for the collaboration with UNESCO for organizing this type of the conference. Looking at the program of this Sheikh initiative, I must say that it's on UNESCO. So talking about the Africa, talking about disparity, the genders, the languages, I mean everything what you've been talking about, all the program is globally UNESCO. So you are doing in parallel actually what is the UNESCO struggling all this year. Talking about the languages, we have 7,500 languages worldwide, and every day one is disappearing. So now we are fighting to have this equal approach of the languages. 100 languages is only capital for the IT technology. So not only that. So there are a lot of rooms to do, lot of rooms to work on, and like you know, the commission for the collaboration is the connections with the UNESCO Paris, the headquarter, and you experts. So anything that we can do to facilitate this process is absolutely our great will. One idea I can give you is that Serbia just won the Expo 2027, which is in 4 years, the great world exhibition. That could be also the place for the new conference on the same issue. Maybe you will gather again in 4 years, and then meeting the people from 120 countries. You might have some new ideas. Talking about this, on the last Expo in Dubai 2020, 3 years ago, there was the UNESCO in Italy organized a big UNESCO Chairs Forum, which was for the higher education. And like you know, you can make sometimes easier steps on the basic education than on higher education. In the basic education, few computers in some subaltern regions, and you will do something. But for the higher education, you need to do a lot of different efforts to have some small success and some small progress. So I assume this is a step-up process. I congratulate you all for being in Belgrade. Hope you saw a little bit of the Belgrade. You had a chance to. So if not, that's a good reason to come again in Belgrade in 4 years. So thank you very much, and we appreciate very much your work. We are very much honored with our chair and Professor Ivić. Thank you.
Yes. So I will just use my last privilege to talk in front of you all to thank Milena very, very much for this conference, because everything is possible to you. That's censure. And I want to, of course, thank very, very much all the Shaking team, because as we said the first day, it was a very big and fantastic adventure. Thank you very much to Sonia Nikitin and to Adja Saglam in particular, and to Sarah Cordonnier, of course. So we thought that would be a good idea to give you the floor if you want to say to say some feelings, or to have a feedbacks about the 3 days. Of course, maybe not concerned about technical points, because we don't know what we can do about that right now, but maybe your feedbacks about, yes, the contents, the 3 days, how you were maybe moved, what you thought about, and what you bring back with you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to share the impressions of the conference. I'm very appreciative of the opportunity. I would just like to actually underline one thing, that the title of the conference can in a way perhaps absorb some of the presentations that we have seen, which have a very kind of reckless use of the language. We need to be very, very, I think, wary about the language that we are using, because we have seen some examples of very insensitive use of some terms which have long ago have been forgotten and gotten rid of, such as primitivism or non-modern, modern dichotomies, etc. So I think one kind of critical, well, I would not say glossary, but some kind of critical review of the language that we are using would be very useful, and also perhaps an additional explanation, perhaps that is something that you can keep in mind for your book, some critical review of what decolonial means in this context. So to be very sure that decolonization as administrative process and decoloniality that we're engaging with are not the same thing. So thank you very much.
First of all, I just wanted to thank very much.
Please stand up. I don't
Because
see you.
of the streaming, it's better to stand up.
Thank you very much, Milena, for your extraordinary existence and for doing all of this. And yeah, it's simply true. And the team that has been dealing with us since long weeks before with emails and everything until today, it has been extraordinary, very kind, ready every moment and for everything. A great organization, fantastic. Now, in terms of 2 points that I think I wanted to say, it's first, maybe continues a bit this idea of the use of language. For example, after the keynote speaking this morning, we had a kind of exchange about Europe and China. And the first thing that came to my mind, I was agreeing and disagreeing all the time. And the reason of that is because there are people, for example, like Catherine Neveu in France, and she works on citizenship in Europe. And one of the, let's say, conclusions of her work is that the word citizenship you cannot translate exactly from French to German, from German to French, and even to English. So points out the very distinctive and particular experience, and I'm speaking about the national level now, but there are people like Terence and others that in the English-speaking world, they speak of the invention of tradition. So when we speak about Europe and when we speak about China, it's which Europe and which China. And I think in the last, one of the panels I was here today, it was a very nice going into multi-scalarity, multi-scales, which permits also this kind of nuancing. In this sense, all what was said is true and untrue because of this question, which Europe and which China. And the second and last point is about positionality. Positionality is very important to say who I am, what I do, and then why I say what I say, in this sense. But it cannot be also a way of saying that because I am who I am, and I do what I do, whatever I say then should be kind of fine. Positionality have existed in science and research even before, in the sense of the awareness of existing knowledge on different levels, and on different perspectives, and positioning yourself also in terms of knowledge. That is a difficult part of doing. We cannot be aware of everything anytime, but I think that positionality has this aspect also, which I think is important to bring into this positionality. Thank you. So I got the mic, I didn't want the mic, but okay.
Just take that.
Okay, so, I just read this title, and I'm thinking about sharing footnotes of subaltern knowledge and practices. And in my presentation, I just spoke about footnotes. And I just want to say subaltern knowledge and practices are not supposed to be in footnotes. So that's my, yeah. And of course, I've been questioning North-South relations. I mean, if you put North-South in the title, I guess it should be about North-South. It should not be Western Europe, Eastern Europe, or some kind. I mean, of course that it matters. Of course that it's a part of this story. I just want to say that it should be the main, how to say, the priority. It should be, if you call the speakers, then they should be, I know that you're limited in budget and everything and all this stuff, okay? I'm just saying that this relation should be, but you know, higher on the agenda, okay? And that we should decenter, be able to decenter. That's something that I want to say. And in that terms, I think like more people of color, more people who are not really, you know, white privileged, educated, coming from Germany or whatever. I mean, I know that there are people who are really educated there in decolonization. But that was my impression, and that we can also have, for example, this last debate, we can also have reverse
this table and ask people from UN agency, developmental agencies, from this kind of institution, big institutions, sitting there and talking about how they're going to be, how they're applying these ideas, it's like how they're decolonizing themselves, how they see their own positionality. It's just in the context of what we're talking about that we are acknowledging our own privileges. And to be fair to this title, so to say, okay? So, yeah, and just last thing, when we speak about this, Kontonji, for example, is African philosopher who speaks about this art being economy, okay? And having these universities as factories in which we introduce information which are taken from Africa, from Latin America, from wherever, and then we produce them and have our own conferences or papers and stuff like that. And I think it should be somehow that it should be like a keynote that we are aware of it when we speak, because there is a big wave of talking about decolonization, and I'm just getting used to hearing this, how we use this suffering and lives of people for our own, instrumentalizing them and to explain something in our own life. And that happened with feminists, which used, black feminism, and it's happening now with environmental issues, that we need some primitive people, or that we need somebody, from Africa to tell us about, how to live with nature and stuff like that. It really needs to stop, and also with digitalization. That's. Thank you.
There is one.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for presenting and responding. I would just like to thank Milena for inviting me for this great networking event, because that is what it is for me, meeting new people and creating new connections. And I personally didn't expect any answers to be given at this conference, because it is about sharing practices, relations, collaboration, and that is primarily how I see it, meeting people, getting to know their work, getting to know some other perspectives, some new questions arising. And as I come from humanities and have been working mostly in culture, I know how it is having to end some event and not being able to actually give any concrete answers, but actually just raise some questions and to perhaps work further with new people on the same questions and on new events and so on and so on. So I think in that respect this conference was very successful for me and for the others, and they're really, really great. I met a lot of you and I heard a lot of the talks, and thank you again for having me here.
Kind of a compulsory another contribution. Maybe also next time more nuanced understanding of North-South relations. There are so many Souths in North, vice versa as it is in South. So not everyone is privileged who works in the North context, who lives in the geographical North. Maybe next time less white perspectives from the North, more subaltern knowledges and practices from the North could be invited. This would be my recommendation. This what I saw that maybe a little bit of lacking. Everything was wonderful, but just a small recommendation from it. So this nuance I was missing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like just to add
something that you say. Like I think it's important to decolonize the language as well, and it's important to say like that America is a continent. So please use USA when you will talk about America. Thank you very much. It's just a nicely reminded.
That is a close.
Do you have a question for the audience? Well, thank you very much to everybody. We officially close the conference.
I think we can all three get up and applaud. Thank you very much and see you soon in Belgrade.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your work during these 3 days. It has been very difficult. You've been sometimes a bit pushed, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
So, please, can you make us a photo?
Absolutely.
You are very, very kind. Yes, yes. I mean, it's not better here when we go there.
This is my chief.
Yeah.
This guy.
It's not when we come here and then we have, then we know. Yes.
If you want, please.
Yes, thank you.
Please send the clickers, Sarah. Can you not invite anyone? Who is inside? Is inside? Castella.
Ale samo da ga simulaciju, ja ne znam da li mogu dole pure, vi pa vidite Okay, everybody. Put smile on your face. Cheese, cheese, cheese.
Stand up, stand
Yes, you should come. You should come.
Dobre.
D'accord, ok.
Allez. Excellent. Excellent. On se voit la prochaine fois. J'espère qu'on va faire.
Yes. Oh, it's nice.